The artist's empire bore many children, then placed the strongest among them on the throne. In other words, the children would slaughter one another, and the final survivor would become emperor. Among the emperor's children, the youngest prince was the youngest of all. At the age of 13, during the bloodline succession ceremony, he killed all his siblings and became crown prince. The crown prince dragged the severed heads of his brothers and sisters by their hair before the emperor. When he saw this, the former emperor was deeply impressed by the youngest prince's strength. He was delighted and praised him. At that moment, a dagger suddenly flew toward him and stabbed into the former emperor's chest. The little prince smiled innocently at the sight of the former emperor vomiting blood. He looked at the former emperor and said, "I'm tired of waiting. I want to take the throne immediately. It's irritating to have someone still standing above me. He is the current emperor of Artis, Rhaenyra Artis. And now, in order for you two to build an eternal bond as husband and wife, you will pray for the protection of the god of Artis." The girl thought to herself, right now, I've just been sold off as a bride to this tyrant emperor. He's staring at me and telling me to do it. Yes, go on. She had no choice but to answer. Yes, yes. Artis suddenly spoke up. What? Are you planning to keep up this act until I get sick of it? No, no, your majesty. Please exchange rings. The girl reassured herself. Get a grip. No, I can't drop it. If I drop it now, who knows whether my head will still be attached to my body 5 minutes from now. Now then, please exchange the kiss of vows. She cried out inwardly, oh my God, he's probably really going to do it. She squeezed her eyes shut, but after a while, nothing happened. She wondered, why? Why hasn't he yet? Or is he going to skip it? She opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Artis staring straight at her. She exclaimed inwardly, wow, no, seriously, how could someone look like this? Suddenly, Artis smiled and said, good. That made her feel uneasy. What? What do you mean? Suddenly, Artis wrapped an arm around her waist, pulled her close, and whispered, if you had opened your eyes 5 seconds later, I would have died of boredom. She thought to herself, I don't know why things turn out this way. It's hard to believe, but right now, I'm inside a novel. I transmigrated into a novel, and I'm in the wedding hall with the tyrant emperor. Flowers blooming on the abyss. The flower here is the female protagonist of the novel, Holy Saint Seraphina. The abyss is the Artis Empire, and the emperor of the Artis Empire is a man with a passion for conquest. Rhaenyra, while busy as usual, met Holy Saint Seraphina at the temple. When the emperor saw himself, stained with blood, reflected in the beautiful holy saint's eyes, he felt both intense love and hatred towards Seraphina. As a result, he stole her from the temple, brought her to the empire, and tried to defile her until she became just like him. But instead of being tainted, she became even more beautifully radiant, and the emperor's obsession grew worse and worse. He even killed the female lead's first love, the Holy Night Eden. Seraphina could no longer endure it and went mad. That was how the emperor was destroyed. That much is the prologue of Flowers Blooming on the Abyss. Many other characters also appear in the novel, but I possessed the body of the queen, the one who appears the least among them, a character with almost no presence at all. In the Artis Empire, marriage is monogamous, and divorce is impossible. Remarriage is only possible after one of the two dies. That is why, after the emperor kidnapped the holy saint and returned, the first thing he did was behead the queen. The queen was not even mentioned and lost her life at the very beginning of the novel. That's me, author. Is this my punishment for leaving bad reviews? No, seriously, no matter where I looked, I couldn't find anything romantic. So why was this being sold in the romance novel section? I've read plenty of possession novels, but normally, wouldn't I transmigrate into the body of the Villainous, then try to twist the original story by not committing the evil acts the original Villainous did? But I transmigrated into a faint, minor supporting character. I'd rather have transmigrated into the Villainous's body. Even if I had to go against the original story, at least I would still have chance. But in this case, what am I supposed to do? If I had transmigrated here before the marriage, I would have fought not to get married, or I would have let the carriage fall off a cliff and disguised it as my death. Then, should I tame that emperor? Would I have to be crazy to choose that? How would that terrifying emperor react if someone tried to tame him as they pleased? It's not like I have 9 lives. Absolutely not. But I can't just obediently die like this. There's only one way. Live as though I'm already dead. After the wedding, Rhaenyra will not visit the queen. It seems that the queen in the original story opposed that idea. The original queen constantly drew the emperor's attention to her existence. So after Rhaenyra captured the holy saint, he removed the queen. And on the day Rhaenyra goes to the temple, I will disguise myself as dead and run away. He won't necessarily check whether the queen is truly dead. Killing the queen was simply necessary to have a reason to marry the holy saint. If he never even knew the queen existed in the first place, the emperor would not do it. She raised a hand to cover her mouth in admiration. It's easier than I thought. Compared to everything I was worried about, this should be resolved smoothly. Honestly, I worried for nothing. Suddenly, Rhaenyra called out in a cold voice, "Queen." It startled her, and she cried out, "Ah!" He asked, "How long do you plan to pretend not to know that I'm standing in front of you? Are you looking down on my existence?" At those words, she was so frightened she nearly cried. "Help me." I resolved to live like I was dead, but not even 1 second has passed, and I'm already in danger. She hurriedly answered, "Oh, of course not. How would I dare commit such a disrespectful act?" Suddenly, she tripped over the hem of her dress and fell to the floor. She felt terrible inside. This is so humiliating. Still, it's lucky I reacted in time. Rhaenyra is someone who hates boredom. Everything before him must proceed quickly. Even Seraphina in the novel was tormented because she did not answer him quickly enough. On top of that, many subordinates had their heads sent flying because they did not quickly fix the parts he was dissatisfied with. I have to answer him within 5 seconds. But I can't, however, and but are 3 forbidden phrases. Rhaenyra stepped on the hem of her dress and ordered, "Raise your head. I will give you a chance to explain." "Queen," she stammered. "Then, She gathered all her courage and shouted, "Your Majesty, I have a chronic illness. When I open my eyes, I faint. Are you shouting in front of me?" She immediately looked up and said in a small voice, "I have a chronic illness. When I open my eyes, I faint, Your Majesty. I heard nothing about that when I received the letter about you from the Amlo's kingdom. That is, it doesn't happen often." "Ah, perhaps Your Majesty's presence is simply too powerful, and a lowly person like me cannot withstand it." "I see. So, it is my responsibility." "That's right. I knew it. Isn't it true that anyone who looks directly at the sun would go blind? So no one could say the sun is at fault." Rhaenyra said coldly, "Ah, so that is how it is." In that case, hearing that, all she could do was pray for herself. "Ah, please let it go. I've already used up all my reflexes today. What else are you planning to say? Help me," Rhaenyra suddenly asked. "Do you intend never to look at my face for the rest of your life because you will faint?" "Of course, if Your Majesty permits it, I would be very grateful." He answered, "I permit it." Hearing that unexpected answer, she opened her eyes wide. How am I supposed to understand that? Does he mean he permits me not to look, or he permits me to look? I have to answer everything within 5 seconds. But if I choose wrong, my head will be severed from my neck. I don't know anymore. Anyway, it means I'm allowed to look, right? Then she raised her head. Rhaenyra knelt down. "Well done." She was so shocked she choked. Looking at her like that, he smiled and said, "Interesting. It was good that I chose you. You aren't boring at all." Frightened, she made a muffled sobbing sound. Rhaenyra asked, "Is that sound part of your chronic illness?" No. That is the sound of my peace of mind." He said again, "You do not have useless pride. You fall flat the moment you think you have offended me, and you answer quickly too." His hand touched her lips. "How perceptive. If this is the queen, then you're not bad. Since you have improved my mood, I will reward you. No matter what you ask, I will answer mercifully." She cried inwardly, "What kind of reward is that? If you don't like my question, you'll just change your attitude, won't you?" She looked at him, trembling, and stammered, "I heard that Your Majesty personally chose me. Why was it me?" He curled his lips into a cold smile. His hand suddenly tightened around her neck. "Your question is far too boring, trite, and old-fashioned. How disappointing. I might go mad with boredom while answering you." She was frightened by this tense atmosphere. After saying that, he let her go. "You should feel happy that I promised to answer mercifully. When I said I would marry, many nobles and kings sent me portraits of their daughters." Rhaenyra recalled the memory. "How many were there in all?" "A great many. My feet stopped before the window, and I spread my arms. Enough to cover the walls of this room. I ordered all those portraits to be pasted on the walls." "Why did I do that?" The queen quickly answered, "So that you could see their faces clearly." "Their faces? I have no interest in that. I cannot distinguish other people's faces. Everyone looks the same to me." She thought, actually, in this novel, the emperor is number one. Would other people's faces even enter his eyes? They all probably look like squids. Suddenly, she noticed something. What is that? She looked toward Rhaenyra, who was sitting. He explained, I sat here and threw a dagger. The memory from before came to mind. Rhaenyra had thrown a knife at the wall, and that dagger had struck one of the queen's eyes. He pointed at the queen and said, It stabbed into your left eye. He burst out laughing, frightening her. Haha, thinking back, it really was an amusing memory. I will take back what I said about dying of boredom. This really is boring. I'm going to sleep. He left the queen in a state of confusion. No way. Just earlier, he said it was good he chose me. If this is the queen, then she is not bad. Suddenly, Rhaenyra stopped. Now that I think of it, what was the queen's name? She sat there in a daze. Name? She wondered, what was the queen's name again? A moment later, she blurted out, Angelica Finize Artis. What do your relatives call you? It is Ange. I see. Rhaenyra lifted her chin with his foot. Ange, he said in a cold voice, you must stay composed. Then he stepped on her. If I end up killing the queen because you are too boring, would that not be terribly inconvenient for me? I understand. He gave a satisfied smile. Good. After saying that, he left, leaving her alone in the room. After calming down for a while, she collapsed onto the floor. I survived. Thank goodness I remember the name in time. Honestly, I don't even know whether Rhaenyra's queen when he meets Seraphina is Angelica or not, because the queen's name was never mentioned in the novel. Or maybe Angelica was killed right after getting married, and the queen in the original story was someone else, the fifth queen or something. In any case, the wedding day passed safely, right? She lay on the bed, groaning in discomfort. Rhaenyra suddenly spoke. You seem to be writhing, queen. Hearing his voice, she flinched and snapped her eyes open. Rhaenyra came close to her ear and whispered, Shall I count to 3? 1, 2. She thought to herself, I have to jump up before he counts to 3. Why is your majesty still here? It is troublesome for me to return. What? Did I say my thoughts out loud? Rhaenyra gripped Angelica's chin. Do you not know that your expression says everything you are thinking? Hearing that, she stared at him blankly, eyes round. It is already past 9, and yet you have not risen. The queen is truly lazy. 9 o'clock. The royal family's waking time was already quite late. Why didn't anyone wake me up? He turned his back to her. That person has absolutely no color. Monotonous and boring. Rhaenyra's gaze grew even colder. Tasteless. Angelica thought gloomily. Why yesterday? He said it was lucky he chose me. While she was thinking, someone approached and called out, Your Majesty the Queen, I will help you get ready. How would you feel about bathing first? Angelica answered, Do that. No, prepare it for me. Smooth strands of hair gently floated on the surface of the water. Angelica looked at herself in the bath. She pondered, It's fine now. Rhaenyra looked at me as something monotonous and boring, so there will be no chance he comes to visit me again. In the meantime, I'll find a way to escape from here. Angelica asked the servant, What day is it today? It is May 19th, Your Majesty the Queen. May 19th. The two of them will meet in the cold winter. That means there are about 7 months until Rhaenyra meets Seraphina. In the middle of winter in the original story, Rhaenyra will meet Seraphina in the Temple of Tunia. If it is 7 months, I do not need a rush. Until last night, the only thing I remembered was the name Angelica. But as time passed, memories of this body gradually appeared in my mind. Angelica is the second princess of the Anlos kingdom. She has one older brother and one younger brother. Remembering family relationships is a good sign. Angelica is also royalty, so she must have learned things like basic geography and history. Beyond what was in the original story, there is a great deal of information worth using. For example, if I have to flee to another country, that country must not have a border too far from the palace, must not be hostile toward the empire, and must not have security that is too strict. It does not matter whether that country is wealthy and powerful or poor and weak. In any case, by spring, this empire will collapse. Seraphina, the female lead of the original novel, is the holy saint of Tunia. She has a one-sided love for the Knight Eden. The outstanding ruler, yet a tyrant, is the male lead Rhaenyra. After Rhaenyra kills the holy Knight Eden and makes Seraphina break down, the entire empire, which depends entirely on that great king, will collapse completely. First, I have to put my own survival above all else. At that point, a lady approached. Your Majesty the Queen, I have prepared your meal. She arranged the dishes on the table. She wondered, Can I eat comfortably in my room? The servants here seem more professional than what I've seen in films and novels. They only do what they must do. There is no sign of them catering to the mood or acting friendly. Even so, this distance is good too. I'm going to escape from here anyway, so if I get unnecessarily close to them, something difficult might happen. First, I should act as naturally as possible and pretend to be an incredibly cool queen. After thinking that, Angelica looked at them and asked, "Come to think of it, I still do not know your names. Could you tell me? Please forgive our late greetings, Your Majesty the Queen." Marquise Zaxa greets you. I am Mirik, Countess Luck. It is an honor to serve the Queen. She thought to herself, Almarcuishe, Alcantesh, Alduchis. They are all women from distinguished families. But what is this sense of discord? Something feels strange. She spoke. You all must have had a hard time waiting. I'm not yet accustomed to the artist empire. I would like you to guide me until I grow used to it. That is, of course, our duty. That's right. What is my schedule for today? There is no official schedule today. You may rest comfortably. I understand. In that case, I will not refuse. I will rest a day. What? There's still 7 months left, so I'll just rest for one day. But the next day, when she asked her, the only answer she received was, "There is nothing special today either, Your Majesty." The day after that was the same. And the day after that, there was no official schedule for the Queen. Angelica gradually realized something. I only now understand the true nature of this discord. The servants are abandoning me. Normally, there is no way the Queen would be this idle. Inspecting the various departments, approving the palace budget, maintaining relationships with different factions. Only after the annual documents are handed over can I review them and begin working. Do I have to ask for them first? The support team should come and take care of that beforehand. Now I understand the professional attitude of the maids, making sure they cannot be blamed. If I ask questions, I will become the sensitive and strange one. They are completely excluding me and treating me like an outsider. But honestly, it was comfortable. Still, it probably can't go on like this. She remembered her own maid, a princess who married into the artist empire, which was ruled by that mad emperor. It cannot be like that. Come to think of it, there was a girl Ange had brought with her from her homeland. Her name was Sison. In the Queen's palace, Angelica lifted her teacup and asked calmly, "Marchioness Zaxu, there is something I am curious about. Please speak, Your Majesty." There was a girl I brought with me from the kingdom. Where is that girl now? I have not seen her anywhere. The woman froze. We understand that she is currently being trained to become a maid worthy of artists. Then why have you not told me all this time? The woman did not answer and merely looked at her in silence. The servants standing behind her all avoided Angelica's gaze at once. Silence? If it were Raniero, she would have answered immediately. I have no objection to that education. But is it not strange that I, the master of that child, know nothing about it? She ordered the woman, "Bring Sison here. We will meet for a moment." Your Majesty, since you did not ask, I thought you already knew. Angelica clenched her fist in anger. This cunning woman is trying to pick a fight with me, isn't she? Angelica took a breath, then smiled brightly and accepted the blame herself. That was my fault then. Please accept my apology. Those words shocked the woman. Angelica thought to herself, if I lower my head first, she will have nothing more to say. Can pride put food on the table? The goal is survival. She asked once more, "So where is Sison?" Afterward, Sue returned home and slammed a water glass down in fury. That woman, I thought she was extremely stupid, but it turns out she is a vixen. Calm down, mother. This was Marquise Zaxu. Something must have happened. Sue continued shouting. She even dares to confront us. A young woman from a tiny country, and she does not even know her place. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Mother, what happened?" It was Marquise Zaxu's younger sister, Sylvia. The woman lamented. "If you had become queen, I would not have had to suffer like this." Until now, no one had opposed the idea that this child would become queen. At the mention of this, Sylvia's heart sank, and she thought bitterly, so many people lined up just to catch the eye of our family, the family of the future queen. And yet the second princess of the Anlo's kingdom became queen? While waiting for an announcement from the emperor, I missed so many marriage proposals. And that lucky queen does nothing but stare wide-eyed. How ridiculous. Mother, even so, she is someone His Majesty personally chose. Please do not hate the queen too much. Brother, you say something too. That woman knows nothing except how to sleep. Hearing this, Sylvia grew frightened and warned her, "Mother, please watch what you say." Sue shook off her daughter's hand. "I do not want to hear it. For what reason did I have to wait while your value kept falling? All of this is meaningless." Hearing her say that, Sylvia felt hurt. She stood up and ran away. When she reached the door, she stopped and wiped away her tears. Only then did Marquis Zaxu speak up to comfort her. Mother, please do not worry too much. His Majesty did not visit the Queen on the first night either. That is true. And who am I? I am Marquis Zaxu, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. His Majesty the Emperor normally has no interest in that woman at all. As long as we provide a suitable pretext, His Majesty will remove her himself. You know how His Majesty's succession ceremony took place, don't you? What matters is justification, Mother. Hearing that, she smiled maliciously. Understand, she has plenty of flaws. We will point them out to His Majesty at the right time. Yes, Mother. Even though the Emperor handles everything based on his amusement, he has one single principle. Anything harmful to the nation is immediately eliminated. That is why the Empire is currently enjoying unprecedented prosperity. We only need to prepare a little. Now is the time for budget approval. The budgets of all departments had to receive direct approval from both the Emperor and the Queen. However, at present, the Queen was doing absolutely no work. A queen wandering around searching for the maid she had brought from her homeland. Anyone could see that she was obstructing the prosperity of artists. Morning at the Queen's palace. Sison had returned, and several days passed very peacefully. As expected, she knew Angelica very well. She even knew which foods I could no longer eat. Meanwhile, the bullying by the head maid, Marchioness Zaxu, continued, but I decided not to react at all. Still, things cannot stay like this forever. If I had noticed then, something like this would not have happened. At that moment, Angelica was standing with her head lowered before Raniero. She lowered her eyes to the floor. The Emperor summoned me? No matter how I think about it, the culprits must be those maids. But who is the other person? Ugh, if it has come to this, I have to lower my head even more than the people beside me. Thinking that, she immediately knelt and bowed until her forehead touched the ground. Raniero looked at her mockingly. The Queen bows flat before she even knows what is happening. I wonder if there is something wrong with your legs. Angelica replied, My legs are rather weak, but there is no problem, Your Majesty. Is that so? Then continue. Marquis Zaxu spoke. I, Marquis Zaxu, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, report that the draft budget for the third quarter was prepared today and submitted to His Majesty the Emperor. Among it, there was a problem with the draft budget for the Queen's palace, so His Majesty asked for all the details. Angelica glanced at him. What? Draft budget? Raniero said, I never asked for details. I only ordered it to be corrected. The Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs quickly replied, Yes. Raniero said in displeasure, I did not tell you to answer. The Queen has quite the nerve. You are so bold that it is hard to believe you are a newcomer to the imperial family. What were you thinking when you approved such a large sum? Angelica tried to explain. What do you mean? But when she had only spoken a few words, Marquis Zaxu cut her off. Your Majesty, the Queen has not managed the Queen's palace and has always been immersed in amusement. His slander left her dumbfounded, and he grew more excited the more he spoke. Since it seemed she had no intention of fulfilling her duties as the mother of the nation, I included the cost of selecting and hiring an official to replace her work. Only then did she understand. Is this why the Marchioness has not made me work all this time? In addition to her entertainment expenses, there is also an unimaginable sum added. All the officials are pretending not to know about this, but I cannot pretend ignorance. Her face turned pale. It's over. Most of what the Marquis said was fabricated, but even so, there was no way for her to prove that her words were the truth. Because the head maid had isolated her all this time, the only person in the imperial palace who would stand on her side was Sison. Raniero asked, Then what do you intend to do, Marquis? I have no other purpose. I only wish to tell the truth out of boundless loyalty to the artist's imperial family. All decisions are yours to make, Your Majesty. I will decide everything over something of this level. Yes, this is a serious matter, so please consider it. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Angelica thought, it is true that Raniero is very interested in running the country in order to maintain power. This is dangerous. His value categories are not interesting, guilty, boring, guilty. The Queen was frightened and requested a baseless budget. This matter only requires revising the draft budget. Even if I have to persuade Raniero with such a boring reason, maybe it will work. Doesn't everyone know what Raniero's mind is like? That there is something wrong with him? What if I am the only one who can see through Raniero's thoughts? as someone looking from a third-party perspective, from the author's perspective. Although his subordinates say Raniero is cruel and only seeks amusement, could they be mistaken, thinking that because he has a heart for the country, he is an upright emperor? His eyes are saying, do something interesting because I'm about to get angry. Thinking that, she lowered her head and spoke. Your Majesty, all of this is due to my lack of virtue and my carelessness. It pains me deeply that Your Majesty the Emperor had to go through such a tedious process. When I should have discussed matters like the budget plan with you, Your Majesty instead had to endure this boredom. With both my gratitude and apology, I would like to suggest some entertainment to soothe Your Majesty's mood. Ah, very well. What suggestion will you make? The hand she had placed over her chest clenched tightly. She answered clearly, a human hunt, Your Majesty. Hearing that, the Zaxa mother and son looked at her in shock. And of course, the prey will be only the three of us. What do you mean? Raniero ordered Angelica. Continue. All the people of the Artist Empire are descendants of the war god Artists. I have heard that anyone can develop the skills to become a soldier at any time. Therefore, they are perfect as prey for this form of entertainment. Raniero laughed with interest. Angelica said to herself, good. Human hunts appeared in the original work. I knew he would definitely be interested. Even so, I do not want to become prey. I can only gamble. Then she spoke. But as you know, I have a chronic illness, and I have not been an artist for very long. After all, releasing a sick rabbit into the hunting grounds would not be interesting. Raniero asked, if so, are you saying that you alone will escape? Angelica loudly denied it. No, I will discipline myself. Your Majesty, I will make sure that this becomes a splendid hunting game by winter. Therefore, please postpone the hunt for Angelica for the sake of greater amusement in the future. Marquis Zaxu loudly objected. Your Majesty, this is truly absurd. She felt secretly pleased, just as expected. Come to your senses, Marquis Zaxu. Is justification so important? The budget issue is the same. Marquis Zaxu stammered, unable to form words. That. She spoke again. If you had gone through me first, His Majesty would not have had to be troubled like this. To compensate for His Majesty's precious time, should becoming prey not instead be regarded as an honor? Raniero clapped his hands in admiration. As expected, if it is this queen, she is not bad. Marquis Zaxu fearfully knelt and pleaded, Your Majesty, how can you make my elderly mother go through something so cruel? Please do it only to me. Cruel? How can you say such a thing? Did the queen not just say it? Becoming prey for my entertainment is your honor. Both mother and son turned pale with fear at Raniero's words. Your Majesty, as the queen said, all three are guilty. The queen is a little foolish. Hearing him mention her, Angelica flinched and froze. Marquis Zaxu tried to plead. Your Majesty, the human hunt. Raniero cut him off. You are guilty of failing to stop yourself from coming here to bother me and bore me. You are guilty of trying to use me to settle your personal grudge against the queen. That cannot be, Your Majesty. Angelica thought to herself, Raniero, so he knew about the personal grudge of the Zaxu family. Marquis Zaxu's younger sister, Sylvia, was not made queen. Something like this was bound to happen one day. Although he knew everything, he had left it alone. There was no reason for him to care about such personal desires. Raniero stood up curiously. If Sylvia had been made queen, could she have become a queen like this? Very well, raise your head. Not bad. Angelica groaned as he kissed her. She wondered in confusion, why is he suddenly kissing me? I want to tell him to stop, but I have to endure it. After kissing her enough, Raniero said, You have done nothing wrong. If you had made a mistake, your head would already be flying. Raniero lifted Angelica up. How long can you go without making a mistake? Then he threw her onto the chair. He stretched out his hand and braced it against the chair. She cried out in shock, Why, Your Majesty? This position, the imperial throne. Looking at her small figure, a glint of excitement appeared in his eyes, and he smiled at her with great amusement. Ah, you are so tiny that you do not suit the emperor's seat at all. It feels like putting a dog on the dining table. I feel so pressured that I might get indigestion. Suddenly, he placed his hand on her head, making her blush a little in embarrassment. What is it? Are you in a good mood? Yes, Your Majesty. I am in a very good mood. The next day, a great change occurred in the Queen's palace. After Marchioness Zaxa became prey, she resigned. Among the maids of the artist's empire, who felt burdened by the now vacant position, Sison obtained the position of head maid. Angelica felt a little guilty for making her take on this position. There are no other candidates. Thank you, Sison, for bravely accepting this position, and I'm sorry I could not look after you sooner. Not at all. I also guessed that the princess would be treated as an outsider and would be unable to use her power. She thought to herself, it seems she has not noticed that the princess has changed. I am sorry for pretending to be your master. After the head maid's position changed and a series of incidents spread throughout the palace, people no longer looked down on the queen. Mirik asked Angelica carefully, "What color flower should I arrange, Your Majesty? Which color flowers do you prefer?" Angelica replied, "Wouldn't bright yellow be nice?" She thought she was not scary at all. She is watching my expression. Actually, I am not a frightening person. After receiving her answer, Mirik's expression brightened as she replied, "I shall obey." Angelica thought, "No, I'm not a capable person. I'm just a reader who knows the rules clearly. Are there rumors about Marquis Zaxa being scolded? I only did not want to go against the Emperor's mood." In the end, the image of me not participating in high society activities caused loud rumors to spread. They said I was a queen who was both hot and cold. Although the rumors were worth worrying about, I finally had a busy day doing the work of the queen. This is a big problem. I am working in every way I can, but the work is harder to handle than I expected. Sison said it was because I had not yet adapted to artists, but when I entered this body, Angelica's abilities did not seem to be functioning properly. Actual inspections and landscape planning in the gardens, tea parties and ball plans, and even the summer solstice, the most important event in artists. The symbol of artists in ancient times was the sun. So it was said that this event was held on the summer solstice, when the sun was out the longest. Angelica slowly walked down the corridor. She saw a girl standing below and turned to ask Sison, "Who is that person?" "Ah, that is. Are you keeping silent in front of me now?" "Teach, that is Sylvia Zaxu, the younger sister of the prey, Henry Zaxu." "Why is she standing there?" "She is requesting an audience with Her Majesty the Queen." But since I thought the reason for the audience was too obvious, Angelica glanced at Sylvia. At that moment, Sylvia also sensed her gaze, then bowed respectfully. Angelica asked Sison, "The matter of the Marchioness and her son was decided some time ago. Why has she come today?" "She came immediately after that matter was decided, Your Majesty." Since that day, for 5 days, she had neither bathed nor eaten. Angelica sighed and ordered Sison, "Bring her inside." Sylvia bowed respectfully. "It is a great honor to meet Your Majesty the Queen. I am Sylvia Zaxu, daughter of the prey Robert Zaxu and younger sister of the prey Henry Zaxu." Angelica said, "I cannot pretend a matter that has already been decided does not exist. I apologize for making you wait outside for 5 days, but if you have come to plead for mercy, then go back." "No, Your Majesty. I believe those two are merely receiving the consequences of their actions." Angelica was somewhat surprised. She had not come to plead for mercy. Sylvia clenched her hands tightly. "Your Majesty, the prey has left her position as Your Majesty's maid. I know that a place is still vacant. Instead of my foolish mother, please allow me to serve Your Majesty as a maid." Angelica looked at her in disbelief. What was she saying? The child of an enemy wanted to become her subordinate? Did she intend to stay by her side, seek an opportunity, and try to avenge her mother and brother when Angelica let her guard down? With that suspicion, Angelica could not trust her, and she also had no authority to decide. Angelica frowned and asked, "Do you understand that I am currently in a position where I cannot accept your request lightly?" "Yes, I understand, Your Majesty." But her body trembled for many days without food. Seeing her like that made Angelica feel somewhat unable to bear it. "Her trembling like that is making me weak-hearted. I will hide nothing from Your Majesty. I was raised to become the Emperor's companion, if that person were a man, or a maiden friend, if that person were a woman. I almost never left the house, and I had no power at all within my family. Now that my family has collapsed because of the hunt, I have nowhere to go." Sylvia, a woman from a fallen noble family, no longer had anywhere to go. Her words did make sense. Even so, Sylvia continued, "Of course I am heartbroken about my family. Though my family treated me so poorly, they're still my blood relatives. However, Your Majesty, before that, I want to live. All right, Sylvia, I only want to live too. Lying on the bed, Angelica frowned in thought. The only person who would not be shaken by Sylvia's appearance was probably Raniero. However, this was not a matter that could be decided by compassion. She might be harboring resentment toward me. Angelica sat up, then went out to the balcony. Even though she had answered that she would decide as quickly as possible, Angelica turned her head and looked down at the flower garden. Raniero suddenly appeared, startling her into a scream. What should I do? Aya, Raniero spoke teasingly. Oh, is suddenly screaming like that also a chronic illness? Angelica stepped back and stammered. Do you have business here, Your Majesty? He propped his hand up and came closer to her. Must I have business to come find you? Yes. If you keep coming even when you have no business, it is truly troubling. I simply thought it was about time I came to see you. Isn't that right? As for that duty, I hope Your Majesty will not feel bound by it. Oh dear, is my darling hiccuping? How pitiful. Angelica let out a faint moan as he kissed her, and only after a while did he release her lips. It has stopped now, hasn't it? She answered, blushing deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty. Suddenly, he asked, did you have fun today? What about Your Majesty? I had a great deal of fun. The beasts of prey have begun their training. I added 2 rules to that hunting game. Do you want to hear them? Angelica immediately nodded. First, it has been decided that the prey will be given weapons. If they can survive for 3 hours, then their side wins and they will be set free. Looking back, I added the rules as I pleased. But you won't be dissatisfied, will you? If Your Majesty finds it enjoyable, then isn't everything fine? That's right. How was the Queen's Day? I was very busy. Reports and inspecting the garden landscape. And also, actually, he suddenly interrupted her and said, bring her in. She could only stare blankly and utter. Suddenly, he remarked, it will surely be very interesting. The more Angelica listened, the less she understood what he was talking about. Interesting? What was interesting? If you put that woman into the hunting ground as a hunter, wouldn't she be able to wash away her past and prove her loyalty to you? Angelica felt frightened. Release Sylvia Zaxu into the hunting ground as a hunter and make her kill her mother and brother with her own hands? He asked, isn't that a good method? Aren't you curious whether Sylvia Zaxu intends to harm you or not? Thank you for noticing. It is clearly just an ordinary person's worry, isn't it? Bring Sylvia Zaxu here, darling, on the condition that if she performs well in the hunting ground, she will be formally appointed as a maid. I understand. I think it is a good method, but why does your face look like that? Of course, I will be the one giving orders to Sylvia Zaxu. Even giving the order aloud would surely be very painful for you, since you are weak. By Your Majesty's standards, isn't everyone in the world weak? Although Raniero Artis was born human, he regarded human beings as souls no different from livestock and insects. There had been nothing unfortunate in his childhood that would have made him so cruel. He was simply a pure demon. Suddenly, Raniero poured wine over her. My wife is especially timid, but when she is immersed in pleasure, she temporarily forgets her fear. Angelica's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. A pure demon, stronger and more beautiful than anyone else, had seized supremacy. Suddenly, Raniero smiled, then unexpectedly pulled her away. She reassured herself inwardly. It's all right. This time, too, I will move forward without making any mistakes. After they made love, Raniero looked at her for a while and then commented, your stamina isn't very good, is it? And you're small, too. This is difficult for me. At this rate, when will you become excellent prey? Angelica screamed in fear inwardly. That's right. I had decided to become the Emperor's prey in winter. I had been so busy with work that I forgot. In truth, I have no intention of becoming prey. I'm only buying time until winter. If Raniero leaves for the expedition, everything will go according to plan. Raniero, who would meet Serafina during the expedition, would have no interest in looking for me. Come to think of it, I haven't told you the second rule of the hunt. You must participate as a hunter as well. Angelica immediately sprang up. Why, Your Majesty? I do not have enough strength to hunt. How could I possibly be a hunter? There is nothing to worry about, because the prey cannot harm the hunters. That is the rule. No, the hunter is Raniero. There is no way that Zaxaman can survive against this demon. Does he want to take me down with him, even if he dies? Even Raniero knew that rules were meaningless. He knew everything, yet still included them in the rules. She asked cautiously, when will Your Majesty hold the hunting competition? I have not heard about it before. It will be on the summer solstice. You must be very busy. For now, at most, there is 1 month. Originally, my goal was to strengthen close relations with the nobles before the summer solstice. But in order to survive, I canceled all social meetings. The next day, Angelica went to watch Henry and his mother train. Marchioness Zaxu swung her blade with great force, and Henry was also working hard to train with his axe. Angelica swallowed. What is that? I can't even see the tip of the sword. I came because I was told I could become a hunter and tour the training yard. The reason those two were somewhat foolish was because they lacked talent in this field. In the Artist Empire, all citizens, including women and children, learned practical martial arts so they could be mobilized for war. Duchess Naralna, Angelica's lady-in-waiting, explained, "Originally, I heard they were very lazy about training, but ever since His Majesty the Emperor visited yesterday, they have changed." Angelica thought inwardly. He must have told them the two added rules, right? I am currently asking around for the best teacher. No matter how good the teacher is, there's only 1 month. I have to learn archery. Pardon, but if I accidentally step into range, I will lose. No matter what, I must stay far away. I have to keep my distance. She took the Duchess's hand and said earnestly, "Teach me archery, so I can do my best to stay as far away as possible." After practicing archery for a while, Angelica sank down to the ground. She panted with exhaustion. "The arrows are much heavier than I thought. Your Majesty, I am a little embarrassed to say this, but I have never seen anyone say they were heavy, not even a 10-year-old child." She stood up holding the bow. "I understand. I will practice again." This body was different from the people of Artis. Its stamina was extremely poor. Today's goal should at least be to hit near the target. I don't even need to hit the center. After aiming at the target, Angelica released her hand. The arrow shot away. Meanwhile, in the Emperor's palace, Raniero asked Sylvia, "You said you wanted to become the Queen's maid. Do you know what that position means for you?" "Yes, I know, Your Majesty. I have one condition." She said joyfully those words. "Then, as long as I fulfill the condition, become a hunter on the day of the summer solstice." Sylvia turned pale and stammered. "Yes, then," he said in boredom, a reaction exactly as expected. "Not fun at all. Send her back." Sylvia cried out, "Why, Your Majesty?" Raniero asked, "What about the Queen?" The servant answered respectfully, "She has canceled all scheduled social meetings." "Is that so? It seems she is learning archery." Raniero smiled with interest. "She truly is a coward. But the Queen has fainted." The hand he had placed on the chair froze. "What do you mean?" "In her room." Angelica woke up hazily. A bed? Did I faint in the training yard? I should have stopped when Duchess Naralna told me to. Angelica was a princess, so I thought she would have learned horseback riding and had good stamina. Or has she been weak since childhood? Raniero suddenly approached and asked, "Why are you talking as if you have no memories of your childhood?" Angelica was startled and shouted, "Your Majesty the Emperor." "No, you did not even make a sound. Isn't that because your reactions are too slow?" What brings you here today?" "Because I heard my beloved wife had fainted. I thought something terrible had happened." "Could it be that you fainted while foolishly wandering around the training yard?" Though she was angry, she still had to force a smile and answer, "Thank you for worrying about me." "Queen, you are still pale. No wonder my whole body has been stiff until now. Is it because of muscle pain? I don't even want to rest now." "Is he not planning to leave?" Raniero stared intently at her, then judged, "No matter how I think about it, you are too weak and foolish. Do you not realize the fact that when you are tired, you must rest?" Her hands clenched tightly. "How could an apex predator like you understand how I feel? Even though I did not do much, I still fainted. The people of this country probably do not understand that humans can be weak either." She felt so wrong that tears fell, then she sobbed. I know, Hick. When I'm tired, I have to rest." Seeing this, Raniero was somewhat surprised. She choked as she continued, "But I really am trying not to die." Raniero soothed her in a gentle voice, "You will not die." She thought inwardly, "Liar." Raniero stood up and reached out toward her. He ordered Duchess Naralna, "Bring cold water and a silk towel." Angelica called out in confusion, "Your Majesty, the Queen seems to be in great pain. I will care for this patient." She was horrified inside. What? Raniero truly was not someone who knew how to take care of others. He wet the towel, then placed it directly on her forehead as it was. The soaked towel drenched her entire face. He glossed over it and said, "The Queen is sweating quite a lot of cold sweat, isn't she?" She objected, "No, Your Majesty. I do not think this is the right method. Is this really correct?" He decided, "Call the maids." In the end, Duchess Naralna had to take care of Angelica. He felt that she was truly weak. She only moved her body a little, yet she developed a fever. I have never seen anyone like this. It is because Her Majesty is too weak. When she does things she has never done before, her body goes into shock and protests. If my darling does not do such ungentle things, can she not relieve her stress? Hearing these words, Angelica's warning signal flashed. That attitude. Danger signal. Rhaenyra was shouting the word boring with his whole body. Thinking that, she said to Duchess Naralna, Duchess, I am so hungry. Could you bring me some food? Pardon? Ah, yes. 10 minutes later, Rhaenyra was feeding her porridge. He remarked, Your mouth is so small, Queen. Tomorrow, you will probably be confined to the palace as well. She thought inwardly, is he worried? But he smiled coldly and mocked her. I want to see just how terrible your training process is. Angelica's expression darkened. There is no way. I was hoping it would be very interesting to see the prey flee, but at this rate, I will probably only see the sight of a hunter being betrayed by the prey. As expected, I do not think there will be any chance of you entertaining me during the winter hunt. Then what will I receive after waiting so long? Once again, her life was about to be threatened. Angelica's face turned pale with fear. Although this time I am playing the role of a hunter, a few months later, in winter, I will become the prey. Of course, I will run away before he meets Seraphina. She explained, Please believe me. I am also looking for a teacher to learn from. Rhaenyra stared blankly. A teacher? Because this is a life-threatening matter. I told you will not die. How, Your Majesty? Rhaenyra smiled and answered, Well. She hurriedly interrupted, Yes, I understand. I will find a good teacher. Very good. But the teacher has not been decided yet, correct? Yes, that is true. Suddenly, he proposed, Then I will teach you. She was so shocked that she could not speak. Yes, Rhaenyra said coldly. Do I have to say it twice? Angelica answered quickly in fear. No, absolutely not. Thank you for teaching me. I will become the best hunter. Inwardly, she thought I'm doomed. The next morning, the medicine the Emperor gave me. It was good. I don't know whether it was because of the medicine Rhaenyra gave me last night, but I fell asleep just like that. I heard that Rhaenyra stayed with me until well past midnight and left at dawn. She asked Sison, Then when did His Majesty tell me to come to the training area? He did not say anything, Your Majesty. If he did not say, then you should have asked. Sison, hurry and get ready. Damn it, where's my bow? Here, Your Majesty. She told herself, no matter what happens, I have to arrive at the training yard before Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra had not arrived yet. He was nowhere to be seen in the training yard. She felt relieved inwardly. Thank goodness. At that moment, Rhaenyra appeared right behind her. Could it be that you slept until now and only just woke up? You truly are lazy. You slept past 10 o'clock. I apologize, Your Majesty. I have been waiting for 2 hours. 2 hours? I made the Emperor wait for 2 hours? What is that childish toy? Because I still do not have enough strength to draw the bowstring. She opened her eyes wide in shock and looked at the thing in his hand. Seeing the compact, exquisitely made bow, Angelica was confused. Seeing her stare blankly, he tilted his head and asked, Did you not intend to use a weapon suited to your physique? Well, at first, my goal was only to run as far away as possible. She gripped the bow in her hand and felt it out. It was lighter than the bow she had used before, and it sat very securely in her hand. Even a bow that could shoot far was useless if the archer could not even draw the string properly. To be honest, I was grateful for this too. She smiled brightly and said, Thank you. Just then, he reached out and touched the rim of her ear. She still had a fever. It seems the medicine I gave you yesterday was not very good. Angelica's face flushed, and she quickly dodged away from his hand. He turned and said, Let's begin. She thought to herself, I was late, but his mood does not seem that badly hurt. An hour later, she was panting hard, her face drenched in sweat. Rhaenyra called coldly, Darling. He lifted her up, holding a sword to her neck with his other hand. Do you know you have died for the 7th time in a single attack? What kind of disaster is this? Rhaenyra had grown bored of an archery-only lesson in less than 30 minutes. He brought wooden swords from somewhere, and the swordsmanship lesson began immediately. The moment he had a wooden sword in his hand, his eyes instantly changed and became sharp. As expected, practice was the best. He charged into attack, making her turn pale with fear. There was no theory or basic foundation in this practice. He mocked her. You have far too many openings, and you even tell me where you're going. Angelica struggled to raise her sword and block him. She used all her strength to push him away, then shouted, "Ah!" Just as she was about to attack, he moved aside and easily knocked the wooden sword from her hand. "You are truly foolish," repeating the same mistake again and again. Then her sword was knocked away once more, spinning through the air. He pointed his sword at her as she lay on the ground. "What is the problem? All you have to do is grasp my gaze and dodge, right?" I cannot see anything at all, Your Majesty." He helped her up. "Or do you also have some chronic illness that is making you blind?" She thought, "It is too fast. I cannot see anything. The moment I say, I am dead. Close combat does not suit me." As expected, long range is better. Rhaenyra asked, "Where does your confidence come from, thinking you can keep your distance from the prey? You truly are foolish." That was true, too. Rhaenyra began explaining each basic detail. The longest and greatest range and trajectory came from moving the waist. And in addition, the shoulders, elbows, and wrists had to move in that order. Although Rhaenyra complained that I could not keep up with his movements, it seemed he had no intention of giving up on teaching me. It was strange. Why would someone who found everything boring now accept boredom and see things through to the end? When training ended, she said, "Thank you for teaching me. It will take time, but I will work hard. This really helped me a great deal." He said nothing and only stared at her intently. Then he raised his hand and stroked her head. No matter how vast the artist's empire was, rumors spread at the speed of light, even though there had not been any official announcement. The story of the hunting festival spread widely through noble society. On the summer solstice, the location would be the new hunting ground. The prey would be the Zaxxum mother and daughter. The hunters would be the emperor, the queen, and Sylvia Zaxxu. It was almost cute that the rumor had spread that far, but the stories of me fainting while circling the training yard and being cared for by the emperor, or of me making the emperor wait for a full 2 hours just for training, and even the matter of the emperor giving me a bow and arrows, were known to the nobles of the capital and even neighboring countries. Angelica glanced at Mirik, making her flinch. She is the culprit spreading the rumors. What should I do now? This was originally the job of the queen's maids, to hide the bad situation inside the palace, while the queen and emperor built a good image of themselves. This would strengthen my position little by little. But my goal is to escape the empire, so having the eyes of society focused on me is a burden. Even so, right now, I do need to leave a good impression on the emperor. Who knows if a second Marquis Zaxxu will appear? She opened the door to her room and saw gift boxes piled up inside. "What is all this?" "They are all gifts for you, Your Majesty. All of these, most likely, you will continue receiving them for the next several days." Duchess Naralna smiled with amusement and said, "It will take a few days for the rumors to spread to the provinces. You people have been steadily showing that you are actively on my side lately, haven't you? If it were not for Robert Zaxxu's past, I would gladly accept this." Angelica picked up a card and read it. "We are very much looking forward to the hunting festival." Angelica thought, how much can I do in just 1 month? Come to think of it, when will the construction of the new hunting ground be carried out? It will be soon. Would you be able to stop by in about 3 days? No matter how hard I try, it will be difficult to win against the Marquis, Zaxxum mother and daughter. If so, I have to gather as much information as possible to gain an advantage and widen the gap. In addition to building her stamina, Angelica actively ate chicken breast salad to build muscle. At the training yard, Rhaenyra sparred with her in close combat. After a while, Angelica could no longer endure it and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Ugh, Your Majesty, I cannot do it anymore," Rhaenyra said in exasperation. "I find myself doubting the brain of a creature called a human. How many times have I died now? 1,000? 2,000? They say geniuses have no talent for teaching." Rhaenyra was only good at noticing unnecessary movements and reprimanding her. Thinking that, she laughed awkwardly and suggested, "How about we practice running? Practicing escape, I mean." He agreed. "Fine, let's go look at the hunting ground." She secretly sighed in relief. Finally, a little while later, she stood on a high place and looked down. Seeing the vast hunting ground before her, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, the Empire really does make everything enormous. A hunting ground on this scale? From this tower structure, I can secure a wide field of vision. The environment is good enough for a bow to gain the upper hand." Rhaenyra said, "You should know that I greatly prioritize your convenience." "Of course I know, but all I can do is thank you. Are you satisfied with the hunting ground?" Once again, she was shaken by Rhaenyra's gentleness. Rhaenyra spoke again. "At first, I thought it would be amusing enough just to watch you run around clumsily. But now, it has become troublesome. Yes? Why? Because I personally taught you. Should I not receive tuition? A summer hunter, a winter prey. I look forward to it. After that day, my time passed busily. Every morning, I met Raniero and had to move my body, then worked until night. The fact that I could not meet Sylvia after that day weighed on my mind, but I had no spare time to think about anything else. Even when I wanted to rest a little, Raniero would suddenly come to the queen's palace. He opened the door, stepped in, and called, "Queen." When the servants saw him, they ran away. Angelica watched them. Whenever Raniero appeared, everyone fled again. Seeing him, she felt frightened again. Raniero looked at her fearful expression and seemed somewhat displeased. "I wonder if it is because of a chronic illness or because your liver has swollen. Why are you making that frightened face?" "It is because of a chronic illness," she said, crying inwardly. "Even though we meet every morning, I am still afraid. You are weak and easily startled like a rabbit." Hearing that, she went blank. "Yes, a rabbit." He moved closer. "Why are you looking at me with those eyes?" "H, how am I looking at you right now?" As if telling me not to talk nonsense. "How arrogant and bold, Queen." She immediately waved her hands and explained, "Ah, no, that is not it. An animal with soft fur, small and cute like that." Suddenly, his hand reached out. She was still saying, "I feel sorry for the animal," when he unexpectedly sealed her lips with his. He kissed her so suddenly that she did not dare resist, only letting out a muffled moan. After a while, he finally released her. Her whole body trembled. He gently pulled down the zipper of the dress she was wearing. The dress came off and fell to the floor. Angelica's cheeks flushed red. What is this? Could it be? His eyes held desire as he looked at her. He smiled faintly and said, "Darling, you are slow to learn all kinds of things, aren't you? I know very well what places the queen likes." Those words made her cheeks grow even redder. Suddenly, he said, "Then we will stop here." She went blank. "Yes, I also know what you were expecting. Are you disappointed?" "Expecting? Expecting what?" He pushed her in front of the mirror. She looked at the dress in surprise. Like this, because she always dressed as if she were not wearing anything underneath. She looked at herself in the mirror and thought, "Is that why he took off my clothes? It is beautiful. Thank you." He gently lifted a lock of her hair, then kissed it tenderly. "It suits the color of your hair very well. I will have you wear it at the summer solstice banquet." The summer solstice banquet. So if you die at the hunting ground, this will become a dress without an owner. June, the summer solstice. Angelica thought restlessly, today is the summer solstice everyone has been waiting for, and the hunt will begin this afternoon. From the moment I entered this novel, my only goal has been survival. After finishing her preparations, Angelica stood and spoke to the servants. "Let's go. Get a grip. There are only 6 months left. I just have to get through this difficult stage, live like a dead mouse, and then run away from here." She smiled brightly and asked Raniero, "I'm not late today, am I?" He took her wrist and replied, "You are late." He pulled her onto his lap. "I waited for you for 2 hours." Angelica's cheeks flushed. If anyone saw this posture, they would think they looked like a harmonious married couple. She smiled awkwardly and explained, "I also woke up 2 hours earlier." The servant's eyes shone. So surely another rumor would be added before long. Raniero asked, "How is your health?" "Not bad." "When you enter the hunting ground, what will you do first?" "I will run toward the center and get to higher ground, because I want to avoid that." Feeling his chest vibrate, she thought in confusion, what is so funny? "Of course, even at the final moment, you still cannot survive my dagger." "I survived for 30 seconds. Do you know why?" "Because you move absurdly slowly." The sound of trumpets began to ring out. The ceremony's officiant announced, "We hereby announce the beginning of the summer solstice festival." The people's cheers rang out. Raniero raised their clasped hands. The people below murmured noisily, "It is the queen. She is holding his majesty's hand." She raised a hand and frowned, thinking, the sun is so dazzling. After the opening, everyone now sat at the tables to enjoy the feast. He asked her, "You have no appetite?" No. "What should I do? I'm so nervous about the coming hunt that I cannot swallow breakfast." He pushed a glass of wine toward her. "It is my gift." She picked it up and clinked glasses with Raniero. The wine was different from Raniero's. Its color was like. He leaned close and whispered, "Remember to drink it all." Yes, yes. I must do as I am told. If it is something I give you, you would drink it even if it were poison, would you not?" Angelica's heart suddenly pounded hard. She clutched her chest in discomfort and gasped. My body is so hot. What did I drink? The laughter of the nobles seated below echoed by her ears. Angelica grew dizzy and was about to collapse onto the table, but he caught her and laughed. Endure it, Inch. Everything will be different very soon. She dropped her head against him, her body trembling in waves. Suddenly, she burst out laughing. The nobles were all astonished. Angelica breathed out, sounding less bored. What is all this? It really is not interesting at all. Haha. Did you not hear what the queen said? She picked up a knife and cut hard into the meat on her plate. Then she ate as if she were a starving tiger. I could feel the rich flavor of the meat more intensely and sensitively than usual. She inwardly exclaimed, "It is delicious." Ever since Raniero gave me the wine, I have felt very strange. My body heated up, became light, and then grew heavy again. Now, instead of feeling nervous, I began looking forward to the hunt. Duchess Naralna came over and said, "This is a gift from the Emperor. Solio is a form of pure lethal venom extracted from poisonous frogs. His Majesty the Emperor said you would certainly know how to use it." Angelica looked at the vial and smiled. The trumpet sounded. The announcer called out, "Her Majesty the Queen is entering." The nobles cheered excitedly and enthusiastically. Angelica thought, what a pity. Everyone has gathered to watch interesting scenes. But because they're outside the fence like that, they cannot clearly see the prey hiding inside this hunting ground. Where should I go to meet Marquis Zaxil? Sylvia, her face was deathly pale, and she muttered, "It is all right. It will be fine." Angelica thought, she has to do well in the hunt to become my maid. But if she remains this weak-hearted, it will be troublesome. A few weeks ago, when I saw Sylvia kneeling before me, I still felt a little pity. But now, I felt as if all of it had been a lie. If she did the job she was given well, she would be qualified to receive a reward. If not, death was only natural. Raniero entered the hunting ground. The trumpets immediately rang out. His Majesty the Emperor is entering. Raniero approached her and said, "Darling, I told you, did I not? You will not die." Raniero, what did he put in the wine? The soldiers opened the gate. Then we will now open the entrance to the hunting ground. The hunters will enter the hunting ground in order. First is Sylvia, and next is... Angelica giggled excitedly. "Oh, I want to go in there right away. I really cannot stand it. Now I understand. This unbearable thirst, like a hungry cat." At this moment, he and I were definitely the same kind. An eagle soared through the sky. She marveled inwardly. My body is very light. My field of vision is wide, and I can see everything clearly. All the poison Raniero gave me has been applied to the arrowheads. Focus on the sound. Suddenly, Sylvia appeared within her shooting range. She looked up in confusion and called, "Why, Your Majesty?" Seeing that it was not the prey, but Sylvia, Angelica felt a little disappointed. "What is it, Sylvia?" "I have something to say," but at that very moment, a hand reached out towards Sylvia. Angelica saw it from above. She frowned and looked down. Sylvia screamed in pain as Sue grabbed her hair. The woman growled. "Sylvia, my pitiful daughter, I will cut open your chest while you are still alive and offer your heart to the Emperor, making you the sacrifice of the summer solstice, offered up to the eldest son of the god Actila. I will survive with that." Seeing the prey she had been waiting for appear, Angelica drew the bowstring taut and smiled with delight. "Is this the secret trick Zaxa prepared? I have to aim at them in one go." Once she felt the prey in her sights, Angelica immediately released her hand. The arrow shot downward. Sue sensed the arrow graze past her and immediately stopped struggling with Sylvia. She shouted furiously, "Who is it?" Angelica felt a little disappointed. I have been discovered. That bitch." Seeing that the woman wanted to climb the tower, Sylvia desperately held her tight and stopped her. "No, I cannot let this go." Sylvia tried to hold her back. Mother, you killed me because you wanted to live, did you not? And what about me? What about me?" She picked up a stone from the ground and raised it high with a cruel look in her eyes. "I want to live too." Then she struck Sue's head again and again. As if she had lost her mind, Sylvia kept screaming, "I want to live. I want to live. I want to live too. I will survive no matter what. I will definitely find my place here." Angelica slowly walked down the stairs. What a pity that Raniero cannot see this scene. "Why, Your Majesty, this prey is for you. Please take it, Your Majesty." "How admirable, Sylvia." Then she reached for her dagger. Angelica pressed it close to Sue's neck. The woman shuddered as she felt the dagger's coldness. Sobi. Then blood sprayed out, and she screamed in agony. Angelica's excitement was plain after killing her prey. Sylvia trembled in fear. "Ah, this. I can." As if unable to endure the horrific bloody scene, she fainted. Angelica said coldly, "Then next." Henry, carrying an axe on his shoulder, stared in shock at Sue's corpse on the ground. "Mother." Hearing his voice, Angelica turned around. Henry zacked Sue. His body trembled. "Aya." He looked at his mother's corpse in anguish. Furious, he glared at Angelica. "How dare you?" he roared in rage. Without hesitation, Angelica shot an arrow into his shoulder. She thought to herself, "Even if I missed, he'll still be poisoned." Suddenly, Angelica's heart pounded hard. Her body abruptly grew strangely hot. "What is this? My muscles feel so hot they're about to tear apart. It hurts." At that moment, Henry seized the chance and charged, shoving her hard. She fell backward, her body striking the ground heavily. Her body shook. "Ugh, what am I doing? Why is my mind slipping like this? It hurts. Help me." Henry muttered, "My mother's enemy." He raised a large axe in his hand. "I'll kill you." Angelica shed tears in fear. "No, I don't want to die." Just then, Raniero appeared, and his blade pierced through Henry Zax's body. Because of that, Henry's axe fell as well. Raniero looked down at Angelica's frightened face. "I told you, didn't I, that you wouldn't die?" He gently lifted her body. Angelica groaned. It hurts so much. It hurts." "All right, it's because of the drug. The drug you used lets you exceed your physical limits, heightens exhilaration, and erases fear. All right, look at me for a moment." He quickly took out a vial. However, its drawback is that it severely overloads the body and loses effect abruptly, so it couldn't be commercialized for military use. "Yes, it's another drug. Don't look at me with that expression. It's just a basic painkiller." Then he poured all the medicine into his own mouth, then fed it all to her mouth to mouth. Angelica could not swallow in time and coughed violently. She sensed inwardly, "I think the pain has eased a little. Thanks to you, I had a great deal of fun." Look at the things you hunted with your own hands. Now you are also one of Actila. As the drug's effect wore off, Angelica finally became afraid. Raniero said with a delighted smile, "Tonight's banquet will be for the one who has been reborn." After the hunt ended, Angelica and Raniero stood on the Imperial Palace balcony, looking down below. He raised his voice and announced, "Listen, everyone. The queen has hunted all the prey with her own hands. Today's hunt is over. The emperor and queen have concluded the hunt. Now the queen is also a true Actilon." Hearing this, everyone below knelt flat in reverence. Angelica found it somewhat hard to adapt, as expected of people swept up in worshipping strength. So their attitude can change like this. A noble said, "The queen truly is his majesty's rightful partner." Raniero smiled joyfully. "Rightful partner? Ho ho." She shuddered inwardly. "Ah, please." He pulled her into his arms and said, "Yes, that's right. The main character of tonight's banquet is the queen." After that, the banquet began. The musicians started their performance. The announcer raised his voice. "Her Majesty the Queen is entering." Angelica slowly entered the hall. "Thank goodness. It took a long time to get ready, but I arrived on time." He said, "Come sit up here." She obediently answered, "Yes." Why are you staring at me like that? It is truly miraculous." "Thank you. Aren't you going to ask what I mean?" "Ahaha. Even if I don't know what it is, I am grateful for all the attention your Majesty gives me." "You're getting smoother with your words. What I meant is that now I know what your face looks like." She looked at him in surprise. If he were an ordinary person, after meeting someone dozens of times, he should be able to remember. In the original story, Raniero couldn't remember other people's faces. I thought that since he was the emperor, there was simply no need for him to remember other people's faces. It was strange that such an intelligent man could be so unable to remember them. Raniero stood and let her down. "Queen, come here." She was still lost in her own thoughts. Is it an illness? If not, why would he suddenly be able to remember my face? What have you been thinking about all this time? Pardon? Since when? Raniero reached out and pulled her close. Thinking about something else again? The drug side effects are still lingering, so I'm a little dazed. He reminded her, "I don't like lies." Hearing that, she could only fall silent and think to herself, "Get a hold of yourself." While I was distracted, this tyrant emperor had started the first dance. I must not provoke Raniero any further. Because I had to practice hunting, I didn't have time to practice dancing. Thank goodness Angelica's body still remembers the steps. I'm going to step on his foot. I have to avoid it. I'm going to fall. Her body tipped backward. She reached out, wanting to grasp Raniero's extended hand. But in the end, she did not take that hand. She fell to the floor, her face twisting in pain. Raniero's hand remained outstretched. So she isn't without flaws after all. Angelica stood up and thought. If I had taken the hand he reached out, I would have touched his body without permission. Rhaenyra warned the nobles, "Do not look down on the queen." He stepped forward and lifted Angelica into his arms. He asked with concern, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm all right." "What is this? You made me fall, and now you want to check whether I'm injured." Delicious dishes were laid out on the table. At last, the banquet began. Angelica thought, everyone is busy strengthening their close ties. At that moment, Sylvia approached and bowed. "I offer my greetings to Her Majesty the Queen." The nobles began whispering noisily. "It's Sylvia Zaxu. What a shameless girl. How can she dare come to the Queen's banquet? Does she not know shame?" If she understood the gravity of what her mother and brother did. One noble voiced his indignation. "Your Majesty the Queen, merely seeing a woman from that family grieves me. Please expel Sylvia Zaxu from the banquet." Angelica froze. "Huh? Me? Huh? Why? If you're asking me." Angelica looked at Sylvia and asked, "Is there any reason for your loyalty to suffer? To show loyalty to me, Sylvia even sacrificed her own mother as my prey, no matter how guilty that woman was. Sylvia seems more loyal than you, doesn't she? Oh dear, I think I should have considered the atmosphere before speaking." Hearing this, the noble was flustered and at a loss for words. "Why, Your Majesty?" Rhaenyra burst into delighted laughter. "That's true. How amusing. Why, I just said, no, I was only joking." Hearing this, the nobles could only force awkward laughter and play along. "Ah, that truly was an amusing joke. Very refined. Ha ha," she thought gloomily. Everyone is laughing stiffly like dolls. Sylvia spoke up. "Your Majesty the Emperor, I have come to receive the reward you promised." Rhaenyra looked at her and replied, "Yes, as promised. I shall appoint Sylvia Zaxu as the Queen's maid." Sylvia bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The nobles fell silent after Rhaenyra's announcement. Angelica inwardly admired her. It would be wonderful if Sylvia became queen. In truth, she could have quietly received her appointment as a maid after the banquet. However, as if showing her off to the other nobles, Rhaenyra directly appointed her in the banquet hall. It was as if he was saying that she is now the queen's person, and no one may treat her carelessly. How clever! Sison suddenly called out, "Your Majesty the Queen, may I offer you my greetings?" Angelica started and looked at the nobles waiting to greet her. The summer solstice festival was no different from a social gathering. Angelica smiled and answered, "I will greet each of you in order." After the greetings were finished, Angelica quietly sat beside the fountain. "Today my intelligence, strength, and social ability have been exhausted. Although it's quite late, the day is still long because it is the summer solstice. How did I get possessed by this worldview and end up like this? Why did I transmigrate here in the first place?" Rhaenyra's footsteps sounded. She noticed and turned her head. "Why, Your Majesty?" Rhaenyra spoke. "You seem calm," she asked, not understanding. "Pardon? You don't look like you're doing anything but thinking. I mean, you killed people. Aren't weaklings supposed to be afraid of killing?" He gently tucked a flower into her hair. She realized, that's right. Even if it was to protect myself, I'm still a murderer now. But even if I feel guilty, nothing will change. Angelica asked, "If I had ended up killing someone related to me, I would feel guilty. But in reality, that is not the case. I only wanted to win, so I survived. And thank you very much." Rhaenyra asked in puzzlement, "What? If Your Majesty had not appeared then and killed Henry Zaxu, I would have died." Thanks, you say? To me, this sort of affection is nothing more than the intimacy of ants. Crushing and killing an ant requires no reason either. That is why I gave her the drug, actively took part in the hunt, and created entertaining scenes. Although I knew its side effects, I felt no guilt because every single thing went according to plan. What I could not predict was how the queen would accept everything, whether she would feel guilt or fear and avoid it. So when the queen, whom I thought would be unable to attend the banquet, wore the dress she was given and entered the banquet hall as usual, a slight thrill arose in me. I never knew what other people's faces looked like, but now I can see hers. What a strange thing. Thinking this, he held out his hand toward her and said, "Let's go back." Angelica stared at his extended hand, then gently placed her own hand in it. The first face I can remember precisely belongs to such a weak human. In the hall, everyone was chatting noisily. Angelica was surprised. "Wait, this direction is. This is the Emperor's palace." Rhaenyra pushed the door open. Angelica cried out inwardly. This is Rhaenyra's private secret room. I read about it in the original story, but I never thought I would come here. Suddenly Raniero took off his shirt, startling her. Why is he suddenly taking off his shirt? He abruptly asked her, do you like looking? He stepped forward and pulled the still-dazed Angelica into the room. He pushed her against the wall, wrapped himself around her, and kissed her, making Angelica's body tremble. Behind them was a huge bath, already filled with water. She said with difficulty, Stop, please stop. He smiled and asked, stop? His body was so large it seemed about to envelop Angelica. At last he released her lips. The sound of rippling water rang out. Angelica gazed blankly at Raniero. He called softly, come here. Knowing what he wanted made her cheeks flush. Angelica gently set her shoes aside. She sat down and dipped her foot into the water to test it. The water is too hot. It will cool soon. Put your feet in the water. She wondered inwardly. What is he thinking, showing me the Emperor's bedroom that no one knows about? As expected, she is far too timid. He took hold of her foot and pulled it down. Even while being held by Raniero, she still panicked and cried out, my dress, my dress. He said, don't mind it. Is the water still hot? No. Rather, this position. Her trembling hand wanted to touch him, but she did not dare. He thought to himself, was I so satisfied because she made no mistakes? Now, it's becoming a little irritating. He looked at her and called, Ange, I permit it. Angelica's hand froze. Then, right after that, she wrapped her arms around Raniero. At that moment, her body was on the bed with only a towel wrapped around it. He looked at her, somewhat exhausted after their lovemaking in the water, his gaze clearly filled with satisfaction and contentment. Then Raniero once again intertwined his fingers with hers. Angelica, too exhausted, sank into deep sleep. Raniero sighed and said, I never gave you permission to sleep. How arrogant. Now, even if I close my eyes, I know what she looks like. Now the queen has been recognized as one of Actila. From tomorrow on, everyone will respect her as a superior. She succeeded in the hunt, resisting Actilans who trained their whole lives after only 1 month of holding a weapon. What tremendous potential. Angelica seemed to be having a nightmare. Her body trembled as she groaned. NGH. Raniero started and turned to look at her. Still trapped in her nightmare, she cried out in fear, no, no. He supported her in his arms. Hyperventilation. Saying that, he kissed her on the lips. Angelica opened her eyes hazily, and suddenly she bit Raniero's lip. He furrowed his brow at the sharp pain, but still continued without letting go. Only much later did he release her. Raniero's lip was bleeding from her bite. Angelica said in a trembling voice, the prey. Their throats were cut. Angelica shed frightened tears and murmured, holding an axe. Chasing me, he said gently. Is that so? She nestled into Raniero's arms. I am scared. Raniero held her and soothed her. It's all right. The next day, Angelica vaguely heard someone calling her. Ange. She was so tired she could not open her eyes. But that voice kept sounding. Ange, can't you hear me? At that, she snapped awake. Startled, she sat up abruptly. Iopuludisa? I didn't hear your majesty waking me. He thought to himself, this woman has now been acknowledged by everyone and become an object of admiration as an Actilon. He tilted his head and told her, go wash your face and prepare to apologize. Angelica quickly answered, yes, yes. After getting dressed and sitting at the dining table, Angelica's expression clearly showed caution. Raniero's sharp gaze stared fixedly at her. She stiffened and thought, his gaze is so oppressive. Eating like this in the main palace will make me indigested. She timidly called out, Your Majesty, I would like to go home now. As soon as she said it, she realized she had misspoken. What I mean home? I should have said the Queen's palace. Raniero reminded her, this is your home. She scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. Opuludisa. I am so sleep-deprived that I said something foolish. You slept well, though. Actually, today is the day Sylvia comes to the Queen's palace as my maid, so I feel very anxious. Isn't it because you want to go home? Angelica bit her lip and thought sulkily, he knows just by looking, yet he's still teasing me. Teasing her seemed to put Raniero in a better mood. Only then did Angelica notice the wound on Raniero's lip. The wound on his lip. Was that there yesterday? Seeing her stare, he said nothing suspiciously. Afraid he would be angry, she hurriedly explained, I apologize. I was rude. Seeing your Majesty's body harmed concerns me. He suddenly wrapped an arm behind her neck and pulled her toward him. If it bothers you, then look closely. It was because of you, my love. Pardon, what is he saying? Did I do something that insane? It seems I did. No, there is no way. Which should I choose? Her hands clenched as she stammered. There must surely be some mistake. If I had dared to injure your Majesty, my head would have been separated from my neck long ago. That sounds right. Yes, the wound on my lip hurts quite a bit, so I suppose I should punish you. Angelica nodded at once without thinking. Yes, yes, that is true. So I cannot let you go back, can I? No. The person who hurt my lip ought to be punished. But that criminal wants to return to the Queen's palace. I will punish you by keeping you at my side and not letting you return to the Queen's palace. Angelica was so stunned, she nearly fell backward. What? The Emperor usually handled correspondence from other countries in the morning, held meetings in the afternoon, and trained at night. When am I supposed to escape? Will I even get a chance to enter a political meeting? Why are you standing like that? Because you told me to stay here. He repeated the question. I asked why you were standing. Because there is no chair, Your Majesty. He signaled to a servant. You there, bring a chair for the Queen to sit on. The servant bowed and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Rhaenyra looked at her. If you keep standing like this, the Queen will be looking down at me. Understanding what he meant, she was startled in horror and immediately knelt on the floor. I did not mean to. I am sorry, Your Majesty. You have become much quicker, haven't you? You may stand. I understand your zeal not to raise your head higher than the Emperor's, but when the servants bring the chair, do you intend to keep kneeling like that? She was so frustrated she wanted to cry, silently asking herself, how do you want me to live? I want to go home so badly. Sison, Duchess Naralna. He looked at the expression on Angelica's face with interest. Her answers always seemed reasonable, but he could see through everything she was thinking. Suddenly, something on the desk caught his eye. He picked up a letter and, after reading it, murmured in surprise, a letter from the Tunia Temple. The Tunia Temple, a temple in the barren, ownerless lands of the Northwest. It was a place where only pitiable believers in mercy remained, people who had given up all the fertile lands of the world and left only rough ground to their descendants. The contents of the letter were simple. The Artist Empire and the Amlos Kingdom were currently in a state of tension. The cause was the Artist Empire, calling for help in the name of mercy. It was not worth answering. All of the letters were boring. He turned his head and called, Queen. But at some point, Angelica had fallen asleep. He stared at her for a while, then called out, Hey, Queen. Only when he pressed his hand against her cheek did she show a slight reaction. He muttered, Have I lost my mind? Did I prepare a chair for you to sleep in? Then he leaned toward her lips. Without warning, he bit her, making her cry out in pain. She covered her mouth and asked, What was that? He said, Stop sleeping. She answered in confusion. Yes, yes. Although she still did not understand what was happening, her head was full of question marks. Rhaenyra picked up a pen and began to write. She hesitantly called out, Excuse me, Your Majesty. Try saying it. May I do anything? Or am I not allowed even to look at the letters you have already finished reading? He thought to himself, even the way she talks is rather cute. The Queen naturally has the right to know how the affairs of the nation are unfolding, but not yet. She glared resentfully at him as he ignored her. What? What is this? Is he angry? Did I do something wrong? Looking at her, he thought, everything she thinks shows on her face. It is amusing, so I will just leave her be. After a long day, she lay on the bed and let out an exhausted sigh. In the end, Rhaenyra dragged me around with him all day, whether it was mealtime or the political meeting in the afternoon, or even his personal training at night. I had to go through all of it before I was finally released. That Emperor, 2 straight days of tension. Duchess Naralna brought a blanket and draped it over her. She asked with concern, Are you cold, Your Majesty? It is still summer, but the nights are chilly. Angelica replied, Thank you. It is good to see the two of you so close. Angelica thought, from the perspective of the nation, it is good. For me personally, it is not very good. I only hope His Majesty will not pay me even the slightest attention. And originally, I planned to hold a banquet today to welcome her into the palace. But because of Rhaenyra, I had no choice. The Duchess called softly, Your Majesty the Queen. Yesterday's hunt was truly admirable. This humble servant was deeply moved. Angelica said awkwardly, is that so? Now that Your Majesty has become the mother of the Empire, you're truly loved by everyone. Everyone is eager to meet Your Majesty. So regarding the social gathering that has been postponed, hearing that, she froze. Right, there is that too. She nodded and replied, I understand. I am very pleased, Your Majesty. In truth, though it was presumptuous of me, I've been waiting for this moment and have spread a few rumors in high society. What rumors? I said that it would be best to show everyone your sincerity first. At the beginning of next month, there will be an opportunity to meet the queen, but that opportunity will not be for everyone. She screamed inwardly. There are only 3 weeks left until next month. She forced a smile and replied, haha, thank you. After studying the situation inside and outside the palace, once your majesty completes your official debut in high society, from that point onward, you will manage the imperial household's invoice. I will assist your majesty both materially and mentally. Angelica thought, even if you are in a high position, there's nothing you can get for free. But as soon as this ends, I will have to start working like crazy again. When on earth am I supposed to carry out my escape plan? Today was a fine, sunny day. Even though it was summer, the sunlight was not too harsh. Before she knew it, only 15 days remained until the event. During that time, I had been so absorbed in studying with Duchess Naralna that I did not even notice time passing. The names, family relationships, and businesses of the nobles currently staying in the capital. My head feels like it is going to explode. When am I supposed to memorize all of this? Madame Naralna said I did not need to know anything else and only had to memorize this. Suddenly, Raniero snatched the book from her hands. He held it up and said, doing such pointless things. She stammered in surprise, Your Majesty. Is he not coming to the Queen's palace far too often these days? I wonder who made you do these useless actions. Did you say useless actions, Your Majesty? He tossed the book aside. That is right, useless actions. He propped himself up with one hand, then lifted her chin. Sit in that position. Raise your chin like this. Smile arrogantly and say this. I do not know what sincerity you lack, but I will hear your name. That is enough. You're not only a ruler, but also my wife. Angelica felt that this method was not very good. You always speak in your own way, Your Majesty. You also have the right to speak in your own way. I'm the only one who knows the truth, that you are this weak. If you do not want to do things my way, then learn to control the expressions on your face. His words left her unable to argue. He hit the nail on the head. It is true that everything I think shows on my face. He spoke again. But is your body not well? She answered blankly, No, Your Majesty. He said in admiration, Good. Confused, she could only look at him without saying anything. 1 week later, on the day of the social gathering, Sison said firmly, We must postpone the social gathering. Duchess Naralna sighed and said, Postponing it is one way, but before she could continue, Sison said resolutely, Her Majesty the Queen's menstrual cycle is irregular, so the pain is also very severe, especially on the first day. Only then did Angelica understand Raniero's question from that day. Was that Raniero being far-sighted? I only thought he meant that I was not feeling well. I never imagined it was because of my period. Sison continued, There is nothing more important than Her Majesty the Queen's health. I respect your opinion. However, please consider how hard Her Majesty has worked to build her position. Angelica raised her hand to stop them. All right, wait. Sison, Duchess Naralna is right. This is a rare opportunity that I gained after the hunt. The social gathering will proceed as scheduled. Remember to bring painkillers. Naralna replied happily, Yes, I will prepare them. Sison could only look at her worriedly. Duchess Naralna quickly hurried off to take care of things. Sison took Angelica's hand with an aching heart. Your Majesty, ever since you came to the Empire, you have suffered like this. It is all right. I even went into the hunting ground, did I not? Sison, you are on my side and mine alone, right? Of course, Your Majesty. Good. Your resolve is excellent. Just as you said, life in the Empire is not easy. I understand your sense of injustice. But what can we do? We are in the Empire. It is something I must endure. Then the time for the social gathering arrived. Damn it, can menstrual pain really hurt this much? I heard the level of pain varies from person to person, but in my original body, I had never felt pain like this. Still, it has already started, so I have to do my best. Angelica endured the pain, looked down at the nobles seated below, and spoke. Thank you for accepting today's invitation. I hope you will take pride in being invited to this event and always consider what you can do for the Empire. The ladies and gentlemen invited today were all chosen by Duchess Naralna. If these are people with great ambitions, then they're also people worthy of being close to me. Sison said, then from now on, in order. Suddenly, Angelica's vision blurred. The abdominal pain tormenting her threw the information she had memorized into chaos. This is bad. My stomach hurts so much that I cannot concentrate. Marchioness Portlight has a son who is difficult to conceive, right? No, that was another family. Was it Portlight? If not, was it Portlight? What was I just saying? I should have canceled the event as Sison told me to. I was too stubborn. If it were Raniero, what would he do at a time like this? She recalled the moment he had looked at her and the time he had lifted her face and taught her. Angelica decided to do it his way. That is right. Regretting it now will do no good. She lowered her voice and spoke. What a pity. I have absolutely no idea who you are or what you do. This made the nobles below stare at her in astonishment. She calmly pointed at a lady below and said, let us begin with that lady over there. There is no need to come here. You may stand where you are. And me, your majesty? Yes. Introduce yourself briefly and clearly. Everyone fell into a brief silence. She looked at Duchess Naralna, whose face had gone pale, and thought, I am sorry, Duchess Naralna, but I cannot ruin my own image because I am weak. I have to take control of the atmosphere. She radiated an oppressive aura exactly like Raniero's. Are you still going to keep me waiting? Emma Vena Decino, Countess Decino. It is nothing remarkable, but we possess a mineral mine. The other nobles also quickly stood and introduced themselves. I am Viscount Franzmo. I am Louis. Angelica smiled and said, It is a pleasure to meet you. After the introductions came the dessert. The nobles below conversed with one another. The tea is delicious. Yes, it is, Duchess Naralna said. Your Majesty, I was very surprised. You did not give me any hint at all. It seemed the social gathering had differed from her own plan, so she was quite regretful. If it had been an ordinary day, I would not have gone this far. This is all Mother Nature's arrangement. Did you come to support me, or to play politics for yourself? Although I cannot even worry about my own body, are you now criticizing me? No, your Majesty. I did not mean that, but your words made me misunderstand. Duchess Naralna knelt down and admitted her fault. It was my negligence, your Majesty. Please forgive me. Angelica thought to herself, Duchess Naralna is quick-witted. I need to arrange things so she cannot climb over my head. I'm so tired. At that moment, Raniero walked in. The nobles were shocked when they saw him. That person. She looked at them in confusion. The nobles all bowed respectfully at once. It is an honor to meet your Majesty the Emperor. She had never expected him to appear here. Why, your Majesty? He placed his hand on her forehead, then turned to look at the nobles. I have absolutely no idea who is who. Your Majesty, I already said that line earlier. He said bluntly, I came to take the queen away. Question marks appeared in the nobles' minds. Paying them no attention, he slipped his arm behind her back, lifted her into his arms, and said, So I will be taking her. Once again, question marks appeared among the nobles. Before carrying Angelica away, he did not forget to mock them. My wife seems to prefer staying with me over spending boring time with you. Then let us return, Queen. It was an act that showed absolutely no concern for the bewildered guests or the maids who would have to clean up afterward. Although it was somewhat sudden and dumbfounding, for the first time, I felt happy to see my husband. How can he do whatever he wants like that? At the Queen's palace, Sylvia and 2 other maids bowed respectfully. Raniero said to her, The Queen is not feeling well. Sylvia quickly replied, I will assist her, your Majesty. He carried Angelica past her. There is no need. I will do it. He gently set her down. She guessed inwardly, the Emperor seems to be gradually becoming more generous toward me. If this were right after our wedding, then no matter how awkward the circumstances, Raniero would probably have had a hard time dealing with it. Sylvia approached and asked quietly, Your Majesty, shall I bring more painkillers? Angelica answered with difficulty, Please, yes, I will prepare them. Raniero pulled over a chair, then sat down heavily with a sigh. You seem to always overestimate yourself. I did not expect you to think of appearing before people in that state. She immediately said, I am sorry, your Majesty. He poked her cheek with his finger. Should you feel fortunate that everyone gathered there was foolish? Is that not so? Yes, it really does seem that most people in this country are not that clever. She seemed to remember something. He smiled cheerfully when she went along with him. She sat up abruptly. No, is this not the time for your political meeting? How can you be here? He ignored the question and said, I did not go. Pardon. They were merely topics, not worth much discussion. I thought it would be better to come see what would happen after you gathered the noble ladies. The artist empire is famous as the greatest power in the world. Can politics really be handled so absurdly? She forced a smile and asked, What topics were they? He answered in a low voice, the Tunia Temple. She froze. The Tunia Temple. That is where the female lead, Serafina, is. She asked in surprise, the Tunia Temple? That is right. A letter came from there. It is a small, barren land with little power and no value to conquer. So the Tunia Temple does not receive even the slightest attention from artists. In the novel, Tunia had constantly asked the two great powers, Artis and Anlos, to ease tensions with each other. She asked cautiously, could it be because of the situation with Anlos? No, it is simply time for the eggs of the demonic beasts to hatch, and we have to subdue them. Hearing that shocked her. He continued, is it not laughable? Does killing demonic beasts count as mercy? It is truly contradictory to say that the God of mercy allowed them to descend onto this land. Yet there is no choice but to slaughter them. But you will do it anyway, will you not? A strange red light appeared in his eyes. Her hand tightened around the blanket as she thought, the Emperor will go because Rhaenyra likes bloodshed. As if unconcerned, he said, who knows? If they bow directly at my feet, perhaps I might bestow mercy upon them. Suddenly, I sensed Seraphina's presence. The temple will send envoys. What if Seraphina is among the envoys sent to the Empire? No, calm down. I have to think rationally. According to the plot of the original, Seraphina won't come because her first meeting with Rhaenyra happens in winter. But what if the timing of Seraphina's appearance has changed too? Just like Rhaenyra and I have become closer than in the original. What if the contents of the novel I remember are different? Seeing her sunk deep in thought, Rhaenyra pushed something in her mouth. It's candy. Don't you like it? Flustered, she replied. Thank you, your majesty. She thought to herself, he did this last time too. Does he think caring for a patient is just a game? Still, eating something sweet seems to help. Then she suddenly called out, your majesty, can you keep me alive until winter? For a moment, he looked startled, as if he had realized something. Then he smiled gently and answered, very well. I'll do my utmost to put the queen at ease. Seeing him move closer, she hurriedly said, your majesty, I'm a patient. I know. Phew, what am I even saying? And then he lowered his head and kissed her lips. Time passed, and the social gathering that had been canceled that day could not be held again because all of my attention had become focused on the Tunia Temple. I need information about the Tunia Temple since it didn't appear in the original novel. I know Seraphina won't come, but I still can't feel at ease. Who knows? The two of them might meet early, and if the original story changes, things will become awkward. If that happens, I'll lose my head before winter. I still haven't come up with an escape plan. Tunia, Holy Saint. Found it. The Holy Saint of Tunia is the most important person in the temple, and therefore does not leave the temple or come into contact with the outside world. And that was all. What is this? There's only one sentence? The original story was about the dreadful entanglement between the Holy Saint of Tunia and the great god Actala. I thought Tunia would have at least some degree of power. On the contrary, there were more stories about demonic beasts. So when they face a severe food shortage, does the Tunia temple catch and eat demonic beasts? Haha, surely not. Near the temple, the demonic beast territory has irregular breeding seasons. Their numbers are increasing, and they have even begun raiding human lands because of food shortages. This is called a wave. Then doesn't that mean the temple has always served as a shield? In any case, Seraphina really won't come, right? No, wait. If they go to the demonic beast territory, they might meet there through the Tunia temple. If so, then I have to follow along on the subjugation too. I'll follow them, and if the two of them meet, I'll run away immediately. A few days later, that day finally arrived. The first foreign delegation I met after my marriage happened to be people from the Tunia temple. She and Rhaenyra ran into each other in the corridor. He called gently, Angel, why did you skip breakfast again? Flustered, she replied, your majesty, I'm not feeling very well. I can't say I got indigestion because the envoys are coming. In that case, wouldn't it be better if you didn't attend the meeting with the envoys? Yes. She hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. No, I can't do that. He turned back and silently stared at her. She quickly let go. I apologize for grabbing you so suddenly, but I absolutely want to meet them. I'm an artist person too. He curled his lips and repeated the words she had just said. An artist person. That's right. You became my wife and became a person of artists. That's right. Because I am your majesty's wife, I am a person of artists. After that, Rhaenyra sat above and looked down at the group from the Tunia temple. Welcome to the land of the god Actala, believers of Tunia. The great son of the god Actala is honored to meet you, your imperial majesty. Huh? The archbishop came in person? If that's the case, then there he is. The holy knight of the Tunia temple, Eden, Seraphina's first love. The Holy Crusade Order of the Tunia Temple was an organization that gathered only powerful warriors who faced monsters. Eden was not an especially important character, but he was a promising knight who had risen to the top of the Crusade Order through innate martial talent. In the original, Eden was murdered by Rhaenyra simply because Seraphina kept longing for him, and his end was tragic. Don't panic. Since Eden is a holy knight, of course he could come here. Angelica looked at Eden, who had silently lowered his head. Rhaenyra spoke, cutting off her stream of thoughts. In that case, those who have come seeking help must have brought sincerity for me, haven't they? Of course, great son of the god Actala. Though it is modest, before the man could finish, Rhaenyra interrupted him. No, whatever you have, I will show a little mercy and accept none of the tribute you brought. She thought, why do I feel so uneasy? He looked at them coldly. Instead, all of you kneel and beg for salvation. The knights from the Tunia Temple were all shocked and said, what did you say? She smiled bitterly and thought I knew it. Rhaenyra ordered, now what are you doing? Beg and plead for my mercy. She looked at them and sighed inwardly. No wonder I feel sorry for them. But in the end, they have no choice but to kneel. Even if they go back, the strength of the Tunia Temple alone cannot handle the wave. What is the Archbishop still hesitating for? At times like this, you just close your eyes and kneel. At that moment, Eden strode forward proudly. She looked at him in surprise. Will Eden kneel? And just as she wondered, Eden knelt. The Archbishop was somewhat reluctant, but in the end they had no choice but to accept it, and all knelt at once. Seeing this, Rhaenyra smiled in satisfaction and said, Ahaha, how ridiculous. Angelica exclaimed inwardly, wow, he looks like a villain. In the end, return with the queen. Angelica thought to herself, it really is a little strange that Eden knelt first. The Eden described in the original was a stubborn holy knight with a rebellious temperament. He would never do something he thought was wrong. Even if everyone else knelt, he would raise his head. Wait, a servant's voice rang out, drawing her attention. So did you all see? I heard they're training. Mira asked curiously, how was it? The maid answered, I was truly surprised because they were more agile than expected. I thought that when it came to martial arts, nowhere could compare to the Empire. Angelica guessed inwardly. It seems the maids secretly went to watch. The envoys from the Tunia Temple had decided to stay in Artis for 10 days. Fine. As a person of Artis, I have to pay attention to them too. I'll do what I can. At that moment, Rhaenyra appeared and wrapped an arm around her waist. He called softly, Ange. She raised her head and replied, Your Majesty, why have you come here? Do I need a reason to come? I thought you would be busy, since you have to speak with the Archbishop. We can talk slowly later. She thought to herself, you ran away again because it was bothersome, didn't you? He asked, where are you going? I was only going to give instructions about dinner. Since we cannot notify everyone to sit at the table, I will probably wait for the related orders. Haha, my dear, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. I've already decided. So now you have nothing left to do, right? Then shall we return to the Queen's palace? Let's. She felt gloomy inside. He's following me again. He also glanced at her and thought, not long ago, she became concerned about the temple, abandoned the social gathering she had worked so hard to obtain, and searched the library for information about the Tunia Temple. Even though she was clearly unwell, she still received the temple's audience. The Queen's homeland, the Anlo's kingdom, and the distant Tunia Temple had no reason to have any dealings with each other. Rhaenyra recalled the way Angelica had looked at the people from the Tunia Temple, and it displeased him. The person who caught his attention most was Eden. That righteous gaze. At that moment, she put down her teacup and asked cautiously, Then have you decided who will have seats at the dinner party? He asked in return, What do you think? She thought for a moment, then answered, the Archbishop, the head of ceremonies, and 2 elderly priests according to rank. But now that I think about it, choosing like this seems rather dull, doesn't it? Rhaenyra said nothing and merely glanced at her. She smiled and continued, Actually, I don't know who is important. They're all people I met for the first time. He thought inwardly, if this had been 2 months ago, this answer would have been utterly boring. It seems she isn't thinking of facing that night at the dinner party. From the balcony, he slowly walked inside and sat down on a chair. He crooked a finger and called, Ange. She glanced toward him. She quickly stood and went to him. He took her wrist, satisfied. Obedience is good, but it would be so much better if she begged a little. Kiss me, Ange. Her cheeks flushed, and she did as he said. After that day, I instructed Sison to monitor Eden's movements. I'm not entirely sure, but perhaps he often goes to the library. Didn't you say he reads books whenever he has private time? Yes. The size and shape of the books are like the ones priests carry, and it's as if he is reading in secret. Reading in secret? Yes. He often hides the book inside his clothes and reads in places where no one is around. She frowned and pondered. A book he has to hide from people in the temple. A forbidden book? Am I thinking too baselessly? If I want to check whether my hypothesis is right, I can't leave everything to Sison. Sison, I won't be attending the match this time either. Your Majesty, that is, just say my body is unwell. I'm counting on you. She looked as if she wanted to say something, but could not get the words out. In the end, she nodded in agreement. Yes, she thought, if it's Sison, she won't say anything unnecessary to the Emperor. On the day of the match, Angelica said to Duchess Narelna, "Go watch the competition with the other maids." Yes, Her Majesty is ill and must stay in the palace. How can we go enjoy ourselves alone? Nothing special will happen. Isn't it only for a few hours? Sison alone is enough. All of you go. Duchess Narelna still looked worried and seemed to want to say more. She continued, "In truth, all of you want to watch the matches, don't you? Not long ago, at the social gathering, after I arranged the order for Duchess Narelna, she said again, actually, I also very much want to know who wins and loses. Go watch the matches and tell me who won. If that is the case, then we shall watch the results of victory and defeat with our own eyes." She waved goodbye to the maids. Seeing that they had gone, she turned and asked Sison, "At this time, there probably isn't anyone in the Imperial Library, right? Are you really going, Your Majesty? Don't worry, nothing special will happen, not at the library." She put on a black cloak and walked down the corridor. She felt relieved inside. There's no one. It seems everyone here also went to watch the friendly match. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't find it interesting, but they are people of artists. Over there was the palace the holy knights were using as lodging. If one went to the library, one would have to pass this road. And then Angelica saw Eden. She hid in the bushes and thought, there he is. Angelica hurriedly sprang to her feet and called out, "Wait a moment. I don't know what materials you're trying to find, but you probably won't find them." Hearing that, Eden turned his head. She explained, "If you're only a visitor, there aren't many books you're allowed to touch. I'm not looking for anything. I'm only looking around. Do you like books?" Edo. He had suddenly been spoken to, yet his reaction was very calm. "Calm down. What is your name?" He answered in a low voice. "Eden. I am Eden. I have dedicated my body and mind to the god Tunia and have no time to concern myself with the secular world. Do you have any other name besides that one?" "No. I have resolved to become a holy knight and burn all our ancient enemies." "I wasn't asking that." Eden stared at her blankly. "Aside from the name the god Tunia bestowed upon you, there's also the name given to you by the person who gave birth to that body, isn't there? If not, I will leave." Eden was shocked when he understood the implication in those words. Seeing him not answer, she grew anxious inside. Did I guess wrong? Only then did Eden reveal his real name. Cha Soo-jun. I knew it. Do you know the flower blooming beside the abyss? Edo. I read it. Since when? For me, about 2 months ago. Me too. May 18th. The same day then. I'm really surprised. So I'm not the only one who transmigrated here? What do I do? All this time, I thought I was the only one. Are you all right? I'm sorry. I ordered a maid to follow you. So that's what it was. Then what should I call you? Just call me Your Majesty the Queen. That's what everyone calls me now. Then, Your Majesty the Queen, it is an honor to meet you. I never thought there would be someone else in the same situation as me. Of course, I died on the first page in the original. I wonder how you knew. But did you simply compare my actions with the original? You acted differently from the original. How could I not notice? Still, I don't have time to stand here for long. We should keep this short and simple. I heard you've been secretly reading books. They're forbidden books, aren't they? I'm reading about forbidden magic. Forbidden magic that brought me to this world. I never thought of approaching the truth from that direction. The problem is that I've read too many novels of this genre. Since the setting was the default setup of the novel I was reading, I never even questioned why or how I transmigrated here. Since you said you thought you were the only one, it seems the Emperor is someone from the original, right? If only the Emperor had transmigrated here too. The problem is that he is still going mad exactly like in the original, and every day that passes feels like I'm sitting on thin ice. Then why is it only you and me? What we have in common is that we were minor characters who died in the original, or at least had death scenes. What will you do about that? Of course, I have to dispel the magic and return to the original world. Back to the place where I used to live. Back to the place where I used to live. But most beings who transmigrate here usually do not return to their original worlds. At the venue where the match was taking place, The neighing of horses was loud, and the knights on Tunia's side were struggling greatly. As for the artist's side, they looked relaxed, while the crowd shouted wildly, "Trample them! Trample them! Hurry up and end it!" Rhaenyra looked down at the match below, boredom clear in his eyes. He glanced at the queen's seat placed beside him. When one knight saw him stand, he called out in surprise, "Your Majesty." Rhaenyra said in boredom, "How dull." The queen's palace. Rhaenyra opened the door and stepped inside. Sison looked at him in shock and stammered, "Why, Your Majesty? What brings you here? Why are you so flustered that I came?" She lowered her head. That. He yanked the blanket off the bed. Sison cried out in fear, "Ack." His cold gaze interrogated her. "My wife said she was unwell. So where did she vanish to?" "Your Majesty, that is..." He ground his teeth and shouted, "Shut your mouth. I never gave you permission to open it. I'll hear the excuse from my wife." That holy night had left the Great Hall, and the queen had used illness as an excuse to be absent. How irritating. At that moment, Angelica and Eden were still talking. "So, Cha Su-hyun, you used to live at the Tunia Temple, right? I wonder, have you met Seraphina yet?" Because I had been extremely tense, perhaps afraid that Seraphina would join this delegation of envoys and meet the emperor. At the mention of her, Eden hesitated a little. "Seraphina? What is it? Is there a problem with Seraphina?" No, there is no problem with her at all. It's just that Could it be that you like her?" Eden was startled and denied it. "That is not it. It is the opposite, actually." "What do you mean the opposite? Is Seraphina different from the original work?" "No, I do not really know her personality either, because I did my utmost to avoid meeting her." "Is that so? But as time passes, the host's memories merge with us in some way. In truth, the emotions of the original body are so strong that the original self is being shaken, and what exists now is only a distorted image." So he could only say that he did not know much. He said, "Eden hated Seraphina." "What? Eden did what?" "I had thought Seraphina and Eden had mutual feelings for each other. Was that not the case?" He explained, rules and doctrine were Eden's life. He felt uncomfortable that the holy saint harbored feelings for a holy knight. What a shock. Eden had seen Seraphina that way. "Will you participate in the expedition?" "I have to go. There is something I want to see. The forgotten sacred sanctuary, the boundary line separating mages and humans. If I cannot find a clue through ordinary means, I have to take a risk. I know the plot well, and I also agree that it would be better to find out why we are here. Then I will first investigate in the Imperial Library. I will be grateful if you did. If there is new information, I will tell you through the Tunia Temple." "Through the Tunia Temple? Are you going along on the expedition too?" "I had originally planned to go, but I have not told the Emperor yet that I will." "Do not ask me why I am going." Eden thought to himself, "Is there some reason?" "Understand. It would be better if we did not have any more contact for now." "Yes, it would be better for you to return before the friendly match ends." "Yes, then I will go." And so the two of them returned to their own places. Angelica hurried back to her room. "Phew, thank goodness. I returned safely." She opened the door and stepped inside with a smile. "Phew, Sison, I'm back." Her smile was quickly extinguished, and instead her eyes widened in shock. Rhaenyra was sitting in a chair, his chin propped on his hand, questioning her. "You said you were unwell." Mira avoided her gaze. When Rhaenyra saw that she did not answer, he said, "You must have been wandering around again." She answered with an awkward laugh. Did your Majesty not go to watch the great match?" Her hands were trembling with fear. I had a headache, so I went for a little walk and came back." "Your hands are shaking quite a lot. Or did you just get stabbed somewhere?" That is because why your Majesty is making a frightening expression. Suddenly, he asked her directly, "You met that holy knight, didn't you?" At those words, her heart pounded as if it would leap out. "Could it be that you were suspecting me?" Rhaenyra asked himself, suspecting her? Just because the two of them did not appear at the same time and were in the same place. Is this concern an overreaction? What exactly is the problem? Even if my wife likes that man, is there any need to be angry? Because the great son of the god Actala does not feel jealousy. How could a human be jealous of an ant? If my wife wants that holy knight, I can just think of him as a toy and give him to her. Then it is fine. There is nothing special about it. Thinking that, he reached his hand toward Angelica. When she saw that, she was frightened. "Hey!" She sank to the floor, her voice trembling. "I am not lying. Why, you know that." He gave a crooked smile and did not answer. Tears fell from her eyes as she choked out. If I am found out, what should I do? That would be truly, truly frightening." He knelt on one knee and said gently, "That's right. You are right." He thought to himself. Anja's every thought showed on her face. She was extremely weak and unacceptable. Suddenly, Rhaenyra hugged her tightly. She asked in surprise. Are you not angry? He told himself. If I say I am angry, she will probably be frightened again. He answered gently. I am not angry. That was the first time. Angelica had completely deceived Raniero. While the two of them did not know it, a small reversal was occurring in this relationship. Night fell. Sison said, Your Majesty, I will bring tea. Angelica clutched her head and screamed inwardly. I thought I was going to die. I really hate this now. This feeling is horrible. Maybe I will die before I can escape. Just because I was not in the palace, Raniero could not possibly be that angry. To him, I'm only an insignificant prey. There is clearly another reason. Is it because I met Eden? But why would he be so angry about that? Could he have discovered the truth that I am plotting something? No, there is no way. No one knows that Eden and I do not belong to this world. In any case, for the time being, I should not leave Raniero's sight. For me, the most important thing was not going against Raniero's mood. That should have been the case. Eden seemed to avoid someone's gaze and hid behind another holy night. Raniero was staring fixedly at him. Angelica had not expected things to turn out this way. How did it end up like this? Raniero asked. I did not know the Holy Knight Order had a hobby of strolling through gardens. The brown-haired knight could only laugh awkwardly. The Imperial Palace is so beautiful that every time we look around, it feels new to us. Eden stood behind him in silence. Angelica, standing beside Raniero, felt uneasy inside. That's right, just pretend we do not know each other. She turned back, linked arms with Raniero, and smiled awkwardly. Your Majesty, let us go. That. He wrapped an arm around her waist. What use is there in behaving so heartlessly? What is with this sudden kindness? He smiled and stroked her head. I wonder if your sleeping quarters have been uncomfortable. Thanks to your Majesty's consideration, we rested very comfortably last night. Is that so? And how are the meals? Do the dishes here suit the tastes of those from Tunia? She cried out inwardly. This is so embarrassing. Why does he keep stroking me? In front of the maids, it was usually fine. But now that she was paying close attention today, something was very different. I heard he was just as insane as in the original work. I'm going crazy. It is even scarier when he acts like this now. Suddenly, he called her name. Ange. Yes. He suddenly kissed her on the lips, startling her. Huh. The two of them kissed in front of everyone. She let out a small moan. Musa. This is so embarrassing. But Raniero was directing a meaningful gaze toward Eden. When Eden saw his gaze, he froze. Angelica's face turned completely red as she stammered. What is this? Everyone, please do not look at me. Why, your Majesty? The knights must move on as well. Gee, goodbye. Raniero observed Eden's reaction and said calmly, That is true. In any case, the queen desperately wishes to be alone with me. You may go ahead. After that, he embraced Angelica and brushed past Eden. Eden sensed that he had done it deliberately, while Raniero smiled triumphantly. Meanwhile, Angelica was lost in thought. That must be it. When we met in the Imperial Garden, Raniero was looking at Eden. Does he know that Eden and I met? Does he mean I should not wander around anymore? Could he know about the conversation from that day? She held out a letter and gave it to Sison. Sison, deliver this to Eden. You absolutely must not open it and read it. Yes. On the other side, Eden picked up the letter and read it. The contents of the letter said, What should we do? His Majesty may have noticed what is between us. Sison instructed him. Her Majesty said to make sure you send a reply. After receiving the reply, Angelica read its contents with trembling hands. It does not seem to be the case. After reading it, she angrily tore the letter apart. What do you mean? It does not seem to be the case. Cha Su-hyun is supposed to be smart, Sison thought, a little surprised. The princess is becoming strange. Her living environment had also changed a great deal compared to when she was in the Kingdom of Amlos. On the day her engagement to the Artis Empire was decided, the princess cried without stopping, so I pitied her deeply. She had to decide to marry and leave her homeland. Angelica, who had become queen, was like a different person. Even so, I am Angelica's maid. I have to say it. At that moment, Sison cautiously approached Angelica and asked directly, Your Majesty, I have something to say. I already know. Sison was surprised. Pardon? Could it be about me and the holy night of the Tunia Temple? You're worried about whether I am doing something improper, aren't you? It is not what you think. I am sorry for making you suspicious and for making you suffer. Sison could only bite her lip and remain silent. Tears ran down her cheeks. If it is not something improper, then how could you not tell me? There has never been anything like this before. Your Majesty. Angelica reached out, wiped away her tears, and comforted her. Oh no, why are you crying? There is no other choice. I will tell you, I have not the slightest selfish interest in that holy night. You may make me swear if you want. What I'm truly interested in is the holy saint of the Tunia Temple. Come to think of it, when did I first start researching the Tunia Temple? To be exact, it was before the Tunia Temple delegation arrived, right? I only asked him about the holy saint of Tunia. Half truth, half lie. Sison began to ask a barrage of questions. Then why that person? If your Majesty wanted to ask about the holy saint, there are archbishops and others. Angelica stammered as she explained. That is, because he looked like he had no friends. Ever since the audience, he has been separated from the others every day and has even been reading books said to be forbidden. Rather than an archbishop, it seemed that a knight who does not feel a sense of belonging to that organization might tell me about the saint without thinking too much. Is that so? What a relief. I did not know that either. I am sorry, Your Majesty. Angelica waved her hands and said, It is all right. I'm not deliberately betraying my husband and fooling around with another man. Rhaenyra stood behind the door and heard her entire conversation. Angelica still smiled happily and said, So do not worry. Without realizing it, he smiled. Angelica cherished that maid very much. He had heard that they had been together like real sisters since the kingdom of Anlos. Everything they were saying now was true. The two of them continued talking, unaware that he was outside. I thought wrong. Recently, Your Majesty has also been getting along very well with His Imperial Majesty. She laughed loudly. That's right. It feels like only yesterday that Your Majesty cried all day because you did not want to get married, but now you have adapted very well and become a respected queen. It is true that it is a little tiring, but I think His Majesty treats me fairly well. He was satisfied with her answer. Very well indeed. Sison knelt and asked, As time passes, Your Majesty will come to love this empire more too, won't you? If I do not die during the winter hunt. Rhaenyra was startled by her words. The winter hunt. She is paying attention to the winter hunt? I had forgotten it myself. In any case, the holy saint of the Tunia Temple, does Ange have some reason to be so interested in that girl? I should take a look during the expedition as well. Under the night sky of the Artis Empire, Rhaenyra remarked, The moon is beautiful tonight. She answered awkwardly, Yes it is. What is this? Did that archbishop flatter Rhaenyra, or something? The queen seems to be in a very good mood too. As he said that, he casually lay down on her soft lap. She answered, It is because Your Majesty seems happy. Is that so? Does that make my darling happy? Is that a little strange? Yes, strange and absurd. I suppose I look a little ridiculous too, you know. My darling is that kind of person. She thought to herself. Normally, he is not the type to like my answers so much that he becomes pleased like this. Suddenly, he took her hand and gently placed it on his forehead. She thought, Does he want me to stroke him? He suddenly asked. Then, aside from liking it when I am in a good mood, what else do you like? She hesitated. Why are you asking that? Rhaenyra was truly strange today. What does he need to know what I like for? Is he actually paying attention to my mood? Other than his own mood, nothing matters to him. Suddenly, he asked, Why did your hand stop? See? His own mood is always the most important thing. Rhaenyra sat up and said, Since my darling is a person of Artis, you must love Artis, mustn't you? Why is he saying such ordinary things today? This makes me uneasy. She asked, You have been the crown prince of Artis ever since you were born, haven't you? Is there a problem? Ask me anything you want to know. If that is the case, then I want to escape the Artis Empire and live in another country. If possible, please do not come to the Queen's palace either. I have always wanted to say that. Thinking so, she voiced her wish. I want to go with Your Majesty on the demonic beast expedition. May I? I know that is not an answer to your question. Well, you asked what would make me happy if I received it, did you not? If you allow me to go with you now, I will be very happy. Rhaenyra remained silent and did not answer. As expected, it is a little strange. I am scared. I said that I want to go to such a bloody scene. Suddenly, he agreed and said, Very well. If my darling wants to go with me, you may. She stared blankly and thought. This is the first time he has made an expression like this. It is truly surprising to see that expression from none other than Rhaenyra Artis. He was always described as the great demon of Artis, and the essence of him that I have seen until now was almost the same as that. But the expression he has now looks harmless, incredibly bright. At that point, she asked, Are you pleased? He pressed her hand against his face and answered in a low, warm voice, Yes. She doubted herself. Am I too weak against appearances? I must not be deceived. He is someone who can become frightening at any moment. His attitude will also change depending on his mood. Just a few days ago, his true nature. I have to be wise. This is only a moment. This man is fickle. By tomorrow, he will return to the Raniero artist I know. However, contrary to my expectations, the Raniero I knew did not return. It was as if someone had poured magical sugar powder into him. At that moment, the Archbishop said, "During this time, thanks to your Majesty's gracious care, the entire delegation has been able to rest." Raniero smiled and replied, "It was nothing. Thinking that I must meet you again during the demonic beast expedition truly gives me a headache." At that, the two of them stared at each other with murderous intent. Angelica thought helplessly. In the end, he still has to make a jab at the Archbishop. I was right. The funny thing was that he was only pleasant to me. He came closer, wrapped his arm around her waist, and asked, "Are you bored?" No. She screamed inwardly. Raniero artist is acting like the male lead in a romance novel. Besides, why me? If I think about it objectively, Raniero becoming affectionate is a good thing, but I cannot accept it right away. Oh, I do not know anymore. We got married at the beginning of spring. He used to hate me so much that he did not even want to touch me, but lately he keeps asking what things I like. Will I be able to escape before Raniero loses interest? On this side, Raniero was no less deep in thought. He looked at the wine glass in his hand and wondered, what is the matter? Angelica did not answer my question honestly. I was only curious about what she liked, yet she asked to go with me on the demonic beast expedition. A few days ago, after I eavesdropped on Angelica and her maid's conversation, a desire arose within me. Ange always had a frightened expression in front of me, and she even smiled less and made less eye contact. I was curious. I wanted to see her face smiling more brightly. I longed to have her. I wished that she would love me. If Ange knew what I was thinking in my head, she would probably collapse. At the Artist's Imperial Library, Angelica looked out the window and thought to herself, autumn is already here. Next week, I'll leave this place with the punitive expedition. During this time, I've read nearly every book related to magic in the Imperial Library, but there was absolutely no story about people from another world coming to this one. Cha Soo-hyun and I are the only ones. There has never been another exception. If so, was being transported here just an accident? As expected, there's no other way but to go to the abandoned sacred ground that Cha Soo-hyun mentioned. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. I remember you used to be reading a different book. Have you shifted your interest elsewhere now? She tried to stay calm and answered, Your Majesty, I just read this and that. The truth is, I'm looking for ancient magic in Cha Soo-hyun's place. Is there something you want to see during this punitive expedition? No, I'm not looking for anything in particular. Then, what about the Holy Saint? The one who never leaves the temple. Startled, she stammered, The Holy Saint of Tunia Temple? Why are you suddenly interested, Your Majesty? Don't tell me. Do you want to meet the Holy Saint? Seeing her reaction, I thought she would like it if I talked about something she was interested in. He smiled and asked, And what if I do? She immediately protested fiercely. No, you can't. He said in confusion. Whether or not I am interested in Tunia's Holy Saint, what reason do you have to try so hard to stop me? That the Holy Saint. Roses are also beautiful enough to make one sigh. He continued, So? She answered in distress. If Your Majesty has set your eyes on her, I would be in a very difficult position. Things like that are not acceptable. So my love wants to bind me. No, that's not it. It's just that it doesn't make sense at all. No, I don't mean that. Of course, Your Majesty can look at her if you wish. That is true, but... He interrupted and asked, If that is not it, does my love dare to monopolize me? She answered fearfully, How could I dare? Suddenly, Raniero changed his attitude. He smiled and said, What's this? That is not bad either. Do that. She froze at his suggestion. He gently raised his hand and stroked her head. Do more of it. At least during this punitive expedition. Could you please not pay attention to the Holy Saint? He smugly agreed, Very well. He thought to himself, a request that only I can fulfill. Only me. 10 days later, the punitive expedition to the demonic beast's territory set out. Raniero rode a horse, and I got into a carriage. I knew how to ride as well, but Raniero absolutely insisted that I take the carriage. In any case, I would have to get out and ride a horse part way through. The fastest way to reach the area where signs of the wave had appeared was to pass through the foothills of the mountain range separating Somnia and artists. But because this was not a well-paved road, the carriage would not be able to enter. Still, being able to travel there comfortably was not a disadvantage for me. I brought only Sison and Sylvia, just in case something bad happened. If I had to flee urgently, the fewer people there were, the better. Sylvia, everyone seemed to think that I had seized Sylvia as a trophy of war, while she was boasting about the victor's madness. So as my reputation rose, Sylvia's reputation fell. Even if I did something suspicious in the punitive expedition area, Sylvia would not be able to tell anyone, because no one would listen to the powerless Sylvia. I had thought Sylvia was very strong. At last, after 3 days, we reached the final mountain range. It was a march that required constant walking. As expected, all the people of Actala had excellent stamina. I came as far by carriage, and I'm still this tired. Suddenly, Rhaenyra opened the carriage door and said, "Come out." Startled, she answered, "Your Majesty." He carefully lifted her up and set her down on the ground. She thought to herself, haven't they not prepared the sleeping quarters yet? Why'd he call me here? Suddenly, he asked, does my love like beautiful things? Yes, well, of course I do. All at once. He took her hand and cheerfully pulled her along. Then let us go. After some time, she inwardly exclaimed, it's already dark. We've been walking for 20 minutes. Where are we going so deep inside? At that moment, he stopped before her eyes, which shone with surprise. He smiled and said, people like my love usually call small, sparkling things beautiful, do they not? At those words, she cried out, oh my. The two of them stood beneath a mysterious, shimmering sky. Now, if you're satisfied, smile for me. He repeated, if you're satisfied, smile for me, Ange. She looked down at her feet. Everywhere she looked, there were fragrant flowers and sparkling moths fluttered about. She reached out, then threw her arms around him. Your Majesty. Their lips gradually drew closer, and they exchanged a kiss in a romantic field of flowers. She let out a soft moan. A moment later, their lips parted, and he whispered, Ange. Unexpectedly, he pushed her down into the dreamlike field of flowers. He kept calling, Ange, Ange. She thought to herself, this is nothing like usual. If he wanted to do as he pleased, why would he need to call my name like this? Rhaenyra is holding himself back because he wants to see me smile. He brought me here because my feelings are important to him. Thinking that, she took the initiative and kissed him on the lips. He was a little surprised, then asked happily, Ange, if there is anything else you like, tell me. She answered, then peace. Peace is very good, but you think peace is very boring. Is there anything else? I don't know. You have already guessed it, haven't you? His hand slowly grasped her skirt. Perhaps I am being too easy. Still, is it all right to let things continue like this? How should I think about this answer? The man before me is the great death god of war, a demon on the battlefield. He is someone who always believes everyone else is inferior, someone who pursues only his own pleasure without caring about anyone else's feelings. Because of this man, I have stood at death's door countless times. Even so, how can that same person say such sweet words? Thinking that, she spoke up boldly. Does that mean I am special to you? Rhaenyra seemed to evade the question as he said, I told you there are many questions. I'm asking because I am curious. Only then did he give his answer. You are an exceptional existence. When you are troubled, when you cry, or are afraid, I remember every one of those moments. But I do not know what you look like when you smile. I rarely see you smile. She thought in astonishment. So he wants to make me smile? He asked in disappointment. It seems you like this place, so why are you not smiling? She thought again, whether it is a moonless night or a sky full of stars, as if night rain might suddenly fall, or flowers swaying gently in the wind. Until now, I have walked through the dazzling imperial palace like this, but I have never felt enchanted in this way. At that point, she asked happily, how did you know about this place? I did not see a single flower on the way up here. Of course you did not. There were none to see. These flowers absorb sunlight during the day and glow at night. Flowers that bloom in places without sunlight cannot shine like this. You know a great deal. What use do these flowers have? Use? Since you know so much about them, I thought they must be a flower with some very practical function. He lightly touched the flowers, then gently stroked her hair and said, well, there is none. She asked in surprise, then was it only because you thought I would like them? There is no other meaning to this. He smiled and answered, yes. She wanted to know more. Why is that? You ask too many questions. Let us stop here. Wait a moment. If you answer me, then I will smile. Other than thinking I would like it, does this field of flowers truly have no meaning? He smiled again and answered, yes, that is right. The scene changed. The archbishop came out to welcome them. Welcome, great son of the god Actala. Skip the meaningless greetings. We have fully prepared food and clothing for the knights on our side, so you need only prepare sleeping quarters. Angelica understood the implication. The supplies and food you have are too shabby, so I will handle them myself. Those people must be annoyed, but taking care of this many knights would be like breaking the neck of a poor temple. Even knowing the temple's circumstances clearly, he was not wrong. Raniero put his arm around Angelica's shoulder and said, "In gratitude for this decision, sincerely prepare accommodations for me and my wife." She was still immersed in thought. Martial power is virtue, and weakness is vice. Artis has no sense of guilt about plundering in war. At that moment, she finally noticed his behavior and thought, this is a workplace. He smiled and asked, "What is it, Ange?" She looked at him and thought blankly, "That makes me." This place is Tunia Temple. The surrounding village felt terribly desolate. Even though such a large procession passed through, not a single person came outside. For the first time, I realized that people regarded Artis as a symbol of fear. At that moment, Raniero asked, "Now, I have a meeting with the leader of the Holy Knights. Does the Queen wish to participate?" She asked in return. "If it is a meeting," he continued, "we will mainly discuss the positions of the mages and the scale of the wave." "Ah, then I will wait until mealtime." He stroked her head regretfully. "Is that so? What a pity." She thought in confusion. A pity? He turned and left. "See you later, my queen." She thought to herself, Raniero has definitely changed. Now I have no choice but to acknowledge that that violent man likes me. But perhaps he will change when he meets Serafina. This concerns my life, so I have to be cautious. Just in case, I told Sison to bring a money pouch, but I cannot run away now. I need time to figure out where I should flee to. Suddenly, Cha Soo-hyun appeared behind her and covered her mouth. "Shoo!" she cried out in surprise. "Cha Soo-hyun, I'm sorry for covering your mouth. It is forbidden to make loud noises inside the temple. In any case, I was looking for you." Where is Serafina? Is there any chance we might run into her by accident in the punitive expedition area this time? That will not happen. I have arranged everything. If the original story begins earlier than expected, I would be in trouble too. I petitioned the High Archbishop for an inspection tour. For the people worried about the wave, the Holy Saints inspection tour will become a great source of strength. She inwardly exclaimed, "Wow, that is a very reasonable excuse. This person is really useful." So Serafina is on the road now? Yes, not only the temple, but also the small villages on the outskirts. It will probably take some time for her to return. I never thought everything would go this smoothly. Cha Soo-hyun, did you gather anything from the Imperial Library? That. I could not find any material about the existence of this world, nor any stories about souls entering another person's body. If so, there is no other choice but to go to the abandoned sacred ground, she thought. I do not know what is there either, so I cannot dampen his hopes. I do not know whether I will remain here or join the punitive expedition. I think I will probably follow along on the expedition. The Emperor likely wants that. He asked in surprise. The Emperor wants that, she asked in a small voice. Cha Soo-hyun, I do not know if this sounds strange, but that man seems to like me. Suddenly, Cha Soo-hyun said, I already knew that. She stared blankly at his expression. What? When we met in the garden, he seemed to be showing off that he was your husband. She stammered, at that time, yes, that is true. Cha Soo-hyun apologized guiltily, because I recklessly sent you that signal that day, even though it was dangerous. You truly were not perceptive at all. She tightly gripped the hem of her dress. The original story has changed so much. I'm worried about whether or not. Yes, I understand what you mean. But if so, just suppose, the original story is completely wrong, and he looks at Serafina without feeling anything at all. Cha Soo-hyun asked, regarding the secret between the two of you, will you still stay here? She hesitated. Cha Soo-hyun understood her answer and said, all right. That answer is enough. Do you think I will stay? Why? How embarrassing. I was very excited when I saw Raniero seeming to like me. When had he caught hold of her arm? No, even if you choose to stay, I will understand. The environment here may be better for you than that side. I'm not judging you. Absolutely not. When that phrase appeared, this environment, it brought back some unpleasant memories from her past. Suppose I do decide to stay here. If you need my help to return, I will gladly help you. It probably would not be good for us to remain in contact any longer than this. We should separate now. After that incident, she thought to herself, if he sees Serafina and feels nothing at all, there is no way something like that could happen. That is the safest conclusion. Will the changed Rhaenyra continue to care about me like this? Or will he be captivated by Seraphina the moment he sees her? If we just get past the obstacle of Seraphina, will everything be over? What guarantee is there that, even as time passes, he will not grow tired of me? If I knew the answer, perhaps I could have answered Cha Soo-hyun's question. Now that I think about it, everyone in the temple is single, so of course they only have beds like this. What a pity. Such a pity. Huh? What is this? Am I thinking that it is a pity? Do I actually want to stay here? To be honest, I had not been very happy in that world to begin with. On the contrary, it had been a terrible life. I was so poor that my only hobby was reading novels that cost a few thousand won each, and I had no friends. However, Angelica Amlos is a well-educated and cherished princess, and she also has a loyal friend named Sison. There is no guarantee that Rhaenyra will love me forever. If I think rationally, it is true that I should leave. Suddenly, she stopped her train of thought. Who is it? A voice came from the bedroom door. It is me. She thought, did I not lock the door? What is that? In Rhaenyra's hands were a plate of food and a glass of water. The queen's food. You skipped dinner. She thought to herself, both of them are my favorite snacks. The two sat down together. He picked up some food and held it before her eyes. She obediently opened her mouth and took it. She inwardly exclaimed, so sweet. Do your best starting tomorrow. If it suits your taste, hurry and eat. She thought to herself, in the end, no matter how sweet he is still Rhaenyra Artis. Unless this fear I have of him disappears, I will not be able to fully embrace him in my heart. It is only a matter of time. The two of them sat on the bed like that, gazing at each other. After a while, Angelica had finished the entire plate of food. Suddenly, he complained, the bed is small. Even one person would struggle to lie on it. Angelica answered nervously, because it is a single bed. Rhaenyra drew closer and gently stroked her hair. That is what I mean. My queen. He caressed her hair, making her heart pound uncontrollably. Her mouth stammered, but Rhaenyra lifted her chin, stopping her from speaking further. At the same time, he drew closer, making her even more flustered. This is bad. My heart feels like it is about to burst. Angelica squeezed her eyes shut, then suddenly pushed Rhaenyra away with all her strength and said, I don't want this. Seeing that, Rhaenyra was somewhat surprised. He said nothing and simply stared at her. Angelica worried inwardly. What should I do? He looks extremely surprised. She unconsciously gripped the bedsheet tightly. How strange. She recalled the sweet moments she had spent with him, then suddenly realized, I had never imagined refusing his hand. That was right. Rhaenyra had never been rejected by anyone since the day he was born. This was serious. She had to resolve it before he became angry. Flustered, she explained, I was only joking, Your Majesty. Why are you so surprised? I was just joking, he said darkly and curtly. Ange, trembling in fear, she stammered, I apologize. He really was angry after all. No matter what, she had to soothe Rhaenyra's mood. Your Majesty, I apologize. If it was my fault. Rhaenyra cut her off and said, No, I am not angry. She asked in surprise, Pardon? Pardon? Suddenly, he pulled her into his arms. I'm not angry, so do not cry and do not be afraid. What? Why? As she lay in that warm embrace, she gradually calmed down. She wondered, is he truly not angry? He said softly, It seems the long journey has tired my beloved. By then, Angelica had regained her composure and was even enjoying a little. He gently stroked her head. Then he placed her head on his lap. Go to sleep, Ange. Just then, a maid brought over a covered plate and hesitantly said, Your Majesty, this. Angelica asked curiously, Who are you? What is that? The maid did not answer, only saying, Please open it. Confused, she lifted the lid. When she saw what was inside, she was horrified and screamed inwardly. Jack, terrified out of her wits, she dropped the plate, and a head with jet black hair fell out. It rolled all the way to Rhaenyra's feet. The corner of his mouth lifted, and then he burst into a chilling laugh. Stunned, she stammered, Rhaenyra. A question suddenly rang beside her ear. Will you stay here? The voice came from Eden's severed head. Are you sure? The terrifying sight made her step back. Ike then. When she glanced at the girl then, she could not help being shocked. She cried. Seraphina, before she could understand what was happening. Rhaenyra pulled her back and whispered, Ange, my winter prey. She thought to herself, how strange. Why are Rhaenyra and Seraphina? What is she saying? It seems like she wants to tell me something. At that moment, she heard someone call her name and open her eyes with a start. Rhaenyra reassured her anxiously, Come to your senses. inch. Her face was pale, and she could not breathe. She stammered, nightmare. I had a nightmare. Because of that, her hands trembled. How strange. I was so afraid of death. And yet in the dream, I wanted to flee toward death. The next day, as she looked in the mirror, she thought, now I know why Rhaenyra was gripping my wrist so tightly. If Rhaenyra had not stopped her, she might have left even more serious marks. At last, the day of the punitive expedition arrived. Come to your senses. Forget that dream. Angelica went to the temple, and the archbishop asked with concern, did you rest comfortably last night? Yes. Did you have a good day as well, Archbishop? Thanks to the help of the faith of Actala, I feel less tense. That is a relief. Where will everyone go first today? We will head northwest. Today, we will reach an old sacred place. It is very close to the border, but now it has become demonic beast territory. So, you're going to reclaim it? Yes. If we can turn it into Tunia's land today, morale will rise even higher. This was the idea of the most sincere, holy knight. The deep faith of the young truly is astonishing. She smiled and said, I see. But inwardly, she said, an honest holy knight? Archbishop, he has another scheme. Suddenly, Rhaenyra came over and called to her, Queen, can you go? Taken by surprise, she was flustered. Yes, she secretly guessed. Is it because of last night? I'm very tired, but if it is a sacred place, I am a little worried. Would it be better to stay here? After thinking that, she turned and asked the archbishop, if you go and come back, about how long will it take? About 2 weeks. The answer made her gape in shock. 2 weeks means it will take about 2 weeks to reach the sacred place. Wait, or does it mean they will reach the sacred place today, but the punitive expedition will last about 2 weeks? In other words, I could have 2 weeks to investigate the sacred place without paying attention to Rhaenyra. The punitive force will pass through the sacred place and go even farther to exterminate the demonic beasts. During that time, if I visit the holy site reclaimed by Tunia Temple every day, I may be able to learn more about Eden. After careful consideration, she smiled and replied, I will rest here. Your Majesty, please go and return safely. He asked worriedly, are you still tired? Flustered, she searched for an excuse and explained, if I go, I may hinder you. Do you think I would be hindered because of you? That is not what I mean. I hate the thought of slowing the army's advance. So what I mean is, I want you to finish the work quickly and return to the Imperial Palace with me, to our home, to the Artis Empire. After saying that, she looked at him expectantly. In the end, he gave his consent and turned away. I will return as quickly as possible. She waved goodbye in relief. Phew, this much should end things peacefully, right? She asked the archbishop. If we reclaim the sacred place, will I be able to enter it? I am very interested in mercy. I studied it the entire time I was in the library. The archbishop exclaimed in surprise. Is that so? Yes, visiting the sacred place is also deeply meaningful. I promise I will not touch anything. At the same time, the army led by Rhaenyra was heading toward that sacred place. A soldier frowned and remarked, they really are cruel. Eden did not hear clearly and asked, what? I mean the Artis Knights. They're looking forward to the battle. I can feel the anticipation here too. Eden nodded in agreement. He noticed Rhaenyra, who looked displeased at the front, and thought to himself, compared to that, Rhaenyra's expression is truly gloomy. Is it because the queen did not come along? It is surprising that something like that can affect his mood to this extent. The queen has allowed herself to challenge the emperor's mood. My impression now is that he is a completely different person from the one in the novel. Is it because novels tend to exaggerate and describe only one side of a character? As they marched, they heard the furious cries of the demonic beasts. Before anyone knew it, Rhaenyra had plunged into the middle of the demonic beasts. The soldiers exclaimed excitedly, as expected of the great son of Actala. Unbelievable. He handled that many all by himself. Before them stood Rhaenyra, alone amid the demonic beasts sprawled across the ground. Eden shuddered and wondered, is that really human? Arrogant and conceited, exactly like in the novel. The moment he encountered the demonic beasts, he charged out and fought alone. The demonic beasts had not been completely exterminated, but they no longer had the strength to fight. Seeing that, Eden gritted his teeth and gripped his sword. Ugh. Rhaenyra thought to himself, the demonic beasts are not completely dead yet. Did I make a mistake? No. Seeing him curl his lips into a smile, Eden froze. Could it be? At that moment, Rhaenyra raised his gleaming sword high and ordered, advance. At his command, everyone charged into battle. They rode their horses madly toward the demonic beasts. Eden was secretly shocked when he realized that all the demonic beasts were being trampled to death by the horses' hooves. Rhaenyra had kept the monsters alive for this purpose. Is this the great son of Actala, Rhaenyra Artis? The farther he gets from Angelica, the more something seems to awaken inside Rhaenyra. Not long after, they cleared the path to the sacred place. The place was now completely a nest of demonic beast eggs. Someone looked through binoculars and reported, "This area is surrounded by demonic beast eggs." Rhaenyra said calmly, "That is why they attacked so fiercely. Damn it, it is blasphemous for them to lay eggs right in the sacred place. What should we do? Some have already hatched. Have any of you ever seen demonic beast eggs hatch right before your eyes?" "No, sir." Rhaenyra smiled leisurely and said, "Is that so? Then today you will see it." The army entered into fierce close combat with the demonic beasts. Rhaenyra moved straight inward and ordered, "Kill the young and capture the mothers alive. Do not touch the eggs." They answered, "Yes, sir." The battle entered its final phase, and another demonic beast fell. A soldier shouted, "Clear away the dead bodies." Eden turned pale and thought, "I'm going to throw up." Rhaenyra Artis really is insane. In that hellish battle, he killed demonic beasts without the slightest tremor. Now he is stealing their eggs and treating it as entertainment. Suddenly, someone questioned him. Wait, why are you sparing the unhatched eggs? If we do it now, we could dispose of them easily." Rhaenyra said calmly, "Then it would not be fun." Just then, a soldier hurried over to report, "The eggs have hatched. Then did you kill the young?" "No, they hatched, but the young did not attack. With all due respect, they think of us as their mothers." This made him laugh with delight. "Excellent. Now it is even more fun. Post guards and keep watch until all the eggs have hatched. If the eggs continue hatching, the young will firmly believe we are both their mothers and their food." "That is right. Newborn children must be very hungry, no?" Then for them, not far away, Eden heard all of his orders and could not help feeling a chill run down his spine. I no longer know who the real demonic beast is. That evening, Eden shone a lamp on the pile of demonic beast eggs. With a stiff smile, he thought, "Disgusting. This place already has things I normally would never see in the real world. There are no cracks in the shells, so for now, they probably will not hatch. Now I should be able to investigate the area a little." Thinking that, he turned and went elsewhere. He went to the library of the sacred place and looked around. "Is this room it? I thought it would be huge, but it is smaller than I expected." After walking around for a while, he suddenly stopped. The faint light from the oil lamp shone upon a door. Eden wondered, is it made of stone? The door was open, and there seemed to be a side passage behind it, but it was very narrow to enter. Something was also written on the door handle. "If you have prepared the blood of Actala, open it with the sword of Tunia." The blood of Actala, the sword of Tunia. If it means the bloodline of Actala, then it is probably referring to the blood of the great son of Actala, Rhaenyra Artis. But what is the sword of Tunia? I have no clue about the sword. Should I first look for related documents? If there is no heart, I will tell the archbishop. While Eden was thinking, someone interrupted him. "Hey, what are you doing here? The eggs are about to hatch. I think we need to watch together soon, so the children imprint on us." Eden jumped and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I know. Let us go." The soldier complained, "Honestly, no matter how much I called, you did not hear me. What were you looking at on that blank wall?" Hearing that, he froze, then turned to look at the wall and said, "You are right. There is nothing on this wall. What is this? Not fun at all. Hurry and follow me. If this keeps up, we will miss the hatching." Eden continued pondering. A wall with nothing on it? Then the two of them quietly left the library. On the second day after the punitive force departed, news came that they had successfully reclaimed the land faster than expected. Sison said, "I will change your bandages." "Please do." Meanwhile, Angelica looked around anxiously. The injured knights from the punitive force said they had returned early, so they came to the infirmary. "It seems Cha Su-hyun is not here." "It is a relief he is not here, but why have the holy knights returned looking like this?" She spoke up. "It seems this reclamation battle was very difficult." The young man smiled awkwardly and replied, No, it was not that. But even though the opponents were demonic beasts, Actala's strategy was completely." Angelica was curious. "What strategy?" "The demonic beasts laid eggs in their den. After the great son of Actala stole the eggs, they imprinted on us as their mothers the moment they hatched. And mother demonic beasts are usually food for their young." Hearing that, Angelica could not help being stunned. Suddenly, medicine bottles fell to the floor. Sylvia said nervously, I apologize. Angelica looked at her worriedly. Sylvia, seeing her body trembling violently, she looked truly pitiful. Angelica said, Sison, please continue watching over the infirmary for a while. Yes, Your Majesty. The knights must be thirsty as well. I will bring them drinks. Sylvia, follow me. Yes. Sylvia obediently followed behind Angelica without saying a word. Angelica glanced back and thought quietly, this should be all right, yes? She does not look well, but telling an artist person to rest would be an insult. At that moment, Sylvia finally asked, Your Majesty the Queen, why does Your Majesty care about me so much? I am the daughter of a traitor and a spoil of war. I was not ready to die, so I beg for my life, but I do not understand why everyone treats me with such undeserved kindness. Then would it be all right if I treated you carelessly? Do you truly not hate me? Do you not think that I was the cause of your family's downfall? No, if we speak of hatred, it is Your Majesty who should hate me. If I blamed Your Majesty for forcing my mother and older brother to die, it would be no different from the moment I stabbed my mother to death with my own hands. The horrible memories of that day returned to her mind, but I thought I had shaken it off. Yet when I heard the story of the demonic beasts, I remembered the sight of myself killing my mother in order to survive during the hunt. All right, you do not need to say any more. Overcome with emotion, Sylvia sobbed, then threw herself into Angelica's arms and burst into tears. Angelica thought to herself, seeing Sylvia cry, I suddenly feel a sense of familiarity and sympathy. Everything I have suppressed and endured until now will eventually explode. Sylvia showing her weakness before me means she trusts me, right? Angelica spoke to comfort her. I am sorry about His Majesty the Emperor's strategy. The Emperor must have done it because he found it entertaining. Now that I think about it, rather than saying it was because he found it effective, saying he found it entertaining sounds more accurate. Even so, His Majesty the Emperor seems to cherish Your Majesty very much. Why you think so? Yes, as a candidate for the position of queen, I learned everything about the emperor. But that image of him being considerate and caring only appears when he is by Your Majesty's side. Your Majesty, the emperor is the only person who could do such a thing. I never thought it would happen. Not even once. She patted Sylvia's shoulder. Stop, Sylvia. You must not think that way. Do not think foolish thoughts anymore. Sylvia, she answered listlessly, yes. I believe you will not do anything that will cause you trouble. She thought, Sylvia keeps hating Raniero, but taking revenge on Raniero artists is absurd. On the other hand, if Sylvia dared to do that, this time, I'm glad I could confirm that Sylvia is on my side. But I never imagined that what was inside her was a nuclear bomb. Another day passed. The next morning, Angelica left the place where she was staying and curiously observed her surroundings. Now that I have arrived, I see it is very close to the temple. It really is opposite the border with the demonic beasts. The archbishop looked at her and said, yes. In truth, it is very rare for demonic beasts to come down this far. The next day, I visited the newly reclaimed sanctuary with the archbishop. As soon as the priests arrived at the sanctuary, they began cleaning up the traces left by the battle. Even so, it was enough to show how brutal the battle had been. The sanctuary has become such a mess. If only it could have been reclaimed sooner. The reason it has not been reclaimed until now is because we were waiting for a prophecy. A prophecy? From the god Tunia. Yes, the merciful Lord always conveys prophecies through the holy saint. I cannot tell you the details of the commission, as it is top secret even within the temple. But she thought to herself, is the prophecy conveyed through the holy saint the reason the Tunia temple values the holy saint so highly? The archbishop exclaimed, well then, I will guide you to Disogo. Before long, they arrive at a library filled with books. She asked in surprise, can I really read any book there? Yes. All the books outsiders are not allowed to see have been moved to the sacred place, so you may look through them as you please. What is this? So there are no forbidden books here? Cha Soo-hyun's guess had been wrong. Still, there was always that 1 in 10,000 chance, so she decided to look around first. From then on, I went to the abandoned sacred place every day. The library was far simpler in scale than the Imperial Library, but the books were much harder to understand. The cover is damaged, so I don't even know the title. This is the important part, but the words have been erased. This page is torn. I don't see any suspicious books. Did they really move all the important books here? As she was searching for books to read, she heard a strange sound. It turned out a book had unexpectedly fallen. She walked over and picked it up. What was that? Did the wind blow? But I'm indoors. The paper was somewhat faded, but the cover was sturdy. After brushing off the dust, Angelica looked at the title and froze. Wait, this is Flowers Blooming by the Abyss. I'm sure of it. Why is Flowers Blooming by the Abyss here? She hurriedly opened it and read. The contents of the book could be summarized as follows. The great son of Actala had seized the holy saint of the god of mercy. The knights of Actala encountered an unexpected blizzard. Seraphina was waiting for a guest after hearing the voice of the god Tunius say that an important guest would arrive. When I read it before, I didn't pay much attention. Didn't the god Tunia interfere in the meeting between Raniero and Seraphina? The empress's head rolled to the ground, and the emperor's sword was stained crimson. Those lines made it hard for her to breathe. In the book, Raniero shouted madly, "Come now, this is your home." Seraphina refused, saying, "No, stop. Give it back to me, my Empress of Actalis." Imprisonment, resistance, coercion, punishment. Though I was content, I had already read before. I don't know if it was because I was rereading the original after spending several months with Raniero, but I felt a difference in everything written here. Just like the Empress and Eden, Seraphina's revenge led to Raniero's death and the collapse of everything. Will it really turn out like this when winter comes? She discovered something new again. Postscript. There's something like this too. According to the postscript, even if there are immutable laws in the world I created, the fact that the great son of Actala cannot help but become obsessed with the holy saint of Tunia will not change. Even if everything around them is changed, even their personal relationships, the great son of Actala will surely meet and cling to the holy saint of Tunia. That will never change. Those words made her decide at once, as if they were speaking directly to her. I have to run away. Everything until now was my misunderstanding because Raniero treated me so well. She cursed without realizing it. Damn bastard. Suddenly, Raniero appeared behind her and placed his hand on her shoulder. Angelica jumped and turned around. Seeing her expression, he asked suspiciously, "Why are you so startled?" Feeling guilty, she stammered, when did you come back?" He was wearing armor. Did he come straight here without even changing because I went to the temple without him? She said nervously, you returned earlier than expected. The Archbishop said it would take 2 weeks. You know that very well. Then what should I say now? I'm sorry I couldn't come to greet you." He sighed and said, "All right, what were you reading?" Angelica hugged the book tightly and stammered, a book of doctrine. It's just doctrine." Raniero snatched the book away. "What were you calling a bastard? You heard that. What do I do? Can Raniero read that book? How should I explain it?" He opened the book, looked at it, then asked flatly, "Are you joking with me? You said it was a book of doctrine." I'm sorry. Elite. I don't know exactly what that book contains either." Then he suddenly said, "I don't understand why you were staring at it like that. It's blank inside." "Pardon," Raniero repeated. "It's all blank pages inside, isn't it? Staring at something with nothing special in a place like this. It seems the queen is very bored when I'm not by her side." Well, I didn't have anything in particular to do." What is happening? Raniero can't see the contents of this book. Why? By the time the two of them left the temple, it was sunset. As they walked, he asked, "You don't remember what you said 10 days ago?" "Pardon? 10 days ago was the day Raniero left, wasn't it? I had that nightmare during the night." So Raniero asked whether I could still follow him on the punitive expedition. I said I wouldn't go, but Raniero reacted oddly. She recalled that moment. "I want to finish the work quickly and return to the Imperial Palace with your Majesty. To our home, the Artist's Empire." "That's right. I clearly said that. I completely forgot. I didn't expect him to still be thinking about it." She asked, "Could it be that you came back early because of what I said?" Moved, Angelica took his hand. He stopped and turned to look at her. She said again, "We can go home now, right? You remembered rather late, my queen. That night, inside the sacred place." Angelica lay in his arms. Was this punitive expedition interesting? It wasn't bad. I heard you use demonic beasts to signal victory. There were many demonic beasts laying eggs in the old sacred place. A demonic beast newly hatched from an egg recognizes the first thing it smells as its mother. All living creatures besides its mother are food to a demonic beast. So I marked the nights as the mothers of the young demonic beasts and turned their real mothers into food for them. After that, I took the young demonic beasts to the northern base and sent them out first when danger appeared, making it easier to infiltrate the demonic beast base. The young ones enjoyed the flesh of their own kind without the slightest hesitation. I wish you could have seen that amusing sight too. Just hearing it made her blood run cold. That was an effective tactic, but Cha Soo-hyun must have had a lot of trouble. He asked tenderly, "Are you tired?" She answered softly, "A little." Only after waiting until he had fallen asleep did she dare open her eyes. Rhaenyra likes me. That is why escaping is becoming harder and harder. Simple deception won't work. If I suddenly keep my distance now, he will definitely become suspicious. A clumsy lie will certainly be found out. Until he leave for the winter punitive expedition, I must love him sincerely. So much that no suspicion remains in his mind, because no one would leave someone they loved with all their heart. With those thoughts, she fell asleep. The next morning, Angelica cried out in surprise. "What? We're going back right away." "That's right. Didn't you want to return early?" "Ah, yes, that's true." Her heart was in turmoil, but she had not expected them to begin preparing to leave immediately like this. "This won't do. I still have to talk to Cha Soo-hyun about the book, but because Rhaenyra is stuck to me like glue, I haven't had the chance." She absent-mindedly held her fork over her food. "There's no other way. Now I have no choice but to ask Saisen." I would have had to tell Saisen at some point anyway. After their meal, the two of them left the temple. Rhaenyra asked the soldiers, "Have you finished preparing the luggage?" "Yes, your majesty." Beside him, Angelica thought to herself, "If I act now, it should be all right, shouldn't it?" She waved Saisen over. "I accidentally brought this book from the sanctuary. Please take it back for me." This movement drew Rhaenyra's attention. She tried to persuade herself. "It's fine. There's no need to mind Rhaenyra. Right now, I'm only giving an order to my loyal maid." Trying to look natural, she continued, "And because the schedule has changed, the maids in the Artis Empire will need to be informed that I am returning early. Take care of that before returning the book." "Yes, I understand." After saying that, Saisen turned and left. She worried inwardly. "Will my voice too stiff? He probably isn't suspicious, right?" Rhaenyra quietly embraced her from behind. "My queen, has your majesty finished preparing?" "Yes. Tomorrow, I will return home with you. I am very happy that I can return safely with your majesty like this." A white note was tucked inside that book. Saisen handed the book to Eden and relayed the message. "Because the queen brought it back from the sanctuary, she asked you to return it to the temple." What perfect timing. I have been thinking a great deal about how to contact her. Thinking of her master's strange instructions. Deliver the book to Eden, the holy knight of the temple. Bring him the emergency funds as well. The plan to flee the Empire in December. Eden will understand all of this. When she escapes, she must travel with Eden. The disturbance, the method of contact, all of it must be conveyed immediately. Saisen felt uneasy. Her Majesty is planning to flee the Empire? Why so suddenly? Hasn't she been adapting well until now? Reading the message written in Korean, Eden was also at a loss. The author's postscript, there was something like that too? I want to check it myself, but I only see blank paper too. He closed the book and said, "I have received the book, but please tell your master that its contents are all blank pages." What is your relationship with Her Majesty?" He was silent for a moment, then said, "It is not an improper relationship. Her Majesty is planning to flee with you in December. To be honest, I thought she would stay in the Artis Empire, but it seems she has made up her mind. It would be better for her to leave. She made the right decision. But isn't something strange? Her Majesty has been adapting very well to the Empire all this time. Her relationship with the Emperor too. That is true for now. For now, Eden thought to himself, I should keep it moderate. I have to say something that can convince her. Then Eden said, there was a prophecy that the Emperor would kill the Queen and me. Saisen froze and cried out, What? What god gave such a prophecy? Was it the god Tunia? Eden shook his head. It was not the god Tunia. I received it from a completely different being at almost the same time. When the holy knights of the Tunia temple came to the Artis Empire, your master recognized me. She had received the prophecy as well. That is why she approached me. Everything was a predetermined fate. Your master has many limitations now because of the emperor's restraints. It seems the emperor likes her very much. Oh my, I can't believe it. So that is why Her Majesty asked me to meet you. During her time here, she very much wanted to exchange information with me. Please tell her there is no need to worry about that. I will go to the Artis Empire. On the Archbishop's side, it is already time for your Majesty to leave the temple. Thank you very much. I see. So the day I return is a happy day for you, is it? What? There is no such thing. After that, he turned toward Angelica, who was talking to Saisen. All right, you transferred all the money yesterday, correct? Sison replied, yes, and also, I have heard about the prophecy, Your Majesty. Angelica was surprised. The prophecy? Did Eden make up a story so Sison would understand? She took Sison's hand and said, all right, then now you understand my decision, don't you? And the book Your Majesty gave to Eden was nothing but blank paper. It seems he also does not know exactly what it means. What? Her eyes widened as she thought. Eden also saw only blank pages? I thought he would be able to see all the contents inside, so he knows nothing about the book. But did you ask whether he knew about the door in the old library at the sacred place? The door. It was a very conspicuous door. No, I don't know about it. I heard that might be the case. Sylvia suddenly tilted her head out and asked, my lady, are you finished? I have loaded all of Your Majesty's luggage. Please confirm it. I will check it myself. Then please excuse me. Angelica pondered. I went in and out of the sacred place for more than a week, but I never saw any door. What happened? Just as Eden cannot read the book, I also cannot perceive the existence of the door. At that moment, Rhaenyra approached. My queen! She startled and turned around. He smiled and said, it is time to depart. As she entered the carriage, she thought, either way, there is not much time to think. Now it is time to return to the Artis Empire. In October, the Artis Empire was living through an unprecedented peace. But after I returned from the land of demonic beasts, the nightmares that had often plagued me grew worse. Each time, Rhaenyra would wake me and ask what I had dreamed. Every time, I tried to pretend I did not remember. Rhaenyra pondered, she dares to lie to me? My wife has become less afraid, and the mysteries are gradually being revealed. I vividly remember her face as she cried while looking at me, so I did not probe any further. Thinking that, he embraced her and reassured her, it is all just a dream. It is very peaceful here, and you'll be safe. He thought to himself, haven't I always been this patient for the sake of the peace you wanted, so that our relationship will endure forever from now on? Sison bowed politely. Then I will take my leave. I wish you both a peaceful night. Angelica smiled and replied, I will see you tomorrow morning. Rhaenyra said, 7 out of every 8 have gone out, including the maid you brought from your homeland. Ah, yes. Only Sylvia serves at night now. Then where did the maid you brought from your homeland go? You relied on her very much. She stammered, I gave her a house to live in separately. Countess Felon said that separating Sison, from a political standpoint, was the right thing to do. Yes, that was the right thought. It was an excellent choice if you do not want to give the impression that the Queen's relationships depend on only one person. She answered him with a smile. She thought to herself, as Rhaenyra said, my current relationships are practically being controlled by Duchess Naralna. So if I send Sison outside, my relationships with the other nobles can only go through Duchess Naralna. But the real reason I separated Sison is... Suddenly, Rhaenyra asked, you do not seem to be in a good mood. Are you unhappy about her living outside the imperial palace? I'm just worried. Are you lonely? Am I lonely? I never expected this person to say something like that. She placed a hand on her chest and answered, of course not. Then she reached out to him, fell into his arms, and said, Your Majesty is by my side every night when I am tormented by nightmares. He smiled faintly. She thought to herself, these days, as long as I make even the smallest effort, Rhaenyra becomes generous. Ah, Your Majesty, I heard Sison has finished managing the house. May I go there tomorrow? You may, but you must not sleep outside. I will return before sunset. At that time on Sison's side, she opened the door and entered. Seeing her, Eden asked, Have you returned, my lady? I have already eaten dinner, so you do not need to prepare anything. Yes, I understand. After saying that, Sison turned and left. The maid beside him spoke. The young lady did not say anything today either. Eden, how can you be so calm? I feel uneasy every time her workday ends. Eden sighed and said, If we do our work well, there is no reason to feel uneasy. I hope the other servants are not too frightened either. I will organize the remaining work. You handled all the daytime tasks alone today. Thank you. Then I will return to my room. Watching Eden, she thought to herself, that person is quite unusual too. Among the servants, he is the only one assigned a private room, and his way of speaking is refined, his actions noble. Could he be a fallen noble hiding his identity? No one knew that I was actually a promising holy knight of the Tunia Temple. The reason Her Majesty's most trusted maid was separated from the palace was merely to keep her close to me. No one in this residence had any connection to the imperial palace. Everything was a smokescreen, so Daniel would not be suspected because of his mysterious identity. Saisen also thought to herself, he really is bold, changing his name and building a nest right beside the imperial palace. The queen and her maid, and even an exiled holy knight. Who would ever imagine that we are plotting to escape from here? The next morning, Angelica sat in the carriage and looked outside. When she heard that Eden would come to Artis, she had wondered how on earth he would manage to get here. Eden had confessed before the temple to the crime of falling in love with the holy saint and had then been exiled. In this world, exiled holy knights would be branded as a disgrace for life. She recalled what Eden had once said, I know very well how badly I want to return to that other world. In truth, I do not care in the slightest about this world's honor or status. The power to take action, no matter where or how, is frightening. What am I saying? In any case, nothing is as frightening as the Emperor. Lately, my mental strength has clearly weakened. I'm always anxious because of the escape plan. Since Rhaenyra knows, I often have nightmares. Recently, no matter what I do not need to explain it to him. He also does not suspect Saisen living separately at all. Rhaenyra would think nothing of me going to Saisen's place to rest. She looked at the residence before her, then quickly went inside. Eden entered in the guise of a servant. It is good to see you. It has been a long time. She asked, have you been well? Yes. And you? I have no problems at all. However, one looks at it. You seem somewhat worn out. We do not have much time until Rhaenyra leaves on his punitive expedition. I understand everything you conveyed through Saisen. What happened with the door? In truth, it is not entirely about that door. Saisen suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Did you deliberately hide information? He shook his head and replied, I had no intention of hiding anything. I wanted to speak to you directly afterward so you would know. Then the arrangements you said you had to make are finished now, correct? Yes. Before that, what I intended to say is this. It seems Rhaenyra Artis is extremely attached to you. There is a very high chance he will take you with him on the winter expedition. Do you have any way to deal with that problem? It is all right. The Emperor knows my health has been poor since I returned from the temple. Before he leaves on the expedition, I will say that I want to go away to recuperate. He will not stop me. I see. Have you decided where you will recuperate? Anywhere is fine. If I say that I will entrust myself to someone, I will be welcomed anywhere. And you will flee as soon as the Emperor leaves the palace? Yes, but I do not yet know where I should flee to. Though it is only natural, the countries bordering Artis are very strictly guarded. Crossing the border will not be easy, and I also want to avoid wandering around within the country. Since he is infatuated with Seraphina, perhaps he might not find me, but the owner of the estate I use as a place of recuperation would not be like that. If I am discovered, I will be brought back to the imperial palace. In that case, Eden continued then, you must go to a place that is close to the border and has the friendliest relationship with Artis. Under those conditions, the Tunia Temple. Are you insane? Have you forgotten that the Emperor might go there? What if we run into him there? Why, Your Majesty, please calm down. I do not mean the Tunia Temple that Artis will conquer, but a route very close to it. In any case, at some point we have to head toward the Tunia Temple, the door of the sacred place. Her hands clenched tightly. Does it absolutely have to be there? Think carefully. Will the Emperor depart from here and take a straight road to the Tunia Temple? That is, Saisen watched the two of them talk without understanding anything. I do not know what you are talking about. Does that appear in the prophecy, too? At Eden's words, Angelica recalled the contents. According to the original story, Rhaenyra will soon invade another country, and because of bad weather, he will pass through the temple and return. So before he reaches the Tunia Temple, we have to get there first, correct? Yes, if it is the priests of the Tunia Temple who worship the God of mercy, they will not reveal that we are there and will hide us. I understand. Then what is the part about the door that you have not told me? There are words engraved on the door. When the blood of Actala is ready, open it with the sword of Tunia. I kept thinking about what the sword of Tunia could be. There is no such object, nor any related mythological existence. In the end, after I gathered information from the book you found, my conclusion was... Angelica stared at him in astonishment. Then, at the same time, the two of them spoke a name. Seraphina. The sword of Tunia is most likely Seraphina. In the original work, only Seraphina's sword pierces Rhaenyra. We have to meet her before Rhaenyra does. If we obtain the blood of Actala, bring her to the sacred place, and open the door, we may be able to see the other world. Angelica's face darkened. The blood of Actala. In any case, Rhaenyra has to die. Saisen covered her mouth in horror. The queen was speaking of the emperor's death. I do not know whether he necessarily has to die, but in any case, blood must be spilled. Are you displeased? Angelica started and lifted her head to look at him. Rhaenyra is called the great son of Actala, but in reality, he and Actala are regarded as one. Unlike the gods of Tunia, he is the only person connected to the gods of Actala without needing a temple or scriptures. It would be a lie to say that nothing about it worried me, but Angelica forced herself to answer. No, what matters most is my life. I do not want to cloud my judgment. Eden looked at her trembling body and thought to himself, she is very bad at lying. As expected, she loves him, does she not? You noticed? I am easy to understand, am I not? You can see through me easily too. Then how easy must it be for that person to see through me? If I do not want to be suspected, I can only be sincere. I have to truly think of that place as my home. I have to love with all my heart. Even so, do not worry. I know very well that my life is more important than that. He said nothing and merely looked at her, then sighed as he wondered whether her love was an unavoidable necessity or an excuse for herself. Sadness showed clearly on her face. She hesitantly asked, Eden, you really want to go home, do you not? Why are you asking me that? At the very least, you did not have a hard life there, did you? That, you're not denying it. To you, that place is paradise compared to this side, so your will is that strong. But I suffered greatly over there. So, if I waver, do not simply think that I do not understand. Remember what I just said. The moment you return, a flower-strewn path may welcome you, but not me. In about a month and a half, according to the original work, Rhaenyra would leave here for the expedition. She looked at the map on the table and sank into thought. Although it had not been described in detail in the novel, judging from the timing and terrain, the destination was surely the kingdom of Sornia. Sylvia approached curiously and asked, What are you studying, Your Majesty? Angelica replied, The route. The route towards Sornia, correct? If you want to go there, even in good weather, it will take about 3 weeks. Why are you looking at this? She answered in confusion, I'm just looking. It is nothing. Is that so? Then what do you think? At that moment, Rhaenyra entered. The two of you seemed close. When she saw him, she was startled. Your Majesty, what were you talking about? You have arrived. Nothing in particular. I was just looking at the map. A map. I wanted to examine the situation a little. My beloved is examining the situation? I would like to hear it. She muttered inwardly, What? I do not want to. Winter is not a good time for arms and conflict. Rhaenyra replied, That is true. She reached out and pointed to a spot on the map. This side of Sornia, the area at the foot of the mountains, is practically the only road connected to Artis, so it is normally guarded very strictly. If Artis turns this place into a base, that will also put our soldiers inside Sornia's encirclement. But in winter, it would be very difficult to station troops in a place so far from the capital. You know a great deal. Angelica frowned and continued. Common sense says that war will not break out at this time, so border defenses will be looser than usual. If we seize that chance to break through the wall and cut through the mountain to create a wider road, the people of Artis have strong physiques and can endure harsh environments well. Therefore, if we march in winter and make use of the soldiers' characteristics, the chance of victory is very high. That is correct. I have waited for years. For the past 10 years, I have been recording climate changes and choosing the best time. As expected, the winter expedition was not an impulsive plan. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, If this winter is the same as it was 10 years ago, this land will belong to Artis. Angelica's hand clenched slightly. No, this year's weather is not the same as usual. Heavy snow will fall. I have never told you about this. How did you know we were preparing for battle with Sornia? She replied, That is, Your Imperial Majesty, I wanted to know what you were thinking. You looked into it because you were thinking of me? Angelica nodded in answer, and his gaze deepened. He placed his hand over hers. First, I will cross in this direction. The march will proceed like this. Next is this direction. Then when will you leave? Early December. December. Then you will be busy right away, will you not? Shall I not go after all? She was startled. No. Then she pursed her lips and said, I will be fine, so please go quickly and return. I want to take you with me. Angelica shook her head. The last punitive expedition was very difficult as well. It is just that I do not think it would be good for me now. I see. As expected, Rhaenyra no longer suspects me. The route of the march that Rhaenyra revealed today was indeed precious information. This information would be taken outside through Saisen, avoiding other people's eyes, and would be gathered on the wall of Eden's room. The sound of congratulations rang out in the queen's palace. Truly, congratulations. Goodness, if the child is born in late spring, they will receive a blessing. The child will surely be very beautiful. Rhaenyra, standing outside the door, could hear it too. How noisy. What's going on? Duchess Naralna said happily. It is not showing yet. Thank you all for your congratulations. Even so, the child is already in your belly. Looking at the two of you, I can imagine how healthy and beautiful the child will be. Hearing this, Rhaenyra's footsteps stopped. He spoke. There's a child? The maids looked at him cautiously. Your Majesty. Angelica stood up and explained, Ah, the Duchess has received happy news. Is that so? If you're finished chatting, leave. They bowed respectfully and replied, Yes. Angelica thought helplessly. Even so, he should at least politely congratulate her on her pregnancy. He rested his head on her lap and complained, It is too noisy. She said, They have been working hard to have a child since the beginning of the year. I am glad they succeeded. He paused, working hard. Suddenly, he asked, Does the queen want a child too? She stared blankly and became flustered. Yes, Anno. Is that so? Even so, if you give birth, you must give birth to many. Many, because of Actila's trial? That is correct. The imperial bloodline goes through Actila's trial, according to the customs of artists across generations. Among many siblings, only the one who wins until they alone survive can become the great son of Actila. It is a bloody competition. At the age of 13, Rhaenyra had personally killed his parents and siblings in order to survive. Then will the children who are born continue killing their siblings until only one remains? Of course. Hearing that, Angelica's heart sank. Just as your Majesty took the previous emperor's life, our children may also do the same to your Majesty. Rhaenyra sensed her unease. He intertwined his hand with hers, then pushed her down onto the bed. Unfortunately, no one can kill me, because this is artists, even if they are of my own blood. Eliminating weak things is only natural. Then what about me? He was surprised by her sudden question. A lonely sadness appeared on her face. Am I worthy of being eliminated? Because you are mine, the decision of whether you live or die is also within my authority. Hearing those words, her pupils widened. And my wife. My winter prey, if anyone other than me tries to take your life, they will pay the price for their recklessness. Very well. Everything shall be as you wish. Rhaenyra embraced her and gave her a kiss. If I break you now, I will no longer be able to hold you, will I, my fragile queen? The maids walking down the corridor chatted among themselves. The marital affection between the emperor and queen is truly good. I think so too. Lately, the emperor comes to the queen's palace every day. Sylvia merely walked silently behind them. Her footsteps stopped. The fact that the emperor came to the queen's palace meant that until dawn tomorrow, not a single servant would be on duty there. If so, now is the chance. Sylvia put on a black cloak. Although the queen had convinced everyone with a reasonable explanation, it was suspicious that the maid the queen cherished had moved out of the palace. Sylvia reached Syson's residence. First, I thought that if I went to the maid's new dwelling, I might learn something, but by the time I walked back, it was already too late. What should I do? Why is the light still on at this hour? Suddenly, a hand reached out. Sylvia's eyes widened as she looked at the person in the room. She had seen Eden, and Eden had also discovered her. His face darkened. Sylvia looked at Eden in shock. I know that man. He quickly drew the curtains closed. Sylvia still raised her head and looked up at Eden's room. Because his hairstyle had changed, I might be mistaken, but I am certain that man is a holy knight of the Tunia Temple. Why the holy knight of the Tunia Temple here? Eden hurried down the corridor. He urgently knocked on the door and woke Syson. Come out quickly. Syson opened the door in confusion. At this hour, he said urgently, Your colleague came here. She cried out in surprise. What? What do you mean? Who came? I did not know her name. Damn it. When our eyes met just then, it seemed she knew me. This is a real headache. Afterward, when Syson went outside, she realized it was Sylvia. Sylvia bowed her head and said, I apologize for coming here so late. Also, could you be someone from the temple? Eden raised an eyebrow and said nothing. She questioned them. I thought it was suspicious, but I'm glad I trusted my intuition. Were the two of you plotting? Neither of them answered. She frowned and asked, How long do you intend to remain silent? Everyone in the palace thinks the queen is trying to build her own faction by using Duchess Naralna as a pretext, but Her Majesty is engrossed in studying maps instead of focusing on arranging social gatherings. And if she truly wanted to build power, she would not have let me get so close. Eden asked, What exactly do you want? Tell me what you people are planning. Nothing in particular. If so, why are you not at the Tunia temple, but here instead? Because I was exiled. This is a workplace I was fortunate enough to obtain. She grabbed Eden by the collar. Lies. Cha Soo-hyun was a little startled. This girl, Sison, spoke up to soothe her. Sylvia, calm down. It is all a misunderstanding. If all of this is my misunderstanding, why are the two of you so tense and uneasy? Cha Soo-hyun thought, what now? If the plan is obstructed, how should we handle this? Sylvia said in a low voice, I suppose there is no other way but to reveal my own card first if I want you to open your mouths. She said coldly, I have no intention of interfering with anything the queen is planning. The two were startled to hear that. What do you mean? I hate the emperor. I hate him very much. Cha Soo-hyun could not help being shocked by those words. A trace of hatred glimmered in Sylvia's voice. In the emperor's eyes, everything in this world is a toy. To him, entertainment that soothes his boredom for a fleeting moment is a wail I must bear for my entire life. Until now, because I could not win against him, I gave up and obeyed, but that does not mean the resentment inside me has disappeared. So if the queen intends to stab the emperor in the back, I am willing to offer anything, even my life. The only person who can make him fall into the mud now is Her Majesty the Queen. But she loves the emperor. The corner of her mouth lifted in a sneer. Loves him. Then she burst out laughing. The queen loves the emperor. The queen cannot love the emperor. She merely depended on him in a moment of rashness, because the strongest person, the one who could protect Her Majesty, was the emperor. But seducing him was only the queen's strategy for survival, was it not? Miss Maid, you should know that better than anyone. Sison looked at her in confusion. Cha Soo-hyun did not think Sylvia's assumptions were correct. If she does not act as if it is real, the emperor will suspect her. I heard he is very good at detecting when someone is lying. The emperor is utterly infatuated with the queen now. There is no way he would doubt the queen's words. Fine, then let us speak honestly. Sison cried out in surprise. You? Cha Soo-hyun told her their plan. The queen and I will leave Artis. Leave Artis? Then what happens after you leave? Cha Soo-hyun hesitative. Well, a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. We have to kill the emperor, of course. Rhaenyra must have changed by then, and we will return to where we belong. Meanwhile, Angelica said coquettishly, Your Majesty, I love you. If you go on this expedition, may I leave the capital for a little while? He asked the reason. Why? If Your Majesty leaves, there will be no one to wake me whenever I have nightmares. I want to go somewhere with fresh air and peace and quiet. I will not go too far. It seems you already have a place in mind. Yes, Countess Decino's territory. If it is there, the Countess will treat me well. She will have to show me a favorable attitude. Queen, you truly are like sugar candy. If it is you asking, I always want to permit anything at all. Their hands intertwined. If I'm sugar candy, I might melt. It is all right. I will melt with you. And just like that, her image and her words kept occupying Rhaenyra's mind. I love you. I love you. For the first time, Rhaenyra had become this distracted. Seeing that he had not answered for a long time, the male noble called to him in confusion. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Only then did he finally come back to his senses. The male noble asked, How would you like this handled? The deployment will proceed as scheduled. The meeting is dismissed. The nobles answered in unison, yes. Then they rose and left. Only Duke Naralna and Rhaenyra remained in the conference room. He stood and bowed. Then, I shall take my leave. Rhaenyra looked at him and frowned. Who was he again? Memories of the day Duchess Naralna had announced the good news surfaced one by one, and Rhaenyra finally remembered. Ah, Duke Naralna. I heard your wife is pregnant. Duke Naralna was shocked. The Emperor is speaking privately to me? He answered respectfully, Yes, that is correct. Are you happy? He bowed happily and replied, Of course, Your Majesty. Rhaenyra asked again, Do you love your wife? Yes, of course, Your Majesty. I love her very much. How do you know that you love your wife? What a difficult question to understand. But there are not many chances to converse privately with the Emperor. I must answer in an interesting way. Thinking that, he chose his words and replied, When I began to regard my wife as an exception, that was love. Hearing that, Rhaenyra smiled. An exceptional existence. Yes, love makes you forgive what cannot be forgiven and tolerate what you cannot like. Then does the Queen regard me as an exception? Her Majesty will, of course, regard the Emperor as a unique existence. Unique. That is indeed a word I like. At the same time, on Angelica's side, an arrow struck the bullseye. After a long period of training, Angelica's body had become steadier than before. The light breeze blew, making her long, smooth hair flutter. Rhaenyra suddenly appeared behind her. He embraced her and praised her. Your shooting has improved now, has it not? Angelica was startled and turned around. Your Majesty, when did you come? Before she could finish speaking, he bent down and kissed her on the lips. The bow in her hand fell, and she rose onto her toes to return that kiss. A while later, he let her go. Raniero said gently, You said you were going to Countess Decino's territory. Will you be all right without me accompanying you? Last time, we even crossed a mountain when we went on the punitive expedition. This time, I will not have to climb anything, so please do not worry. Is that so? I was going to send more people with you for support. If there are more people, there will be more things to pay attention to, so I will not be able to rest comfortably. Sylvia and Sison are enough, and I will bring one more porter. I need to stay with familiar people to have fewer nightmares. I see. She worried inwardly. Even if I say this, Raniero will still have me followed. Even so, as long as they're not nearby, it will be all right. The weather grew colder, and the Artis army was being firmly armed to attack Sornia. Before the Artis army marched out, I completed the preparations for my retreat with Countess Decino's help. She waved goodbye to Raniero. Then, I will go and come back. I will see you again after everything is over. She stepped into the carriage. She turned and smiled sweetly at him. Raniero watched the carriage without taking his eyes off it. Only when he could no longer see it did he turn and mutter, The conquest of Sornia. I must hurry. After that, at Countess Decino's mansion, the Countess looked excited as she welcomed Angelica. The Queen has really come to our house. I received a request from Duchess Naralna not to make a fuss, but the Queen has come here. It is harder to suppress my excitement. My husband has been having an affair for a long time. He says he is sick of quarrels between husband and wife. My son is also studying in other territories. If it were not for the emerald mine I possess, my father-in-law would already have driven me out. Even a family that looks down on me like this, if an honored guest like the Queen comes, it is a chance for me to hold my head high. At that moment, Angelica called to her, Countess. You must be very tired. Please come inside the villa and have a meal. I would like to let everyone know that a guest from the imperial family has arrived. But since the Queen has come for the purpose of resting, I must consider an opportunity to become close to the Queen within limits, without upsetting Her Majesty. She smiled brightly and said, We paid special attention to preparations so that Your Majesty the Queen could rest comfortably. Angelica's hand paused. This soup has an appealing flavor. I'm very satisfied. I'm glad the soup pleases Your Majesty. It is smooth, and the taste is very good. The Countess smiled and thought inwardly, of course. This is a special dish made with the devotion of 3 chefs. Everything the Queen uses today is new and of the highest quality. The servants were also thoroughly trained so they would not make mistakes. Fortunately, everything has gone according to plan. At this rate, I can leave a good impression on the Queen. By the way, that man over there really is someone I'm seeing for the first time. I have heard the story about Sylvia, Zaxu, and Sison, and the new man Sison hired while outside the Imperial Palace. Other than the name Daniel, I know nothing. If he is accompanying them even for a short time, then surely he has earned considerable trust. In any case, his face is 50-50, and his manners are very neat. The Countess froze when she saw Cha Soo-hyun looking at her. From the moment he first arrived at the villa, we have been looking at each other strangely. Is it natural or intentional? Seeing her staring at him again, Cha Soo-hyun smiled charmingly. That smile made her face flush. By chance? No, it cannot be. Why do our eyes keep meeting? Cha Soo-hyun curved his eyes in a smile and assessed her inwardly. Countess Decino has been lonely for a long time because of her husband's affair. According to my investigation, she is surely the type to be tempted by young men. It seems she had just spoken her thoughts aloud. Hearing her, Angelica looked at her and asked, Countess, why did you say that? She answered in confusion, Oh, it is nothing. Angelica felt a little worried. Seducing the Countess? How reckless. We'll be all right. I am very worried, but judging by his appearance, this man is also quite attractive. The Countess cannot help noticing him. Night fell, and the mansion had now sunk into silence. But in another room, it was not silent at all. Countess Decino had taken the bait. Now she was placing her hand on Cha Soo-hyun's thigh. Your name is Daniel, is it not? Why is it like this? Why do our eyes keep meeting? Did you intend this from the beginning? Cha Soo-hyun is mirkif. Was it not you, Countess, who called me to this room first? Though it is not bad either way. She bent down. Her hand reached out and clung to Cha Soo-hyun's shoulder. His shirt slipped down with her movement. After their lovemaking, the Countess fell into a deep sleep. Cha Soo-hyun quietly pulled out a drawer. He rummaged through it, searching for something, and then picked up a bunch of keys. Cha Soo-hyun lifted it and shook it lightly. Found it. The next morning, the Countess woke in shock. It is gone, it is gone. My bunch of keys has disappeared. No matter how much I searched everywhere, I could not find it. Where on earth did it go? Could that man from yesterday have? This is infuriating. I must find that man immediately and teach him a lesson. But the moment she opened the door, she ran into Angelica. She froze. Your Majesty the Queen. I came here because I have something to say to you. Do you have some matter, Your Majesty? The Countess answered in confusion. Ah, well, that is. Your Majesty, is what you need to say urgent? If it is not urgent, perhaps later. Angelica held out the bunch of keys. It is not very urgent, but this. I thought Daniel stole it. Why is it in Her Majesty the Queen's hands now? Countess, yesterday, when you took off your coat, you dropped this. I was afraid that speaking of it in front of everyone would embarrass you, so I quietly kept it. I did not have the bunch of keys with me yesterday. I remember leaving it in the drawer. Was I mistaken? Thinking carefully, there was no way the Queen could have stolen it. With that thought, she cast aside the suspicion in her heart. Thank you for this kindness, Your Majesty. Just now, I thought I had lost it and was very flustered. Anyone would be flustered. Fortunately, I found it. How could I make such a foolish mistake? I must have been too excited after hearing the Queen was visiting. That is right. I would like to have tea with you before lunch. What do you think? It is an honor to be personally invited by the Queen. Then I will prepare first. Please come slowly. Angelica smiled and waved, thinking inwardly, the bunch of keys has completed its mission. Because I have stolen the pass. The reason I chose Decino territory as the starting point for my escape route. First, Decino territory lies north of the capital. If we pass through here, we will have to make a slight detour, but we can reach the temple without crossing the mountains. Second, although the lady of Decino territory is a wealthy woman, her position within the family is not high. Therefore, she will try to become close to me in order to raise her status and power, and she will be forced to comply with everything I want. Angelica pretended to be troubled and said, "This place is wonderful, but there are too many unfamiliar faces in the mansion, so I feel bewildered." Hearing that, the Countess hurriedly asked, Is there something that has made you uncomfortable? Ah, I'm not disregarding your sincerity. I no longer understand myself. I have only just realized it now. When my body is in poor condition, rather than being attentively cared for by many people. That, she sprang to her feet and said, "There is a very quiet villa where Your Majesty can stay." Angelica thought inwardly. She took the bait. Outwardly, she asked happily, "Is that true?" The villa on the outskirts of the territory was built by the Countess for when she divorced her husband. After thorough investigation, Saisen and Cha Soo-hyun had marked it as the starting point for the escape. The Countess answered, "Yes. Although the villa is rather small, it is very peaceful." Angelica secretly felt guilty. It is true that I really do want to stay at that villa, but still, in my heart, I feel sorry for the sight of her hurriedly trying to curry favor with me. The Countess made a suggestion. As a precaution, shall I send a few guards? It is all right. I'm also quite good at archery. Saisen may have a frail body, but she is sensitive to the presence of strangers, and Sylvia and Daniel are native people of artists who are skilled in martial arts. Ah, but Angelica lightly touched her hand. It will probably be no problem. This territory is famous in the capital for being safe. That is precisely why I chose it as a place to rest. If you simply allow my party to use the villa quietly for a few days, I will also grant one of your wishes. A wish, yes. In the end, Angelica succeeded in persuading the Countess to hand the villa over to her. It was not very far from the mansion to the villa. The fact that the villa was separated from where the people of the territory lived also pleased me, and the high stone walls made it hard to look inside. Move the luggage here as soon as lunch is over. Though it seems like an excessive request, thank you for understanding. She smiled and replied, "Excessive? Not at all. My only wish is for Your Majesty to have a comfortable time in the territory, and I am very glad to be able to help Your Majesty. Is that so? Then hand me the key to the villa and return to the mansion." The smile on her face stiffened. "Pardon, I said so, did I not? I am tired from being surrounded by strangers. I do not mean to regard you as an obstacle." Her hand rested on the Countess's shoulder. "You understand, do you not? In any case, Lady Decino was forced to understand me." "Ah, yes, I understand." She curled her lips into a smile because she had achieved her aim. That was the difference in power between me and her. "Thank you for understanding." Sylvia quietly closed the door. She looked at Angelica and the other two with an excited smile. At last, only the four of us remain. "Sylvia, you seem happy. I was very worried when Cha Soo-hyun decided to join the escape plan without a single explanation. Sylvia's hatred for the Emperor was genuine. Cha Soo-hyun looked at her and said, "Everything has gone smoothly so far, has it not? Rest a little." Sison sat down, supporting her head, and said, "From the sound of your voice, you really are happy, are you not?" Angelica, tired as well, lay back in her chair. "Yes, more than Sylvia, I myself am the problem. I have only now realized that lying is not my strong suit. If the escape succeeds, what should I say to Seraphina first? Though I think Cha Soo-hyun's words will have a greater influence on her." But Cha Soo-hyun was expelled from the temple because he admitted to having improper intentions toward the holy saint, so it will be very difficult for him to approach Seraphina. If everyone can read the book found in the temple, it will be much easier to explain. At the imperial palace, Rhaenyra strode down the corridor. The servants bowed respectfully in greeting. Rhaenyra's robe fluttered as he passed them. They watched his figure and whispered, "Is His Majesty going to the Queen's palace again today? I heard His Majesty has been staying there every day lately before leaving again. With the punitive expedition coming up, is that really all right?" Rhaenyra opened the door to Angelica's room. Without her presence, the room fell silent. Rhaenyra curled his lips into a smile. He stood absent-mindedly in the room and murmured, knowing no one would be there, yet still coming anyway. Meanwhile, Angelica instructed, "Sison, before I leave tonight, there is something I want to ask of you." "Yes, Your Majesty." "What do you need?" Bring me a pen and paper. Do you wish to write a letter?" "Yes, I will write this letter as my final farewell. Your Majesty, I have arrived safely in Count Decino's territory. Have you been well lately? Everyone here treats me very kindly, so I am living quite comfortably. Thanks to their care, I have not had any nightmares yet. Perhaps the fresh air here has had a good effect on me. Once I recover soon and Your Majesty completes the expedition, I would like to train again in preparation for the winter hunt. I will surely become an excellent winter trophy for you." Reading the letter Angelica had written only made Rhaenyra miss her even more. "After crossing the mountains and conquering Sornia's territory, I must go pick up Ange before returning to the capital." At that moment, in the villa, Cha Soo-hyun gave instructions for the escape plan. "We have to split up in two directions to avoid being discovered. First, the Queen and I will head north." Angelica's expression turned cautious, and Cha Soo-hyun continued, "And 1 week later, Sison and Sylvia will head south." "All right, we leave as soon as possible. Everyone, pack your luggage immediately. We must pass through the city gate before sunset." Outside the mansion, the sun had already begun to sink. Angelica opened her suitcase. "Cha Soo-hyun has obtained travel permits, but will it be all right? Can we avoid being discovered? What if the guards recognize my face?" Sison comforted her. "Do not worry." Angelica called in surprise, "Sison, I am certain I will meet Your Majesty again at the temple." "Thank you, my loyal maid." In the end, I could not confess to you that I am not Angelica. Sylvia encouraged her. "You will surely do well. Please remember the hunting grounds. Do not worry. Just do as well as you did last time." Inwardly, she thought, that day was entirely thanks to my own ability. Cha Soo-hyun rode over on horseback. "If you have finished saying your goodbyes, then let us depart. Then, I wish you both good luck. Sison, Sylvia, thank you both for everything. If the plan succeeds, this will be goodbye forever." Angelica and Cha Soo-hyun headed toward the city gate. Angelica secretly admired him. "The closer we get to the gate, the more nervous I become, but this man remains calm." Gradually, the two of them reached the city gate. "We're at the gate. Wait, I think I'm going to throw up." Cha Soo-hyun frowned and said coldly, "Go in after you are done throwing up." Angelica looked at Cha Soo-hyun with a sour stomach and an unpleasant taste in her mouth. Rhaenyra is already irritating enough, but this man is terribly unlucky too. She tightened her grip on the reins. She forced down the discomfort in her stomach and exhaled. "That is right. There are 4 guards at the gate and 2 guards at each post. No matter how diligently I have trained in archery, and no matter how excellent a knight Cha Soo-hyun is, we cannot fight 8 people at once. We must pass through here as quietly as possible." When the guards saw them, they shouted, "Stop! Present your travel permits and state your identities." Cha Soo-hyun held one up. "Here is my travel permit." Behind him, Angelica thought, "Since my face is widely known through portraits, Cha Soo-hyun will have to handle all matters involving people until we cross the border." The guard looked at the travel permit and asked, "You are not from around here?" "I am traveling from the south to the north." The guard asked further, "Why?" "My mother lives alone near the border. Recently, I found a house in the lower region, so I want to move here and take care of her." "Who is the woman behind you?" She is my wife. The guard asked again. Occupation? Cha Soo-hyun replied. She is in business. Angelica prayed inwardly. Please let us pass. Please. Suddenly, the guard picked a quarrel. Are you laughing? Do you take me for a fool? Cha Soo-hyun had not expected the guard to provoke him. Seeing that Cha Soo-hyun said nothing, the guard became even more aggressive. Who talks like you do? You must be some lazy thief who only knows how to steal. Are you a criminal? Huh? People like you are suspicious. Angelica grew anxious when she saw the guard shouting. Have we been discovered? This is bad. The situation feels strange. He is not arresting us immediately, but he is not calling the other soldiers at the guard post either. Angelica tugged lightly at the corner of Cha Soo-hyun's clothes and called, Wait, dear, at such a late hour, these soldiers are still working hard for our artists. It is truly admirable. When the guard heard this, he exclaimed, Oh, your wife is quite sensible. Cha Soo-hyun finally understood the guard's true intention. Angelica watched Cha Soo-hyun hand a gold bracelet to the guard. She secretly felt relieved that she had kept it. Because I was worried my identity would be exposed, I removed most of my gold and silver jewelry. Thank goodness this gold bracelet remained. Cha Soo-hyun handed the bracelet to the guard and said softly, Thank you for your help. The guard picked up the bracelet and examined it. Humph. She cursed inwardly. Damn it, what are you doing? That is real gold. Less through already. Cha Soo-hyun said, Try biting it. It is pure gold. Hearing this, the guard bit the bracelet. Seeing that the bracelet was genuine, he exchanged glances with his companions. His attitude became warm as he said, Oh my lord, it must be difficult traveling at night. He opened the gate and cheerfully saw them off. Safe travels, my lord. Angelica and Cha Soo-hyun spurred their horses and quickly passed through the gate. The city gate closed behind her with a heavy boom. After they made it out of the city, Angelica's emotions felt as if they would burst. She bit her lip. Then Angelica cried like a child. The fear and anxiety she had been holding and finally flowed out with her tears. Cha Soo-hyun looked back in confusion. Hey, what is wrong? She covered her face and shouted, Don't look back. Sob, just keep going. Sob, go kropka. Cha Soo-hyun thought, should I comfort her? He hesitated and spoke, but even then, she shouted loudly, Let's go. Startled, Cha Soo-hyun turned back around. All right. Cha Soo-hyun pulled the reins and urged his horse forward. The two continued moving through the forest. The light night wind blew off Angelica's cloak hood. She felt the chill of the night breeze. It is so cold. My hands are shriveling up as if they might fall off. But the stars were shining brilliantly. Angelica stared blankly up at the sky. Then she shouted with exhilaration, Aya! This startled Cha Soo-hyun. Humph. He turned back to look at her in surprise. In his eyes, Angelica was no longer afraid. She was shouting with exhilaration. Aya! His own heart also felt relieved. So the things that were suppressed inside her are finally pouring out. Angelica closed her eyes and enjoyed this freedom she had not felt in a long time. It was an incredibly liberating feeling. Before, I always lived in a hurry, focused only on avoiding every dangerous moment and constantly watching my surroundings. But now it does not matter if I shout or run wherever I want. For the first time, I am completely free. Angelica laughed happily at Cha Soo-hyun. Dies fells wonderful. Is that so? I thought she would be more worried. What a relief. At Countess Decino's villa, the person who delivered food each day knocked on the door. Saisen opened the door and asked, A delivery? Yes. Is the queen well? I would truly like to meet her once. Do you think the queen would show herself before just anyone? She snatched the basket of food and slammed the door shut. Learn to read the situation a little. What a cold maid. Saisen sat down wearily on the floor. Sylvia came over and asked, What did he just say? He wanted to confirm whether the queen was in good health. Good. The fact that the deliverman asked, that means the secret has not been exposed yet. It seems they do not know that the queen and the knight crossed the border yesterday. The reason the maids are leaving 1 week after the queen's departure is to create an alibi for the queen. If the maids remain at the villa and show themselves outside, people will naturally think the queen is there as well. After the maids leave, the exact time when the queen's entourage departed from the count's territory will become vague, disrupting the pursuit. Saisen lowered her head, her expression somewhat somber. Before she left, Her Majesty the Queen instructed us to do our utmost to escape. But Sylvia asked, You know what we must do, don't you? Saisen nodded and replied, Act as decoys. Angelica and Cha Soo-hyun had now stopped to rest. He reminded her, from now on, You should focus on managing your health. That's right. Traveling in winter is exhausting. The season has changed. So, thinking that they would go to Tunia, she felt a little worried for Cha Soo-hyun. But will it really be all right that he was exiled? What will Serafina think? Do not think about what Serafina will think. She asked in confusion why. Because it will hurt you when you sympathize with her. Also, do not try to think about what will happen to the emperor. I will be even more hurt if I remember that, right? That is right. If you have any kind feelings for him, it will hurt even more. In any case, how you choose to live has nothing to do with me. But I will not regret it. Even if you do not regret it, it will still hurt. She thought inwardly. In the end, Cha Soo-hyun looked at her calmly. Angelica lowered her head. He only says things that sting. The two sat beside the campfire in silence. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Angelica's head. Check your weapon. Someone is coming. She quickly came back to herself and called, Cha Soo-hyun, check your sword. He asked her in confusion, why are you suddenly doing this? She urged him, hurry. Footsteps sounded. Cha Soo-hyun froze. He looked at Angelica in disbelief. How did you know? She was focused on checking her weapon and did not hear clearly. What? At that moment, bandits rushed out from the bushes. One man leaped forward with an axe and shouted, Wah! Hearing this, Angelica turned her head warily. She quickly drew her bow and shot toward the bandit. The arrow struck him in the center of the chest. His eyes rolled back as he cried out, ugh. The other two stared in shock and shouted, Brother! One glared at Angelica. That little wench, Cha Soo-hyun, sword in hand, charged forward and decisively stabbed his blade through the man's body. Seeing this, the remaining bandit charged in with his weapon. You nameless brats! Angelica drew her bow and shouted, Cha Soo-hyun, move. He furrowed his brows tightly and cursed inwardly. Damn it, the blade went too deep. I cannot dodge. Cha Soo-hyun had no choice but to raise his arm to block the bandit's slash. Seeing that he was injured, Angelica shouted, Cha Soo-hyun, your arm. Cha Soo-hyun struggled to resist with his hand. Fortunately, Angelica's shot hit the man. His body trembled. It is her again. Seeing the bandit distracted, Cha Soo-hyun furrowed his brows tightly. This is my chance. Angelica could only stand and watch. Because she had overexerted herself, her breathing became ragged. After dealing with the bandit, Cha Soo-hyun sat on the ground, looked at the wound on his arm, and smiled bitterly. Do artist horses not fight alongside their masters when they are attacked? Only war horses do that. Fortunately, the wound is not very deep. Yes, fortunately, the arm guard did its job. I did not expect us to encounter a band of bandits here. Cha Soo-hyun asked, were you not afraid just now? It was just a feeling. It seems that after spending a long time in Artis, my intuition has become much sharper. I see. I will be more careful from now on. Angelica lightly patted his hand. I have given you first aid. In any case, we must reach the temple quickly. We have not rested much, but can you continue? Angelica replied, yes. It is unbelievable that I can now stand calmly beside corpses like this. Will these people also appear in my nightmares? Cha Soo-hyun asked, what are you still doing? Let us go. Now that I think about it, I have not been dreaming lately. At Count Decino's mansion. Unfortunately, my health is truly not very good. I apologize for looking so unwell. I will see you another time. 1 week later, how are you feeling? The Count read the letter Angelica had sent. If I reply to this letter with, as Your Majesty wishes, it sounds somewhat disrespectful and may offend Her Majesty. Her Majesty has not completely refused to meet, so I have no choice but to wait. The marketplace in Decino territory. Sison dropped a gold coin into a woman's hand. Sison and Sylvia looked at her coldly. The woman picked up the gold coin, satisfaction clear in her eyes. She turned around and signaled to them, follow me. Although Cha Soo-hyun had secretly obtained additional travel permits, we will not go through the main gate. Instead, we will move through a secret passage the villagers often use when they must avoid showing their faces. Sison, the queen's former maid, will show herself, and when we need money, we will use the queen's jewelry to pay. Now the search party will no longer pursue the queen, but us. Angelica's sweet voice rang out in Rhaenyra's dream. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I love you. Rhaenyra woke from that dream. He sat up and covered his face. How strange. This is the first time I have dreamed of Anje. Suddenly, a demonic hand rested on his shoulder. It whispered into Rhaenyra's ear, forget her. The stench of blood, screams, war, remember those. Show me something more interesting. At last, the bloodlust and cruelty within Rhaenyra were stirred awake. He laughed dangerously. Today was not a beautiful day. The sky was dark and gloomy. Rhaenyra looked out the window. The sky is a little cloudy today. I have studied the climate trends of this region over the past 10 years and can predict that this year's weather will be similar as well. Compared to the army's marching speed, by the time we march to Tunia Temple, our current advance may be slower, but it is still proceeding steadily. The soldiers' morale is at its peak as they eagerly look forward to conquering the land of Sornia. But this is precisely when I should not rush. I must advance slowly and patiently. The more patient they are forced to be, the more ferocious they will become, and when war breaks out, the Sornian army will be easily defeated. That voice, as if it came from hell, appeared again. Itutsklet kakaka. Now that you are away from that pathetic woman, you are beginning to obey me again. Yes, that is exactly your duty. At Duke Naralna's mansion, a servant outside knocked on the door. Duchess Naralna spoke. Gulmine, what is it? The maid bowed her head and stammered. My lady, Countess Decino has come to see you. What, Acuvenla? Has that woman gone mad? She is supposed to be busy helping the queen, yet she suddenly came to the capital? She entered angrily, intending to scold her. Madam, what has happened all of a sudden? Acuvenla ran over in a panic and grabbed her arm. Something terrible has happened. We were deceived. We were completely used. What are you talking about? That woman has vanished. I said she could borrow the villa, but that person disappeared. What are we going to do now? Calm down and explain. What woman? Surely you do not mean the queen. She froze. The queen ran away? Why? Acuvenla shouted. What does that matter? What matters is that she has disappeared. Has the queen truly disappeared? Everyone in the imperial palace knows how much the emperor values the queen. If things continue like this, and he learns that the queen has vanished, all families closely connected to Count Decino will be purged. What should we do? Everything is ruined. At this rate, my fate will be death. I may have no choice but to run away. Duchess Naralna clenched her teeth and slapped Countess Decino hard. Get a hold of yourself. What are you doing? Listen. You are truly fortunate that the emperor is not in the palace right now. Before the emperor ends his punitive expedition, we must find her and deal with this together. You said the milk deliver man discovered it, didn't you? Countess Decino answered in confusion. Why, yes, but it seems she did not leave today. It is clear she left several days ago. That madmaid said Her Majesty would not come out, so he should just leave it at the door and go. Only afterward did I realize that those rascals had stolen the things from the basket placed outside the front door. This foolish woman. No matter what, she should have won the queen's favor while she was by her side. No, calm down. Getting too angry is not good for the child in my womb. Perhaps she used a previously stored travel permit and checked all the other roads leading out of the territory. It is the illegal route used by the poor commoners. Elsewhere, Angelica and Cha Su-hyun rode through the snow. The sky is so gloomy. We are only a little farther from Tunia Temple, but if the snow falls heavily, Angelica suddenly said, it does not seem like it will become a snowstorm, does it? If you feel that way, then it will probably be fine. If this were normal, wouldn't you ask, why do you think so? Why was it that, ever since they met the bandits, her predictions kept coming true? I feel as though something keeps winding through my mind. Whenever I speak the words of some existence, my words always become reality. That voice appeared again. Go west for 1 hour. At that moment, she unconsciously spoke aloud. Walk west for 1 hour. Cha Su-hyun asked her why. Angelica answered in confusion. That. I do not know the reason either. I just think it would be better to do that. Cha Su-hyun did not understand, but he did not ask any further. I understand. After riding for an hour, Cha Su-hyun dismounted and looked in surprise at the house before him. So, this is the reason we had to walk west for 1 hour. I saw a small village nearby a little while ago. It seems this is a house someone uses as a farm in summer. Cha Su-hyun entered the house. It is winter now, so even if we sneak in for a day, the owner will not come. We will sleep here tonight. Angelica felt guilty inside. I am sorry for breaking the lock, owner. There is a fireplace, but is there no firewood? Wait a moment. I will go look for some. So, tie the horses outside to the fence. Yes, I understand. Be careful. In the fireplace, the crackling flames gave off warmth. It is warm. As expected, having a roof and walls makes me feel relieved. Your acting is quite good. What? If I said it was not good, could you make the smoke stop rising? No, Angelica sighed and asked. But why ask? I just wanted to talk with you. It is unexpected. I thought you did not say useless things. All right, say whatever you want. Then what is your real name? Hearing that, Angelica froze and looked at him. She thought to herself. The answer he wanted was not Angelica. Was it? She stammered. Wait a moment. What was my name again? Zeonji, Choi Zeonji. As expected, you truly have not tried to maintain your identity in the other world, have you? Do you like this world? I told you before, my future in the other world was not very bright. Your future here is not very bright either. Angelica answered irritably. That is why you and I are struggling like this. To go back, that is true. Do you remember what you said to me then? I remember. I am the son of a fairly well-off family. Wow. If you say that with your own mouth, you must be impressive. Are you trying to brag about yourself? No, that is not it. Suppose. Cha Soo-hyun looked straight into her eyes. If we return, will you still not try? Even if I say I will help Choi Zeon-jae with anything. Why so suddenly? I mean that, since I made such a promise, I will make sure we return. Right now, your feeling is strongly that you're doing this unwillingly, that you have no other choice, that there's no other way. Your people said you do not love the Emperor. They said you only chose the Emperor to protect yourself, because currying favor with the Emperor was the safest thing to do. Angelica lowered her head and asked, Did Sylvia think that? Sison, beside her, did not deny it either. Angelica's hands clenched, and her heart grew tangled. After hearing it, I'm not sure whether that is true or not. I only acted in order to survive. When I first came here, I tried my best not to offend Raniero. I went to the hunting grounds, attended social gatherings I disliked, all just to survive. After I gained Raniero's favor and life became more comfortable, I avoided everything that might anger him. Perhaps the reason I once thought about becoming queen was because such a life would be comfortable and peaceful. Cha Soo-hyun raised his hand and called her by her real name, Miss Choi Zeon-jae. Angelica was surprised when he lifted her face. Cha Soo-hyun looked straight into her eyes. Would it really be fine if he died? Angelica's lips parted, but she could not utter a word. Angelica was stunned. What? That? As expected, it is difficult to answer this question, isn't it? Angelica hesitated and said, I do not know whether my self-preservation instinct is deceiving me, or whether it is for some other reason, but his death. It certainly would not be something pleasant for me. Cha Soo-hyun had not expected her to say those words. But perhaps I would not grieve and suffer for the rest of my life either. In the end, are my feelings for him only that shallow? Whenever I hear things like this, his face appears in my mind, but that is only because I'm still lingering over the emotions I had for him. But beyond those feelings, the moment I escaped Artis, the refreshing sense of having cast everything off was also my true feeling. The nightmare that bound me disappeared from that day. Angelica's legs nearly sank into the snow. It had been 17 days since they left Decino territory. Angelica raised her hand to block the snowstorm and said with difficulty, Is this really the right road? I cannot see ahead anymore. Yes, if we go a little farther, we will arrive. Hold on, I am more worried than you are. We are a little later than expected. If we have arrived here, the Emperor must have withdrawn his troops too, right? That mysterious voice sounded in her head again. No, do you think he would stop? Angelica answered him. No, he would only withdraw if the situation truly became uncontrollable. The snow will probably stop falling soon, right? Is that because you understand the Emperor well? No, I am sorry, but this time it is just intuition too. There is no need to apologize. Your intuition has been right lately. Angelica seemed unable to endure any longer. Her eyelids gradually drooped. This is bad. I am really too exhausted now. I cannot walk. Cha Soo-hyun quickly supported her. Are you all right? Hold on. We are almost there. Angelica's face turned pale. Damn it, I came all the way here. Her body trembled. I am sorry. My legs keep giving out. To be honest, I cannot feel my legs anymore. Perhaps she had reached her limit. They cannot stop here. The road was blocked by the snowstorm, so it would take time. Cha Soo-hyun hoisted her onto his shoulder, making her cry out in shock. What are you doing? We will continue moving like this. I want to return home quickly. Then he walked steadily forward. And then, fortunately, Tunia Temple was right before their eyes. Cha Soo-hyun helped Angelica into the temple. The Archbishop asked in shock. Who is it? You. We have returned, Archbishop. It is Cha Soo-hyun. Cha Soo-hyun, what are you doing? The person beside him struggled to greet the Archbishop. Have you been well during this time, Archbishop? I am the Queen of Artis. We met during the previous magical attack. It is rather sudden, but I have fled from Artis. Merciful people, please give me shelter and food. Cha Soo-hyun called her in shock. Your Majesty. The Archbishop stared at them in astonishment. God of Tunia, Cha Soo-hyun Chukan Khelika. Your Majesty, please stay conscious. Angelica became dazed. So noisy. Father Soo-hyun, I'm not dead yet. I'm just a little tired. Again. I remember that face again. Why? I was truly so afraid of you. So why is this heart still not fated? Cha Soo-hyun and the bishop watched in panic as she fainted. The next morning, Angelica woke in a daze. She stared blankly at the room. Where is this? Does Tunia Temple have such a clean room? It seemed like a better room than the one she had stayed in when she came here with Raniero. At that moment, the room door opened and Serafina came in carrying a plate of food. You have awakened? Angelica tilted her head and looked at her. Serafina gently set down the plate of food and asked with concern, "Is anything uncomfortable? Since you have just woken up, you must be surprised because this is a place you are seeing for the first time. This is my room." Angelica still looked at her in astonishment. There was no need to be told. This was Raniero's partner, the holy saint of Tunia Temple. The scene changed to the foot of the mountains near the Sornia border, where the generals of artists were talking. It is a pity to give up here, but because we continue to advance in the snowstorm, the soldiers' health has. I cannot go any farther either. Raniero tapped his fingers on the table. He silently looked at the map. Were 10 years still not enough? If we return this way, we will run out of supplies. Let us stop by Tunia Temple on the way back. In that case, he struck the table and answered, "That is right. We withdraw." Irritation was clear in his eyes. Back with Angelica, Serafina gently asked her, "Was there anything uncomfortable about the meal?" Yes. Thanks to you, I feel full." This person was the holy saint of Tunia Temple. Seeing Angelica looking at her, she suddenly remembered. I have not introduced myself yet, have I? I am Serafina." Yes. Angelica thought in confusion. How should I introduce myself? If it had been 3 weeks ago, I would have introduced myself as Angelica Amlo's artist. I am Angelica. Yes, Angelica. But I heard you walked all the way to this wilderness in winter in only 17 days. Even trained knights do not often do something so reckless. It is true that the route was planned by a trained knight. Cha Soo-hyun, the knight who accompanied you, is also exhausted. He is resting elsewhere now. I see. You're the holy saint of Tunia, right? That is what people usually call me. This is your room, isn't it? That is right. This room is connected to the prayer room. I use it alone. May I ask you a few questions as well? Queen of Artists, I heard you fled here. May I ask why you fled? Angelica's hands clenched. What should I do? Where should I start explaining? Originally, Cha Soo-hyun was supposed to explain things like this. Thinking that, she asked, "Did Cha Soo-hyun not say anything to you?" Serafina looked blank. "Yes, Chesil told me." Ouch, did I say the wrong thing? Serafina then said, "I did find it strange. A person who had despised me all this time suddenly said he loved me and was exiled. Does she know that Cha Soo-hyun's confession was only a lie to get himself exiled? And then, after several months passed, he returned with you. Is that a coincidence? Perhaps not. He would not hesitate to use any means to meet me, would he? No, more than that, to bring you here. I know Cha Soo-hyun does not love me. That is why I could not meet him. I was afraid. I hated myself, and I was very sad. She found everything out. A terrible hunger was pressing down on me. Reading it in a novel and experiencing it directly were truly two completely different feelings. Let me briefly summarize only the main points. Angelica's expression became broken and frightened. The Emperor of Artists. The Emperor will soon come here. Seeing her complexion worsen, Serafina worried. You do not look well. Are you all right? Her voice trembled. Please, that person, please kill him. Angelica gripped the blanket tightly. Asking a holy woman of the God of Mercy to kill someone was ridiculous. However, Raniero's voice calling her kept echoing in her mind. Ange. It seemed to make her even more agitated. There's not much time. We must prepare immediately. Even now, the words still echo in my head. Mercy will sever the breath of war. This is something only the holy saint of Tunia can do. So, Serafina tried to soothe her. Calm down, Angelica. But this is good for you too. Serafina asked in confusion. It is good for me too? Is that so? Angelica remembered the original story. He invades and ruins her. That is her fate. Even from my perspective, isn't that too harsh? So you are saying this for my sake? It is not only good for you, but yes. But it is good for Cha Soo-hyun too. For Cha Soo-hyun as well. Serafina stood up. If so, how do you know that? There's a prophecy. Serafina was shocked. A prophecy? Yes. It is a document that records what will happen in the future. Where is that document? In a library of the old sacred place. During the punitive expedition, when the emperor was absent, it was there. I have never heard of such a document. Angelica pointed toward her bag. It is in my luggage, but there is one problem. That only I can read it. Serafina held the book in her hand and asked her, "Is it this book?" Angelica answered, "Yes, that is right." "Can you see what the title is?" Serafina shook her head. "I can only see a picture of red flowers. It does not look like a prophecy." She opened the book. In her eyes, there was nothing in the book but blank paper. It really was blank paper. That is right, believing in a future written on blank paper. I know this sounds like a scam, but this is the truth to me, and Cha Soo-hyun also knows about this prophecy. Hearing that, Serafina froze. She asked, "Cha Soo-hyun, what? If it happens according to the prophecy, Cha Soo-hyun will die by Rhaenyra's hand." Serafina cried out in horror. "Oh my goodness, truly? I am sorry. I was just very surprised. No, perhaps it is because I said something too hard to accept. I do not care even if I have to run away forever." But Cha Soo-hyun wants to confront him head-on. Therefore, the death of the Emperor of Artists at the hands of the Holy Saint of Tunia Temple is heaven's will. What I hope is that no one will have to die in the process. Serafina still seemed unable to escape the shock. At last, she calmed down and asked, "Then, if it happens according to the prophecy, will you die as well?" Angelica pressed her lips together. "Yes, if it happens according to the prophecy, I am the first person to die." "Ha, my words sound very suspicious, do they not?" "Even so, do you still believe what I say?" Serafina answered, "Yes, I believe you." Hearing that left Angelica blank. Serafina continued, "If it is you, then I am sorry." Night fell, and the temple sank into silence. Angelica lay on the bed and thought blankly. Serafina accepted my story more easily than I expected. Even so, at that time Serafina said, "Yes, I believe you. If it is you, then I am sorry." Why did she apologize? Is there some meaning behind it? But Cha Soo-hyun had once told me not to be curious about Serafina's thoughts. Although she was someone who understood me, something about it still did not feel entirely satisfying. The next morning, Serafina stood before the people. She raised her hand and spoke. "From now on, everyone, please listen carefully to what I say. The army led by the Emperor of Artists will soon arrive at the temple. Their numbers may be quite large." Hearing this, the people were shocked. Is this not a prophecy from the gods? The gods have blessed us, and now it is our turn to answer them. Above all, we are believers who worship the merciful God. Even if not everyone has been granted grace, we cannot abandon those begging for help in such harsh weather. Serafina could sense their fear. Everyone felt hesitant, but the holy saint's words were absolute to them. Before turning away, Serafina left an instruction: prepare wine to warm the bodies of those who had walked through the snow. Even if this was not a prophecy from the god Tunia, after hearing Serafina's words, the archbishop grew anxious. Such a large number? There was nowhere to take them all in. This truly was a major problem. Cha Soo-hyun hid in a corner and looked outside. The holy saint had begun to act. The sound of hoofbeats rang out from the army led by Rhaenyra Artists. He knocked on the temple door, and the archbishop stammered, Please come in." Rhaenyra Artists asked, "You do not seem surprised." The archbishop avoided his gaze and replied, "Ah, I knew in advance that your majesty would come." Rhaenyra Artists was astonished to hear this. It was an unpleasant sound. Outside, noise kept ringing out without end. Angelica sat in a corner. If it was so noisy outside, Rhaenyra Artists must have arrived. According to Serafina, the artist army would probably feel awkward if they saw me, wouldn't they? No one will come to this prayer room, so it would be best if I did not leave. But being here alone makes me feel a little uneasy. Since that day, I had shut myself in the prayer room, only hoping Rhaenyra Artists would leave. But 3 days passed, and Rhaenyra Artists still had not left this place. According to doctrine, no one in the temple was allowed to enter the Holy Saint's prayer room, but food was still placed in front of the door at every meal. In principle, the two of them should already have finished their fated encounter. How could Rhaenyra Artists still be here? It's cold. I am lonely. How long do I have to be locked in here? A sound rang out, startling Angelica. She ran happily to open the door. Serafina, but it was Cha Soo-hyun. Huh, Cha Soo-hyun. Be quiet. Where is Serafina? It has been a while. If you mean Serafina, she left me here 3 days ago and has not come back once. She has not come back once? Damn it. Where on earth did she go? I understand. I will look elsewhere. She grabbed his hand. Oh, no, you can't. Don't go. What is the situation now? The Emperor is still here, isn't he? Cha Soo-hyun answered guidedly. Listen carefully. The plot has changed. Serafina did not meet that man. What did you say? If things had followed the principle, Serafina should have received him the moment he first entered the temple. But Raniero Artis met the Archbishop first. It seems Serafina is avoiding meeting the Emperor. We have to change the plan. Before Serafina kills him, we must go to the old sanctuary. Yes? Why all of a sudden? Their force numbers as many as 10,000. I did not expect this either. Because the temple did not have enough room, they were sent down to the nearby villages. The army is being quartered in private homes, divided into small groups. When the Archbishop said it was unrealistic for the believers to care for everyone, the Emperor threw a bag of gold onto the ground. Good grief. The people here make a living through barter. Gold and silver mean nothing here. He must know that, yet he did it anyway. In any case, if Serafina kills the Emperor now, 10,000 soldiers will suddenly lose their commander, and they will slaughter this place clean. Do you understand? We have to get out of here before that, Angelica. She hesitated. Then what about the people here? Will they die? Do not think about that. The blood of Actala, the sword of Tunia. Right now, think only of those two things. But Cha Su-hyun, this is too. Suddenly, footsteps rang out. Cha Su-hyun's entire body stiffened. He pushed Angelica into the prayer room. Angelica called out in surprise. Cha Su-hyun, be quiet for now. Confused, she asked, what is going on? At that moment, Raniero Artis's voice rang out. What is this? Hearing it, Angelica froze. His hand pressed against the wall. Raniero Artis looked around, searching for the source of the voice. Was I mistaken? Why did I hear my wife's voice? Inside the prayer room, Angelica fearfully covered her mouth. Outside, Cha Su-hyun dealt with Raniero Artis. So, it is your majesty the emperor. But, is the queen also in the temple? No, the queen is recuperating because her health is poor. Is that so? Then that was certainly not the queen's voice. But who were you talking to just now? The Holy Saint. The Holy Saint? Yes, I am very sorry, but outsiders are not permitted beyond this point. Raniero Artis asked, forbidden? Yes. If your majesty has lost your way, I can escort you back to the main hall. Then, please come this way. Raniero Artis tilted his head and glanced toward the prayer room. His eyes narrowed as he stared at it. Oh my goodness. Luckily, Cha Su-hyun had quickly closed the door. Otherwise, I would have been discovered. What should I do? My legs feel like they have no strength left. When night came, Cha Su-hyun was slapped sharply across the face by a holy knight. You're under house arrest. You could not even wait and had to sneak into the prayer room. You were exiled, yet you still have not come to your senses. Cha Su-hyun did not resist and said, I apologize. Serafina looked down from the ceiling. She thought to herself, Cha Su-hyun went to the prayer room? But why? Did he come to see me? Or was it because of Angelica? Judging by the circumstances, it is more likely he came to find me. Cha Su-hyun must have had something to ask of me, just like Angelica. Did he ever think about the danger I might have to bear because of that? Did he ever think, even once, that he had to protect me? Even once. If he had cared about me, even a little, he surely would not have used that confession as an excuse to exile himself. Perhaps my long, one-sided love will never be returned. How cold. That is the price of the sin I must bear. Have my eyes stopped crying? Elsewhere, Raniero Artis raised his hand to block the sunlight. He looked into the distance and murmured to himself, it is time to prepare to leave this place. He looked down the road far ahead. This was not a place where they could stay for long. It was too harsh. The villagers below begged the soldiers not to take their food. Raniero Artis merely pondered with a cold expression. Suddenly, Serafina appeared and called out, O great son of the god Actala! Raniero Artis turned back coldly. I wondered who had come. So, it was the Holy Saint. Meanwhile, Angelica sat blankly on the bed. How strange. Why has there been no news from Serafina for the past few days? Has she still not met Raniero Artis? I want to go find her myself, but I do not dare go outside. If Cha Su-hyun is right, it seems Serafina is avoiding the Emperor. What if she continues not meeting the Emperor? No, that cannot happen. Although I knew it was selfish, I did not tell her the whole story from the original work. In case Serafina ran away, I hid the obsession Raniero Artis would show toward her. I only told her about the future where Cha Su-hyun would die. If the two of them met, Raniero Artis would definitely take Serafina away. If Serafina reached Artis and killed Raniero Artis, then at that moment I would secretly take Serafina out and go straight to the refuge. Ugh, my head hurts. But why has Cha Soo-hyun disappeared since that day? Cha Soo-hyun, said Seraphina, had to leave before she killed the emperor. Suddenly, she heard a loud noise outside. She lifted the curtain and looked out. What is this? Why is it so noisy outside? When she saw the scene outside, the artist army, Angelica froze and exclaimed, "Oh, the artist army. They're all withdrawing. This is..." Angelica tried to stop her hands from trembling. Did the two of them finally meet? Seraphina must have left too, right? I have to meet Cha Soo-hyun. Cha Soo-hyun has been outside all this time. Cha Soo-hyun will be able to tell me what happened. Seeing the monks, Angelica asked them breathlessly, The Emperor has left, hasn't he?" Everyone looked gloomy. That means, is this proof that Seraphina has left this place? Thank you all for helping hide me until now. Angelica was startled by the fact that she felt relieved when she saw the monks' despairing expressions. That's right. If Seraphina and Raniero Artis have ended up living together, then at least I have avoided the worst outcome. I really am terrible. I'm far too selfish. She spoke again. May I ask where Cha Soo-hyun is? Seeing that they remained silent, she continued. I have something I want to ask Cha Soo-hyun. Why is everyone saying nothing? If not, later is fine too. The sound of a door opening suddenly rang out, and Angelica's body stiffened. Footsteps sounded behind her. She glanced back and saw Seraphina, whom she had thought had gone with Raniero Artis, still here. Seraphina, why? Why are you here? When the monks heard Angelica's words, their expressions changed. Angelica's voice trembled. Did you not meet Raniero Artis? Why? Cha Soo-hyun is about to die. I told you that. She explained, that is not it. I met His Majesty, but nothing happened. Nothing happened? I asked you to kill him. Seraphina quietly called her name. Angelica. She interrogated her. You did not kill him? What the hell? Angelica seemed to lose her reason. What is happening? Then how is this any different from what was said before? Angelica, calm down. There were 10,000 artist troops there. Do you know what would happen if I killed him here? Angelica yanked her hand free from Seraphina's. Is that really true? The Emperor really saw you, and nothing happened? Truly. Angelica, what was supposed to happen? What exactly? Angelica burst into loud laughter. Haha, everyone, is this true? Tell me, did Seraphina meet Raniero Artis? Why? Why did I risk my life to come here? Why did I decide to run away to this sacred land of Tunia? In the author's note at the back of the book, it was written, the immutable law of this world. The great son of Actila will become absolutely obsessed with the holy saint of Tunia. The relationships between the characters around them, and even the struggle for power, may change no matter how much, but that truth will never change, even if the heir of Actila originally loved someone else, because that is fate. But, they said that would not change. They said that would never change. If I had known this choice was a mistake, I would never have risked running away. I would not have betrayed Raniero Artis. When he returns to Artis in his right mind, he will know that I betrayed him. He will be angry, won't he? Of course he will be angry. He definitely will not leave me alone. Seraphina looked at Angelica, sitting on the ground, her body trembling, and grew worried. Angelica was so afraid that she became unable to breathe. Cough, cough. Seraphina rushed over. Angelica, no, calm down. Do not worry too much. There will definitely be another way. Those words seemed to jolt Angelica awake. She murmured, another way? What way? Is there really one? What should I do? Seraphina looked at her without understanding. That's right. After all, Cha Soo-hyun was the one who told me to come here. Angelica, calm down first. Where is Cha Soo-hyun? Angelica, Cha Soo-hyun is now. She shouted, where is Cha Soo-hyun? Cha Soo-hyun, I have to meet Cha Soo-hyun. Right now. The Archbishop shouted, stop it. Doing any more will be useless. Follow me. I will take you to see Cha Soo-hyun. Walking down the corridor, the Archbishop led her to the door of the room where Cha Soo-hyun was being confined. The door opened, and she immediately called out in haste, Cha Soo-hyun, something terrible has happened. She choked up and could not speak properly. Something terrible. Definitely. Cha Soo-hyun asked worriedly, what happened? It deviated from the principle. The Emperor did not take Seraphina away. Seraphina did not meet the Emperor. She did. She met him, but the book you brought said so. Yes, that is what it said. But it deviated. Calm down. Stop crying. We missed our chance this time, but it is not just that we missed our chance. He did not go mad for Seraphina. He will look for me. What should I do now? Am I going to die here? Right now, no, I have to come to my senses. I cannot keep relying on Cha Soo-hyun forever. Cha Soo-hyun is someone who prioritizes profit and efficiency over loyalty. He could even use the people around him as tools if necessary. I'm not much different either. Angelica got down from the bed. I have to go. Cha Soo-hyun stopped her. Where are you going? I have to go back. I have to return to the Imperial Palace and pretend nothing happened. Can you get back before the artist army? That made Angelica freeze. In reality, that was impossible. Then what am I supposed to do? You're not the person involved, so you can stay calm, but that is not it. When the situation deviates from the principle, you will certainly find another way. And if I become an obstacle in that new way, you could remove me at any time. Cha Soo-hyun had not expected her to think that way, and he stared at her in shock. So I will also find a way that I can take. If I just stand still, I will definitely be caught by him and die in agony. Cha Soo-hyun wanted to say something, but he could not get the words out. Angelica, At that moment, Serafina appeared and interrupted. I do not know exactly what is going on, but Angelica, you said it took you 17 days to get here, didn't you? Then the Emperor's army will take about the same amount of time. It will take 17 days just to get there, and if they arrive and immediately turn back, it will take another 17 days. Then we still have more than a month, do we not? Angelica silently looked at her. Serafina embraced Angelica and comforted her. I did not expect that your plan failing to go as you wished would cause such a great problem. I am sorry. Even though I had panicked and screamed in terror, she calmed me down. When my mind settled, regret and shame flooded in. In truth, this was not Serafina's fault. I was the one who had information and secretly pushed her into danger. Serafina said softly, "There, I forgive you. Everything you and Cha Soo-hyun did to drive me into a corner. I forgive it all." She already knew everything. Serafina, I could feel that she was holding back her emotions. Serafina tried to appear calm in order to reassure me, who was panicking, but she herself had also been swept into a storm of emotion. As if she could no longer endure it, she turned and ran away. She called after her, "Serafina," but Cha Soo-hyun stopped her. "Angelica, let the holy saint think alone for a moment. First, let's think of a way to resolve this. I know I must take responsibility. I will not let you die." At that time, the artist army finally retreated empty-handed. Their morale had completely collapsed. They had set out on a conquest with great expectations, but the result was nothing at all, and they had even lost manpower. Raniero, artist, leading the army, blamed himself. "I should have tried a little harder." No, because of the cold and exhaustion, some soldiers had lost their lives. If we had kept holding on, perhaps we would have lost even more troops. The voice that had once stirred my mind was now silent as well. No victory, no enemy head, only a tedious march. Raniro artis siged. How unpleasant. Angelica's figure appeared in his mind. Hearing someone's voice might improve his mood. Raniero, artist, softly called her name, Ange. She said she would go to Count Decino's territory. Raniero said to the soldiers, "I will part ways with you here." The soldiers looked at him in silence, then replied, "We will see you in the capital." "Your Majesty, and my Ange, at last, I can see you again. Will you be surprised that I have returned sooner than expected? But then you will have to listen to me complain about everything. I was terribly annoyed that I could not go to war, but in return, I can tease Ange as much as I like. And you will tell me you love me many times, over and over, until you grow sick of it. I wonder if you could ever grow sick of those words." After that, he arrived at Count Decino's territory. Acuvinla and the man beside her knelt in terror. Raniero glared at them and asked, "What is this noise?" Trembling in fear, she said, "Your Majesty, the Queen is currently missing." He asked again what? Acuvinla hurriedly pointed toward the soldiers holding Sylvia. In her place, we have detained the maids who served closest to the Queen. I brought them here. They were also present when the Queen disappeared, so if we interrogate them, we will surely learn something. Raniero looked coldly at her and asked, "Missing? Missing, you say? What is this?" She trembled in fear. It was over. His eyes were no longer normal. At a time like this, it would have been better if Duchess Nirma were here. She had helped capture Sison and Sylvia, but she did not seem willing to offer any higher-level assistance in this territory. Yes, she was keeping herself far from danger. All right, did someone kidnap the Queen? He grabbed the man by the collar and lifted him up. Was the Queen kidnapped? You fools failed to protect her, and now she's no longer here. Is that it? Your Majesty, who would dare kidnap the Queen? Who? Who would be so bold? Acuvinla trembled in terror. Sylvia, bound and kneeling on the ground, interrupted. Impossible. Kidnapped? The Queen fled on her own. Raniero threw the man down. My wife, does she want to die? What do you mean fled? Sylvia laughed with delight and mocked him. Seeing you so worried is entertaining. What is wrong? You always know best and always stand above everyone else. Is that not the case this time? Angelica anlas artis. Hearing those words, he froze and looked at her. No, not anymore. Raniero's hand trembled as he tried to draw his sword. Sylvia continued, she is no longer an artist now, is she? Raniero raised his sword and pointed it at Sylvia. She went on, actually, you know it too. Shut up. Shall I say it again? What is wrong, Raniero? Did you not hear me tell you to shut up? She repeated the words Raniero did not want to hear. The queen was not kidnapped. She fled on her own. Do you not feel uneasy? You love your queen so much that you refuse to face the truth. She fled because she was too terrified. Unable to listen any longer, he growled, shut up. Someone's life has probably always been nothing more than a game to you. You play with them to your heart's content, and when you grow bored, you can simply abandon them. That is all. You played with me. You found it amusing when I resisted desperately. Now it is your turn, Raniero artist. He suddenly said a hunt. The smile on Sylvia's face stiffened in confusion. Yes, the winter hunt. Is the winter hunt. Perhaps my wife needed a wider hunting ground. This is the amusement she has arranged. Otherwise, she would not have left even her closest attendant behind. I will take it as a provocation. Sison looked at him in shock. But the queen loves me. At that, Sylvia burst out laughing. Love? The queen has never loved you. She did not hesitate to expose his self-deception. She has only ever thought about escaping. Raniero refuted her words. No, you do not understand her. And she does not know how to lie. Sylvia sneered and replied, really? Then the truth has now been proven, as far as what you can do. Seeing that she had succeeded in provoking Raniero into madness, she taunted him. Will you kill me? Kill me. I am ready to die. Then your wife will fear you even more. Kill me, and then go find your wife. Tell her that you killed Sylvia. Go on, tell her you killed the pitiful maid who was caught in the queen's place. Raniero's voice trembled. No, she continued. The queen has never loved you. Raniero weakly denied it. No, she did not let him go. What the queen felt for you was not love. Raniero could only cry out, no, it was fear. Raniero froze, refusing to believe it. No. In Raniero's mind, Angelica's voice surfaced. I love your majesty. Yes, that was right. You said that. Those words could not have been a lie. How could you dare lie to me? And she cannot lie. Even if she did lie, it would be very easy to see through it. Sylvia sneered. How foolish, Raniero. You only believe it because you want to believe it. You know it yourself. Every moment, she appeared before you with a face full of fear. What do you know? You know nothing about Ange. Do you know how lovely Ange's face is? Ange's eyes when she said those words. The sword in Raniero's hand fell. He stood there like someone who had lost his soul. Impossible. That maid's sinister tongue had twisted tightly around my wrist and struck a heavy blow. She did not stop, but instead went on speaking even more excitedly. As long as she is afraid, you will never obtain love. Those words of love were only lies meant to mislead me. They were only lies to escape from me out of fear. Although I did not want to believe it, that was the truth. There were far too many moments that I could hardly deny or ignore. Raniero collapsed to his knees. By my nature, I should have ended both of them long ago. Because they had insulted the emperor, I should have done so. But if I did that, I would only be sowing more fear in Ange, just as that woman said. Fear has never been a good friend to you. Fear has continuously ruined you. If I am fear to you, perhaps your fate is to escape from me. But I do not want that. I have never once lost anything I desired. Conquering, plundering, taking away, those things have accompanied me for a very long time. I must bring you back. You surely would never think you could escape me forever, because you know very well how stubborn I am. Even if you're caught again, I doubt you will be very surprised. Yes, even if she is afraid and dared to defy me. Now, perhaps she is frightened of the consequences of what she has done. If so, I will show her. It is simple. I only have to show her. Show her that there is no need to be afraid. Sylvia and Sison looked on in confusion at the scene before them. Acuvinla stared at Raniero, assessing him. The emperor had collapsed into a sitting position. Raniero thought to himself, I will show her that the maids and everyone else are safe, and I will let her know that I am not angry. I will soothe her and embrace her. After thinking everything through, Raniero brightened and said, I only need to chase after her, bring her back, and forgive her. The story of the queen's escape might become a troublesome piece of gossip and bring her disgrace. So all of this can be considered a winter hunt. There is no serious problem. This is merely a pleasant game, a winter hunt that my Ange prepared for me. Thinking that, Raniero burst into laughter. Ah, how interesting. How very interesting. Sylvia looked with disgust at Raniero, who was laughing madly, and cursed inwardly. Lunatic. A few days later, Angelica sat on the bed. She sighed. I have not eaten or slept properly for days. Has he realized it by now? Thinking that he would come running made me anxious. In the end, why did the principal change? Ultimately, the cruel fate surrounding Serafina had returned to me. Of course, the fact that I am bearing her fate does not mean it is her fault. The one at fault here is me. I try to run away and push everything on as Serafina. And yet, although she knew everything, she still forgave Cha Su-hyun and me. She met with the Archbishop and the Captain of the Holy Knights to request that Cha Su-hyun's ban be lifted. Although she was no longer very close to me, the priests here were still accepting the queen who had fled from the Artist Empire like a ticking time bomb. At the very least, they somewhat deserved the name of the Temple of the Merciful Goddess. A knock sounded at the door. Serafina entered with Cha Su-hyun. Angelica said nothing as she looked at the two of them. Angelica quietly said, "According to the principal, one person here is not allowed to enter." Cha Su-hyun avoided her gaze and replied, "But the owner of the room gave permission." In recent days, Cha Su-hyun seemed to have noticed how unexpectedly listless I was. He had said in a firm voice, "I will not let you die." Certainly, those words truly surprised me, but in any case, I had to pull myself together. Cha Su-hyun could change his mind at any time. I no longer had Saisen either. He said, "I came to talk about the Emperor. The Emperor will not be able to lead an army here, correct?" Cha Su-hyun explained. "Even if he is fine, the knights can no longer be in good condition. We have a chance. The combat strength of the Holy Knights on our side is not bad either." Serafina merely sat there in silence with a heavy expression. Cha Su-hyun comforted Angelica and analyzed the situation. There may be no need to be too pessimistic. If you consider that an emperor who has overworked himself for more than a month and a half is being lured into our territory, she cried out in shock. Is Cha Su-hyun thinking of defeating Raniero? How strange. Cha Su-hyun is usually not so optimistic. Even if that man is alone, we cannot ignore the blessing Raniero received from Attila, the god of war. This is far too reckless. Perhaps Cha Su-hyun is only trying to comfort me, but is that really it? After thinking that, she hesitantly asked, "Do we truly have to fight someone like that?" Cha Su-hyun asked back, "If we do not fight, then what?" She blankly replied, Cha Su-hyun said again, "I intended to persuade the captain of the Holy Knights to prepare to arm themselves. But if you truly do not want that, then I will," she interrupted. No, I understand. As a defense mechanism against the Emperor, in that moment, I had misspoken. That was true. The great heir of Attila. How could matters be resolved through words? And then, hearing this, she thought to herself, that is right. I almost forgot. In the plan, there can be no reconciliation through conversation. After all, we have a clear reason to kill Raniero. Heavy raindrops fell upon the temple. Serafina and Angelica stood before the statue of the goddess. "O Lord, your servant is here." "What is this?" She prayed with deep reverence. "Please grant guidance to this lost soul. Help me find a righteous path." Why am I praying together with Serafina? Her prayer slowly rang out. "Please protect us and accompany us with iron resolve. For now you and your holy saint have been joined more deeply." Is this a dream? She called softly, "Angelica." Then she suddenly said, "I am sorry." Angelica asked in confusion, "Yes? What is it?" Suddenly, she seized Angelica by the throat, making her widen her eyes in shock. Serafina's voice abruptly said, "I have arrived. I'm on my way. Wait, Ange, come here." Angelica awoke from the nightmare. She gasped for breath, her body drenched in cold sweat. "What is this? This dream?" Serafina, beside her, asked worriedly. "Angelica, are you all right? My goodness, you are sweating so much." Suddenly, a strange blue light appeared in Angelica's eyes. Did I dream something? Was a nightmare? As soon as she spoke, she suddenly ran off, startling Serafina. "Where are you going?" "Angelica!" She panted and said, "No." "What is this?" It was as if lightning had struck inside Angelica's head. A glow seemed to surround her body. She looked straight at Serafina and said, "No, no." Serafina stared at her in astonished confusion. Angelica stood with her back to the statue of the goddess and said quietly, "You are not Tunia's sword. Serafina stared open-mouthed in shock at Angelica, whose entire body was emitting a strange radiance. She continued, I do not know who you truly are, but I know one thing for certain. You're not that person. Why do I keep knowing these things? Where is this certainty coming from? A certainty I cannot explain. And once again, a voice rang inside her head. The sword's plan failed. She raised a hand to hold her head. What does this mean now? The sword's plan? She groaned. My head. It felt as though it was about to burst. Then, suddenly, her eyes flew open. In her pupils appeared the figure of Raniero riding a horse. He was galloping forward at full speed. A voice rang in his ear. Raniero, Raniero. That mysterious being seemed to want to stop him. Do not go. Listen to me. It is a trap. Raniero, Raniero. A few days earlier, Raniero lowered his head onto Sison's trembling body. He asked, why did she not take you with her? If not you, then whom did she take? You deliberately went south and showed your face in crowded places. You must have known that doing so would draw the attention of the investigation forces in that direction. Meanwhile, my wife went north, did she not? How easy. Too easy. It is so easy to grasp clues from another person's breathing or trembling. But then, how did Inge deceive someone like me? She always acted sweet and clung to me, without the slightest discomfort, and yet she never loved me. The thought enraged him, and he grabbed Sison by the throat. Your master abandoned you. Your master betrayed you. Then what is the point of remaining so stubborn? Enduring the pain, she replied, yes. My princess, the master of my life, changed long ago. But no matter how she changes, I will always remain by her side. No matter how many times I am betrayed, I will still believe and be deceived. Her trust and my loyalty will never change. Trust. Is it not foolish to trust a liar? I had also told myself that I would forgive and embrace Ange, but I will no longer be able to trust her. And yet this maid declares that, no matter what Ange becomes, she will always accept her. Is that love? Greater, deeper, and wider. Why do I feel as if I have lost? I want to win. How should I torture her until she betrays Ange? Or perhaps killing her would be easier. Sison's body trembled. Suddenly, the memory of that day surrounded him again. Damn it, try killing her. Tell her that you killed the pitiful maid who was caught in her place. Then your wife will fear you even more. The queen does not love you. The queen. Raniero flinched and released his hand. Sison screamed in fear. That voice rang again inside Raniero's mind. She fears you. His hand, suspended in midair, trembled. Raniero's entire body shook as though he had suffered a great blow. Dusk fell. A Cuvenla stood behind him and reported, as you ordered, I checked the list of people who passed through the northern gate. About a month ago, a married couple of unknown origin passed through the northern gate. A married couple? Hearing his tone, a Cuvenla broke out in a frightened sweat. He analyzed it pensively. A married couple. Apporte, the north. That is right, but it was not an illusion. Everyone there already knew. So they all knew. Prepare horses at once, and bows and arrows. She hurriedly replied, yes, yes. Then she turned and ran quickly. Thinking of Angelica and Cha Soo-hyun acting intimately together made him feel as though he would go mad. How adorable, going around like a real married couple. At that moment, at Tunia Temple, the archbishop was also worried that Artis's power would continue growing stronger. Is that not so? Raniero is on his way here. When the archbishop heard that, he turned his head. He no longer possessed any of the pure fervor of the old days. Eden looked at him coldly and continued, now is our chance to destroy Artis. If the emperor dies, Artis will also weaken. You have changed a great deal, Eden. Archbishop, now is not the time to reminisce about the past. Yes, I understand that your heart is impatient. But how can I order the holy knights to prepare to oppose the emperor of Artis? Who is it that we stop the way for? It is fine to want to repay a favor, but if we do this, all of us may die. Eden reminded him, the emperor will certainly not be in a good mood when he comes here. He will blame us for hiding the empress. You are the one who brought the empress here, and yet you dare say that? Eden, also known as Father Soo-hyun, was originally a man with a tranquil heart. Most of the time, his heart was frighteningly still, like a sea without the slightest wind. Although his reason was somewhat different from Raniero's, he regarded everyone as heir. However, Angelica was slightly different because she came from the same world as he did. The archbishop frowned and said, enough, Eden. Archbishop, the fact that the empress is a little more precious than others is important. So are you planning to abandon the empress? Eden thought to himself, the fact that the empress Empress was a little more precious than others was important. Between Angelica and the people of Tunia Temple, if he had to choose one, Eden would naturally choose the former. There was no special reason. In this world, no one other than her could create any deep empathy in Eden, even if she might not be that important to him. The fact that she was more important than others was what mattered. At this point, Eden asked, "Are you going to abandon the Empress? If you intended to abandon the Empress, you should have done it long ago. When the Emperor was still here, perhaps you should never have accepted her in the first place. She's a kind and pitiful person." The Archbishop asked, "Do you truly think so? Though it does not quite suit you, you're trying to appeal to my compassion. In my view, you're only making excuses to get what you want. Even so, what I said is not a lie, starting with the fact that this is our chance. Angelica, the Empress of Artists. She is nothing special, merely an ordinary woman who, out of fear of losing her own benefits, turns a blind eye to injustice. She also intends to use others as shields to avoid danger, but at the same time, she can feel pity for the misfortunes of others. She is both selfish and ordinary. I do not know what that person was plotting, but the holy saint nearly became a sacrifice. Thinking back on it, it is infuriating. It is only right that a petty person who cannot get angry out of fear would be that way." The Archbishop called Eden. He replied, "Speak. On the day the artist army left this place, did you not find the Empress's actions suspicious?" Eden was silent for a moment. Then he spoke. "So you intend to abandon her for that reason alone? As far as I know, the Holy Saint has already forgiven her. I merely added another excuse. My heart had already decided beforehand. Reasons only came afterward. That is why I am telling you that no matter how you object, you will not be able to persuade me. I have already decided, so there will be no gathering of the Holy Knights for the sake of the Empress of Artists." Eden asked, "May I know the reason?" "Because your plan was originally to gather the Holy Knights and punish the Emperor of Artists." Eden clenched his fists. "So you were prepared in advance to oppose everything I said? In fact, there is another excuse. Even if all our holy knights charged in together, we could not win. Did you not see during the extermination of the beasts? No matter how numerous the opponents are, they cannot defeat him. On the battlefield or anywhere else, that is his domain. Stop talking about excuses. The issue is that you have decided not to accept my plan, no matter what it is. Is that right? If so, could it be because the Holy Saint told you to do this? In any case, your plan will fail." "My plan will fail because that is the will of God." Not long after, Eden covered his face and said, "He refuses to cooperate, and he has no reasonable reason either. It is just because this is my plan." "Eden, calm down." Eden sprang to his feet. Do you know what the Archbishop said? He had prepared everything only to oppose it all, simply because it was my plan. Do you know the reason? Angelica thought to herself, "How would I know?" Eden continued, "It is because Seraphina told him to do so." Seraphina? She said God had given a mission that my plan would fail, so she told him to oppose everything I said. At this point, Eden angrily slammed his hand against the wall. "This is absurd. What the hell is that supposed to mean? That he has to oppose my plan, so it will fail. He does not want to listen to me? That is God's will? If so, then what is that sort of God even for?" Angelica was worried. He was truly furious. Yes, it is also truly frustrating. No matter how I act, everything leads to an ending someone else has already decided. In the end, it is as if I cannot change anything, especially for Eden, who had firm faith in himself. This must have been extremely unpleasant. With Eden's personality, it would be difficult for him to endure. No matter what he intended to do, the plan would ultimately. Suddenly, she remembered something. Wait, the plan of the sword will fail. Then, Eden, are you Tunia's sword? What? The plan of the sword will fail. A few days earlier in the prayer room, that intuition was not very different from the words of the god Tunia. My failure has been decided. That is God's will, and I cannot change it. She thought to herself, I do not like that either, but soon, it will take away. What was the last sentence again? In my mind, that voiceless voice conveyed certainty and had never been wrong. Thinking of this image, Angelica clenched her fists. She sprang to her feet and said, Eden, let us do it together. Eden immediately nodded in agreement. Angelica placed a hand on her chest and continued, I will lure him in, make artists bleed, then come to the old sanctuary. We will open the door together and return together. The scene shifted elsewhere to a gloomy shrine. The sound of horse hooves rang out, and a man appeared. The archbishop was also already there, his feet slowly stepping inside. Rhaenyra stopped and asked with a razor-sharp gaze, "Where is my wife?" The archbishop frowned and said, "The empress has left." Rhaenyra asked in a cold voice, "When?" "A few hours ago." Rhaenyra asked again, "Where did she go?" The archbishop answered, "North to the ruins." Then hand over the holy saint. Everyone who heard this was shocked. "But did I not just tell your majesty the empress's whereabouts?" "Shut your mouth. This is the price for daring to deceive me when I came here." "That is impossible. That is absurd. You hid what is most important to me in your hands. So I will take away what is most important to you." Inside the shrine, Seraphina stood before the statue of the god. Suddenly, she froze. In her eyes appeared the image of Rhaenyra, urging his horse forward like the wind. A mysterious voice rang beside her ear. "It is near soon, the Emperor of Artus." Suddenly, Seraphina saw Angelica lying sprawled on the floor. She approached and called, "Angelica, angel." But what answered her was that mysterious voice. "The Emperor of Artus will come here in 3 days. Remember that well. Artus, will take her away." Just then, an arm reached out from behind Seraphina. Then it quickly seized her hand and dragged her away. Everyone begged, "Wait, please. Please, Emperor of Artus, please spare the holy saint." He stated his condition. "If I can reclaim my angel safely, then I will spare this woman. But if I cannot find her, or if I must take her away in an imperfect state, then this woman will not be safe either." The archbishop and everyone else stood frozen in silence. Only when he took Seraphina away did they cry out, "Holy Saint, Seraphina." She turned back and thought, "It is all right. In any case, I'm not her." Because Rhaenyra dragged her along at a dizzying speed, she blurted out, "Ugh, cough. Wait, slow down." Rhaenyra turned back and glared, but gave no reply. Rhaenyra was extremely agitated. Forgiveness, trust. There had been times when he felt envious of such things. But now, those things were no longer important to him, because the voice that had once warned Rhaenyra that it was a trap was now continuing to fan the flames of overwhelming power and violent desire within him, as if urging him to finish the matter quickly and return. His only concern was to bring Angelica back, so that she could never escape again. At this moment, he and Angelica met. He curled his lips into a smile and said, "It has been a long time. Did you prepare this much for my arrival?" Angelica aimed an arrow straight at him. He spoke again, "I am very glad, Angel. If this is the entertainment you prepared for me, then I will gladly respond." He drew his bow and aimed an arrow back at her. "Come, let us see who will bring this to an end." Just like that, after their separation, the two faced each other with deadly arrows. She trembled and thought, because I had spent the past half-year observing Rhaenyra's every movement, I could tell this. On the surface, he seemed very calm, but in truth, he had completely lost his reason. His gaze seemed to pierce through me and stab into me. Although I had spoken solemnly to Eden, I was truly very afraid. Right now, I only want to kneel down and beg forgiveness immediately. I want to say that I was wrong, that I love him. I want him to kiss me and take me back to the palace. I only want to turn this into a small mistake and end it here. But I had gone too far to turn back. My legs trembled, and tears poured down like rain. I had to keep his eyes fixed on me, so that his gaze looked only at me, so that all his senses focused entirely on me. "So please." She tightly shut her eyes. "Please, do not notice. Let everything end here." Unexpectedly, at that moment, Eden appeared behind Rhaenyra. Just as Rhaenyra finally noticed, the quiver of arrows on him fell in disarray, and his hand accidentally released the arrow. Meanwhile, Angelica was still lost in thought. She could no longer turn back. When she opened her eyes at this point, she could not help being shocked by the sight of Eden stabbing Rhaenyra with his sword. Angelica was so startled that she clapped both hands over her mouth. Eden thrust the sword in with all his strength. Blood sprayed from Rhaenyra's body, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. Above, Angelica also sank down heavily. She cried out in pain, "Ugh, sob." Rhaenyra's arrow from just now had accidentally struck her leg. She blurted out, "It hurts. What is going on? Is Rhaenyra dead?" She gripped the arrow tightly and snapped it. At that moment, Eden, wounded in the shoulder, called, "Angelica, we have to hurry to the door. Can you stand up? Help me a little." Eden reassured her, "Endure it just a little longer. When we return to the body from that world, you'll no longer feel pain." Just like that, she abandoned Rhaenyra there, with eyes full of fiery hatred, and left. The two went inside, searching for that door. Both of them looked exhausted. Eden's gaze narrowed. The scene from earlier surfaced in his mind when he had stabbed Raniero from behind. Eden suddenly spoke. It is over. He is definitely dead. I stabbed him precisely in the neck. Angelica answered blankly. I see. She wondered, is Raniero dead? It feels so strange. Unclear emotions swirled deep in her mind. Relief at knowing she could truly escape now. Joy because she no longer had to be afraid, and a subtle sorrow that could only be felt. When she focused very hard, what exactly is this feeling? At this point, she asked, that door is here, right? The two stood silently in the middle of the spacious room. She stared ahead with wide eyes. She saw nothing, but it definitely had to be here. Eden said firmly, I will open it. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached his hand toward the door. His lips were pressed together, extremely tense. After waiting for a long while, Angelica still saw nothing happen. She asked, Eden, what is wrong? He answered in a daze, it will not open. Artis has shed blood, but for what reason? Is it because of Tunia's sword? Because I am Tunia's sword, I have failed? Simply because I am fated to fail? Is it because God decided it that way? No matter how hard I tried, it did not matter, simply because my fate was to fail. Eden kicked the door again and again with loud thuds. But I fulfilled all the conditions. How can it be this unreasonable? Damn it, damn it. Angelica seemed to realize something. She thought to herself, no, Eden did not fulfill the condition. Suddenly, she blurted out, no, he is not dead. Eden heard this and looked at her in shock. She said again, with certainty, he is still alive. Eden snapped his gaze toward the door. I stabbed him in the neck. He cannot possibly have survived. But Raniero truly was approaching, with a gleaming sword scraping across the floor, making Angelica feel utterly terrified. Raniero tightened his grip on the sword. My angel! He raised the sword high, aiming it at Eden. The hunt is over. Your efforts are commendable, but at that moment, someone came in through the door. That person was Serafina. Raniero continued his words. Let us stop here. Angelica's eyes became panicked. The image from the original story appeared. Serafina held Eden as he was killed by Raniero, and she screamed in terrible agony. Unexpectedly, Angelica stepped forward to shield Eden and shouted loudly, no. This action shocked Eden. She stood before Raniero's blade and begged, no, please. She wondered, what on earth am I doing? But she still pleaded, please stop. Raniero asked with a dark expression, are you afraid? Are you afraid he will be in danger? The one who is badly wounded right now is me. The one who made me like this is him. And yet, are you still only afraid of me? Hearing this, Angelica was rendered speechless. She looked at Raniero's neck. In shock, she realized inwardly that the wound was healing rapidly. I really must have gone mad, trying to kill someone like this. I actually thought I could kill him by stabbing him with a blade. Suddenly, Raniero dropped his sword. He placed his hand on Angelica's shoulder, then pushed her aside. Seeing this, Eden could not help feeling afraid. Raniero lunged at him like lightning and pinned down. He clenched his fist, then punched Eden hard. Angelica, pushed away, fell to the ground. She stared open-mouthed at the scene before her. Raniero was madly punching Eden in the face. She reached out and begged, stop, that is enough, please stop. She crawled over and grabbed Raniero's clothes. I was wrong, please forgive me. Hearing this, Raniero stopped. He turned back to look at her and asked, you seem terribly worried. Worried that he will die. His gaze lowered and his lips pressed tight. He seized her hand and placed it on his own neck. Look, Angel, look here, I am hurt too. She trembled and cried out, let go, then screamed, ah. Raniero continued, he hurt me too. It hurts me too. And yet you are only afraid of me. He wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her close. HM, say it. Am I that frightening? All she could do was cry, ah, uttering sounds of terror one after another. Solby. She looked at Eden lying behind her. He was still alive, but if things continued like this, he might die. Are the two of us really going to end like this? If Serafina acts, perhaps everything will be resolved. The only one granted power by God to kill Actila's great representative, the holy saint of Tunia. Damn it, I should have run away earlier. I kept doing pointless things. Thinking this, she suddenly spoke. Kill me. You've won. Congratulations. When Raniero heard that, he put her down. He walked over to his sword, then slowly picked it up, while Angelica squeezed her eyes shut and waited for him to strike. Her body trembled with fear, but Raniero carefully slung the sword over his shoulder. He lifted her into his arms. This surprised her. She thought to herself, what is he planning to do? Isn't he going to kill me right away? Like Seraphina in the original story, is he going to imprison me and kill me slowly? As they passed by, Angelica saw Seraphina, but she chose to press herself against the wall and avoid them. Angelica cried out inwardly, "Please, Seraphina, even if it's late, come here and kill Raniero. Please." When Raniero carried Angelica past, Seraphina hurriedly ran inside, calling anxiously, "Eden." Tears fell from her eyes. He had been here too. It could have been this way. She gently touched his face. It could have. Seraphina cried out in anguish. It could have kept his life intact like this. It could have preserved his life like this. Her scream was so loud that it echoed outside, and Angelica abruptly froze. She wondered inwardly, what was that sound? She pleaded again, "Please put me down. Just let me hear that story for a moment. Please let me listen to the Holy Saint's story for a moment, Your Majesty." Seeing that he did not answer, she thought, "It's hopeless. He isn't listening to a word I say. There are so many things I want to ask. The day I first met Seraphina, the day I woke up after fainting and she invited me to dine, the day she heard my plea to kill Raniero, the day she told me there was a book of prophecy. Back then, she clearly acted like someone who knew nothing. But could that have been true? Why did she say that, as if she had memories of the original story? Sorry, that's right. She definitely said it to me. Yes, I believe everything. If it is you, then I'm sorry. She said that. She also hid something from me. I thought that made us even. So, in the end, what is she hiding from me? The next morning, warm sunlight shone down on the snow. The archbishop and the people of the temple stood outside waiting. Seeing the two of them approach, the archbishop asked, "Great representative, where is Seraphina?" Tears streamed down his face. "What happened to Seraphina, our holy saint?" Raniero ignored him and said, "The empress is injured. Prepare the best room." Angelica frowned and blamed him inwardly. Who do you think caused this? "But first, Seraphina." He cut him off. "If I have to say it a third time, all of you will die. Quickly, guide him to a room. Then first, this way." "Oh no, that room seems the best." "Why, Your Imperial Majesty, Your Imperial Majesty, Your Majesty, that room will not do. Your Majesty, that is the Holy Saint's room." Suddenly, the blond man stopped short. Raniero set Angelica down. She looked at the man and signaled to him. "They are at the old sanctuary. Both Seraphina and Eden are there. But if they are delayed, Eden might die. His condition is critical. What about the Holy Saint? Is the Holy Saint safe?" he asked. She thought, no one cares about Eden, and then answered, "She's safe. It's enough as long as Seraphina is safe." He ran off joyfully to report, "Archbishop, the Holy Saint." At that moment, only Raniero and Angelica remained in the room. The two were silent for a while. Suddenly, Raniero asked, "Eden, are you worried about him? Is he that important to you? What are you thinking?" He looked down at her foot. "Do not be afraid. I have not killed him. To be honest, I wanted to kill him on the spot. But you are afraid of things like that, aren't you? So I restrained myself." As Raniero spoke, he touched the arrow. She glared at him in disgust and said, "Let go. Let go." He spoke again. "I thought of you that much. Yet all you thought about was running away." At that, Raniero decisively pulled the arrow out of Angelica's leg, making her scream in agony. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Her hands clutched tightly at the bedsheet, and then she collapsed. "Solby, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please kill me. If you're going to kill me, do it now. Hurry." Raniero asked pensively, "Why did you run away from me?" She did not answer and kept saying, "I am sorry." He gently stroked Angelica's hair. "Because you are afraid? That is what I heard. But the day you are no longer afraid of me will surely never come, because you fear my origin as well as the blessing I have received. So if someone like you is to stop running away, what must I do? Do you want me to kill you?" "I'm sorry, but absolutely not. I have no intention of killing you. I simply want to keep you by my side." By the next morning, rays of sunlight slipped into the room. Angelica lay quietly in Raniero's arms. Raniero stared at her without looking away, thinking deeply, how strange. "I clearly told you outright that I did not want to kill you. So why were you so frightened that you even fainted? What am I supposed to do?" "Angel said you were so afraid of me that you had to run away. Even when you do not seem afraid, you're always thinking of escape. What if the day when you face me without fear never comes? Should I not make it so that you can never run away again?" In truth, merely breaking one leg would be a very mild solution for me. But even that, Angel feared so much that I had to give it up. Suddenly, she groaned softly. Do you hate me that much? Then what am I supposed to do? Answer me." "Angel, I do not understand any of it. I need to have her treated and take her away." Because I feared you would panic, I even did things I've never done before. He was the one who lunged to kill me first. Otherwise, how could an arrow have ended up lodged in Angel's ankle? I specially spared that man's life. Yet Angel still continues to worry about him. As for me, you are still afraid of me. No, compared to before, you fear me far more. Seeing the Archbishop sitting lost in thought, Raniero abruptly placed a hand on his shoulder. He demanded, "Treat my wife. See whether the wound has become serious." For a moment, I felt that everything was utterly disgusting. The Archbishop replied, I understand." Seeing him tremble, Raniero thought, fear again. Never once have I felt like this when I became an object of fear. There has never been any need to guess the feelings of ants, and not understanding them has never stopped me from playing with them. I thought that once I met Angel, everything would become clear, but it was not like that at all. And because it was not, I became angry. My destiny is to destroy and conquer everything. The favor of a god is a privilege. Everyone envies that privilege and is ready to worship it. For Actila's followers, fear and admiration are one. The more cruel and merciless one is, the more reverence one receives. The more deeply one unites with Actila, the more one's recovery ability and physical strength surpass all others. It is proof that the god and I are closely bound, something to be revered and feared. But Angel fears even these things. Things like these. To Angel, everything about me is wrong. These blessings. A voice suddenly rang out in Raniero's head. Fool! Even though I helped him search for a woman, he dares deny a god's protection. Fool, fool, fool. At that moment, Raniero raised his face to the sky. He coughed painfully. He clutched his head and cried out, Damn it. The pain grew more and more intense. Raniero's screams grew increasingly frenzied. At the same time, everyone asked with concern, Holy Saint, are you hurt anywhere? I am fine, but Eden... Just as they passed by Raniero, he immediately froze, then shot them a razor-sharp glare. Everyone fell silent. Raniero endured the pain, his body beginning to tremble. He looked at his hands and spoke. But Eden cut him off. Raniero Actilus, even if I am human, you are a god, and my fate is failure. Even so, I will continue to resist. No one but me dares determine the limits of myself. Cough. You cannot do that, Raniero answered. It seems you are prepared, but I have no interest in the preparations of someone like you. Eden paused slightly, then laughed and said, When you look down on everything, you will eventually pay the price. Raniero glared and asked, What? He stepped closer. What did you just say? Eden's words were no different from an insult to the divinity bestowed upon Raniero. At the same time, they were also like a mockery of the matter with Angelica. While he had foolishly let his guard down, she had run away. Yes, that irritating woman. Though her image surfaced in his mind, the murderous intent surging up this time was far more intense than before. Why? Why is it him? What is so special about that man that she would abandon me and choose him as her companion? At this, he angrily seized Eden by the throat. I was far too merciful earlier. I should have finished you off before. The holy Saint Seraphina cried out in panic. Don't. Raniero continued tightening his grip around Eden's neck. Then I would not have had to hear these arrogant words. Looking into Eden's eyes, the image of Sylvia suddenly appeared, along with her challenge. Go ahead and kill him. Then your wife will fear you even more. I told you. He imagined Sylvia grabbing him by the throat. At that moment, Eden cried out, no. Raniero came back to his senses. He released him, causing Eden to fall to the ground. Insolent bastard. One who dares defy a god's authority must pay the proper price. With that, he turned and trudged away. Seeing this, Seraphina breathed a sigh of relief. In a quiet room, Angelica lay on the bed with her foot bandaged. She was still sunk in deep sleep. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and woke with a start. Seeing the person before her, she called out in surprise, Seraphina. Seraphina asked, You're awake? The Archbishop has treated your wound. You must have many things you want to ask me. You're confused, aren't you? Angel, what are you hiding from me? At first, I thought I was shameless. At that time, I had hoped she would help me, thinking that if Seraphina acted, perhaps everything would be resolved. But she had known everything and pretended not to know. Angelica bit her lip in frustration, tears streaming down as she questioned Seraphina. Why? Why didn't you kill him? You knew very well what I went through in that old sanctuary. Don't you have enough power to kill that man? To me, that was pure fear, enough to erase all the good feelings I had ever had for Raniero. Seraphina did not answer her, but turned her back toward the cabinet. Angelica asked, What are you doing? Seraphina said, "There is something I want to show you," and brought over a book. "This is a book I once tried to throw away, but could never manage to. Even if I discarded it, tore it up, or burned it, it still appeared in my room like a mark." Angelica thought, "It looks like a book about magic." Then she suddenly realized something. "This is Eden." She smiled. "It seems you didn't need to go through the trouble of reclaiming the old sanctuary. You only had to search the Holy Saint's room." Thinking that, she asked, "Then does this book have something to do with why you didn't kill Raniero?" Seraphina hesitated. "To explain that, I need to explain a little. This world was born from the breath of the law, and the gods were formed from the dreams of the law. The gods cannot directly exert their power upon the mortal world. Only followers who obey a gods can build the world based on those doctrines. Everything that is happening to us now stems from a war among the gods. A god who disturbed the order of the world. Actala, the god of slaughter, was born. Endless war, slaughter until the world was destroyed. Actala showed no sign of stopping. Therefore, the gods decided to destroy Actala. Hearing this, Angelica's eyes revealed astonishment. In the end, one of the gods had to sacrifice themselves to bring back from the law a weapon strong enough to kill Actala. In return, there was a price to be paid. Faith, that is belief in and worship of a god. Gods exist only when they have the faith of believers. A god cannot be killed physically, but only when all those who believe disappear do they lose their power. A god dies only when they lose their believers. Whether it was fortune or misfortune is unclear, but the center of faith in Actala has only one representative. That boundless power and endless victory are proof of Actala's blessing. Therefore, defeat also means the collapse of faith in Actala. At this, Angelica asked, "Is there no way to kill Actala's representative? He is too strong." Seraphina lowered her head and answered, "That is right. Therefore, one of the gods had to pay a price through a dialogue with fate and receive a weapon. Then that weapon is," Seraphina continued, "as you think, it is the holy saint of Tunia." Angelica continued listening to Seraphina. "Tunia, the god of mercy, left barren land to his own children and gave all fertile lands to others. This time as well, he willingly paid the price in place of the other gods, who were afraid to face fate. He personally requested from fate the power to kill Actala's representative." Angelica said, "And the holy saint of Tunia is you." But what was the price god Tunia paid to fate? What he held most precious? Human misfortune. The reason Seraphina had to go through such a harsh winter. It is too cruel, even fate. So in the end, all of it was the result of a transaction between fate and the gods. Before a transaction is made, fate does not reveal the price to be paid. God Tunia's case was no exception. Angelica said in shock, "That can't be. Isn't this something fate should have resolved? When Actala is running rampant and destroying the world, shouldn't fate handle it directly? Why go through such a complicated method?" But fate does not see Actala's existence as a problem. In fate's eyes, an endless chain of war is merely part of a giant cogwheel. It is absurd. In any case, that is why I was forced to shoulder a destined role I never wanted. And the book of prophecy that only you can read. Angelica, how far does it go? Angelica hesitated. "Up to the scene where you behead the emperor and walk away." Then did that finally happen? In the end, the emperor's army, Eden's death, all of it. Yes, to the gods, it may have been only an instant, but to me it was a long, dull, and dreadful stretch of time. While I endured that suffering, God Tunia never told me why I had to go through it. I could only pray to him, as I always had, begging for peace to erase my resentment. But after Eden's death, I could no longer hold on to my reason. When I came to my senses, my calamity was dead. I had not known that he could not die by anyone else's hand. I had only fulfilled the role that had been ordained for me, without even realizing it myself. I was empty. Both my body and mind were exhausted, and I had nothing left. When I returned to the temple, my family comforted me, but they had never come to save me. From afar, I heard news of Actala's collapse, but I felt no joy. I did not want to hear or see anything. I only wanted to be alone. So I left for the old sanctuary, where no one came anymore. As you know, in the old sanctuary, the only thing I could do was read damaged books. Rather than absorbing knowledge into my mind, it was merely a matter of skimming over one letter after another. It was then that I found what I showed you earlier. As you saw, that book recorded a kind of spell that could turn back. Time. I do not know why the book was there. Perhaps it was someone's joke. I immediately tried the spell written in the book, and afterward, the spell succeeded. I immediately told fate that I wanted to turn back time, to return to before those horrific events took place. To do that, a price had to be paid, but that price would not be revealed in advance. Even so, are you certain you wish to make your wish? Certain? The man I loved died, meaninglessly while trying to protect a girl he did not love. If I could bring him back, if I could go back to the beginning. And so Seraphina cried out, I will do it. I will pay any price, no matter what it is. Fate granted my wish. Immediately, God Tunia descended and rebuked me. You dare defy a god's command? I'm deeply disappointed in you. I will never forgive you. He scolded me for not understanding what it meant to make a deal with fate. But strangely enough, I knew that he too had once made a deal with fate. Defiance rose within my heart. How could he impose such a cruel fate on me? I declared that I would no longer obey him, nor would I fulfill my role as holy saint anymore. And in that way, I lost my qualifications as holy saint. I have gone on at length, but the essential point is this. I am no longer Tunia's holy saint. Therefore, the meeting between me and the emperor no longer has any meaning, and I no longer have the ability to kill him. Seraphina's words made Angelica gape in astonishment. Seraphina, what price did fate take from you? Seraphina answered honestly. I learned that Eden was no longer the same person as before. The price fate took from me was the destruction of the soul of the man I love, and this event created a butterfly effect. A new holy saint of Tunia also had to be chosen. Angelica thought in shock. What is this? Does she mean that in order for Seraphina to return, Eden's soul was scattered, and that body became the one Father Suhyun entered? Even the fact that I entered this body, could it be that I am Tunia's holy saint? Unable to believe it, she cried out, impossible. Angelica had never been a believer of Tunia. Not last time, and not this time either. Seraphina, you're talking nonsense. I'm only. Seraphina interrupted her. No, that is not true, Angelica. Think carefully. She silently recalled the mysterious voice that had warned her. Walk west for 1 hour. The fact that she had begun to have such strong faith, as if it were guidance. When had that happened, and under whose influence? And the place where she had been most strongly connected to that guidance. She argued back, impossible. There's no way it could be like that. I am truly sorry. Angelica, but, Seraphina affirmed, that person is you. God Tunia chose you. Only he knows the exact reason. But the one who can destroy Actila's representative is no longer me. It is you, she stubbornly said. You should provide clearer proof than that. From the very beginning, nothing went as predicted, did it? Actila's representative was supposed to sense a conflict of fate when he looked upon Tunia's holy saint. But I felt nothing at all. Then are you thinking there is another holy saint of Tunia? Where? If so, when will that person appear? Every event centered around you has already begun to deviate from the main axis. Even the Emperor's most important emotion, the responsibility of killing Actila as Tunia's holy saint. Perhaps the difference lies in how it was given to me and how it was given to you. But I am completely unsuited to being the holy saint of the God of mercy. I am neither brave nor strong. I'm just an ordinary person full of fear. How could a mission that concerns the entire world be placed on the shoulders of a commoner like me? I always choose to bow before Raniero or run away. Someone like me. How could I possibly kill Raniero? Never. Seraphina, I cannot kill him. I am like a mouse before a snake, frozen stiff. You know my personality well too, don't you? Seraphina was silent for a moment, then looked at her and said, I'm sorry. She turned her face away in despair. More importantly, what about Eden? I am very worried because he was gravely injured. Seraphina pressed her lips together and answered gloomily. Like you, he lost consciousness. Though he is past the critical stage, I heard his body may never be the same again. But he is very strong, isn't he? His will, I mean. Suddenly, Raniero flung the door open. Both of them turned in shock. Raniero coldly demanded, get out. He stepped inside and looked at the frightened Seraphina. Did you not hear me? I told you to get out. Seraphina looked toward Angelica. She seemed to understand that Seraphina was worried about her. She reassured her, Seraphina, go ahead. I will be fine. Seraphina glanced at Raniero. Silently, she said, I am sorry, Angelica, and left the room. Raniero looked at her and spoke. Hello, Angel. Do you have nothing to say to me? She hesitated. I am sorry. He sat down beside her. There is no need to apologize or promise that it will not happen again. Say it with your own mouth. Is it true that you are so disgusted by me that you had to run away? He lowered his head against her. Were all the words that strange woman said true? She froze, and only one word escaped her mouth. What? Tell me. You once said you loved me. Was all of it a lie? She wondered to herself. Love? Love? What? Love? Why does he want to know that? In any case, he does not care about other people's feelings. While she answered, I might go mad from boredom, to a person who always regarded his own amusement as most important. Why? A lie? Even when he makes that face, why can I only run away? Though he has always been generous to me, the moment I make him bored, he could change at any time, as easily as turning over his hand. I can rely on him, but I cannot trust him. That is why I have always been afraid of him. His unpredictability has always been fear itself to me. Were my words of love sincere? I had no choice but to truly love him. Only that way could I deceive him. Only that way could I run away from him. But now, the one who can kill Actila's representative is no longer me, but she snatched up a water glass and smashed it. Gripping a sharp shard tightly, she attacked Raniero. But he caught her hand firmly. She thought to herself, of course it would be like this, Raniero said, and it will repeat again. Ignoring him, she thought, they said I am Tunia's holy saint, and only I can kill him, didn't they? Raniero said helplessly, I do not know what to do with you. At first, when I met you, I intended to coax you. Then I grew angry. Now I know nothing at all. This truly is a difficult problem. What is certain is that neither you nor I will die. I have no intention of killing you. At that, she let go of the sharp shard. He continued, and I have no intention of dying in your place either. I will give you two choices. 1. Return to the palace with me. 2. I kill all those who dared hide the Empress of the Empire for treason, and then you return to the palace with me. 1 month later, after a long absence from the palace, the Emperor finally returned with the Empress. Those who did not know the circumstances were shocked that the Empress, who had run away, had now returned unharmed. But before long, they concluded that the Emperor was planning to publicly mock the Empress, and they regarded that as a reasonable explanation for the situation. In Actilis, weakness was a sin, so it was understandable that they would interpret it that way. The fact that Shisen and Sylvia, the two people who had helped the Empress escape, were imprisoned in the palace dungeon made that interpretation even clearer. Angelica Anlos Actilis, once an object of admiration and praise, quickly became a laughingstock among the high nobility. However, not everyone found mocking Angelica entertaining. Duchess Nirma, Countess Falong, and the members of the Empress's palace all remained silent about everything concerning the Empress, because they understood better than anyone that Angelica was, to Raniero, a special existence. After Shisen and Sylvia were cast out, Duchess Nirma naturally became the central figure in the Empress's palace. Even though she held such power in her hands, unlike those fools, she did not show excessive delight. At that moment, the door opened. Have you arrived, Countess Falong? It has been a long time, Duchess Nirma said. From now on, we must conduct ourselves properly. The Countess replied, of course. A few days before Angelica returned, she had summoned Countess Falong to her residence to discuss an urgent matter. Both of them thought life was strange. They had once thought the two families would never get along. Count Falong's family had always wanted to restrain Duke Nirma's family, and Duke Nirma's side knew that perfectly well. But now is the time to put aside old grudges. That day, the two of them talked at great length. They conferred together throughout the long night. A few days later, His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress returned to the palace. The long meeting between the two women had two main points. First, they absolutely must not go against the Empress's wishes. The fact that the Empress had returned unharmed clearly showed that Raniero was the one feeling restless. I told you to keep up appearances, did I not? At that moment, Lady Nirma said respectfully, it has been a long time, Your Majesty. She requested everyone withdraw. And second, Angelica was not suited to the position of Empress. In truth, it did not matter who the Empress was, as long as the Emperor did his part well. But Angelica's problem was that she distracted Raniero from war. Raniero Actilis, the most blessed among the representatives of the god of slaughter. Moreover, he was still very young, at the perfect time to conquer the world and affirm Actilis's power. The existence of Angelica Anlos Actilis was nothing but an obstacle for the glorious future of Actilis and the blessing of the empire. The current empress had to be removed at any cost. The Duchess said, in consideration of Her Majesty the Empress's health, all ceremonies have been cancelled. Therefore, Countess Falong and I will remain in the private chamber. If you need anything, please call us at any time. She silently thought, please leave quickly. Then we shall take our leave. With that, the two of them departed. They asked each other, it is not the worst possible condition, is it? That is right, is it not? Her condition is much better than I expected. If her condition were a little worse, it would have been easier to deal with. It seems different for what we predicted. I had even considered the possibility that she might destroy herself, leaving her body ruined or her mind no longer clear. Meanwhile, Angelica gazed pensively at the scenery outside and thought to herself, in the end, I have returned to the imperial palace again, though I still cannot accept the truth that I am Tunia's holy saint. To be honest, it is difficult for me to believe it right away. There is no proof convincing enough. That is why, before leaving Tunia Temple, I repeatedly tried to kill Raniero. Once, then 10 times. Of course, I never succeeded even once. As my repeated assassination attempts kept failing, the faith I had never really possessed faded even further. In truth, could Serafina be mistaken? If I really am Tunia's holy saint, should things not be different? Could I really fail so miserably? And the unfamiliar voice that used to echo in my head, whose owner I could not identify. From that time on, it seems I have stopped hearing it. I feel that I have changed a great deal. If I were my former self, I would never have dared even think of assassinating Raniero. Raniero's reaction was the same every time. With an expressionless face, he easily stopped every attempt I made. But then I quickly realized that that expressionless face was actually nothing more than a shield. In reality, he had been hurt by my actions. That surprised me. Could he be someone who could be hurt too? And the person who had always stood above me, leaving me flustered, was hurt by my actions. So at some point, rather than truly wanting to kill him, I began to hope to hurt him even more. Perhaps I wanted to be compensated for all those days I had trembled and bowed before his emotionless words. But that did not mean my fear of him had completely disappeared. Though I always acted strong before him, I was still often dragged down in an instant by fear like a swamp. I feared that his patience would run out, that he would say the game was over and kill me or cut off my limbs. But even knowing the danger full well, I continued to rush at him. And each time he tried to hide his pain and humiliation by putting on that expressionless mask, an excitement that surpassed fears seized my mind. Now that I had failed to escape and no longer had even the slightest hope, that was my only pleasure, if such a base and dark emotion could also be called pleasure. At this point, she lay on the bed anxiously. But will everyone be all right? Shisen, Sylvia. Before coming here, I had asked Raniero where they were. They were caught. What did your majesty do to them? Are they dead? If not, then, he interrupted, I did not kill them, but for the crime of daring to hide the Empress, I imprisoned them in the dungeon. I felt relieved by his answer, because with Raniero's personality, I had thought he would certainly have killed them, though I worried that they would suffer from hunger and thirst in the damp, cold prison. If I asked him to release them, would he do it immediately? Still, as long as they were alive, that was fortunate enough. And on the day I left Tunia Temple, Eden came to see me off. Perhaps our eyes met for a brief moment, but afraid that Raniero would notice, I hurriedly turned away. And of course, in the end, I was forced to leave him behind there. He had once been my spiritual support in circumstances like mine. In the end, Shisen, Sylvia, and Eden were all no longer here. I was alone. At this point, she stopped her thoughts because she saw Raniero enter. She hurriedly sat up and asked, "This is what?" He answered, "Is this not a place where I should come?" She frowned and said in disgust, "Next time you come, please let me know in advance." "Why should I do that? So you can refuse me? It's strange when you could never do that before. After all, this is..." Raniero cut her off. "Are you not planning to kill me today?" His question left her speechless. "The fact that I turned the man who was special to you into that. Do you not resent me much anymore? The man you considered special, I was the one who made him that way." She thought to herself, what is he talking about? Is he referring to Eden? She spoke up and asked that. Why would your majesty be curious about that? She thought, is it because I ran away from myself? Does he think I ran away with Eden out of love? I must seem very easygoing and ordinary now. I wish you would become easygoing and ordinary too. Truly, in the original story, the Holy Saint of Tunia really did love Eden. That was what drove Raniero mad with jealousy. Raniero held out his hand and said, "In the past." Then he clenched his hand into a fist. "I once thought you were so easy to understand. but now I know nothing anymore. Then was that question from back then also part of this? If I truly am the holy saint of Tunia, will Eden be the one to drive Rhaenyra mad this time too? Did what happened to Eden last time have something to do with this? Rhaenyra continued. You have become far too difficult to understand now. Things like this, they're not interesting at all. He held his forehead and laughed hollowly. Ah, Anjid. His gaze dropped. Angelica frowned in surprise as she looked at Rhaenyra's expression. He began panting, sweat breaking out over his body, red veins rising in his eyes. His body trembled as he moved toward her. Let go. Let me. You know it too. Things like this, they're no longer interesting at all. This boring game should end here. In an instant, the metallic smell of blood filled the room. Even though no one was bleeding, she struggled to pry his hand away. Tears fell. Please. Her words seemed to snap Rhaenyra out of his madness. I am scared. I'm so scared. At that, Rhaenyra was startled and hurriedly let her go, causing her to stumble into a lamp. It immediately fell and shattered. She struggled to breathe. Rhaenyra muttered in shock. No, that is not. Why did I? He stared at his own hands, as if his entire body were being controlled and bound by chains. A gloomy voice echoed in his ear, urging him, kill her. You must kill that child. That child will put you in danger. Why are you resisting me? Kill her, it continued to urge. Kill her, kill her. Rhaenyra clenched his hands. How terrifying. Sweating, he muttered, I'm scared. It continued to hypnotize him. If you do not, you will kill that woman. Rhaenyra tried to resist. Shut up. The chains suddenly snapped, and Rhaenyra fell backward freely. He collapsed to the floor, coughing. She looked at him blankly on the floor, inwardly shocked. Your Majesty. She wondered, what the hell? What is happening? Rhaenyra, who always crushed his opponents with overwhelming power, was now this helpless? Suddenly, she remembered divine punishment. Punishment? If this really is divine punishment, then is Actala punishing him? Why would it be such a harsh and painful punishment? Rhaenyra is clearly the child whom Actala loves. Why is this happening? At that moment, Duchess Nirma burst in and asked, Your Majesty, that scream just now. When she saw Rhaenyra lying on the floor, she cried out, Good heavens, what is going on? Angelica cursed inwardly. Damn it. The Duchess questioned her. Why has His Majesty fallen to the floor? Angelica quickly thought, what should I do? I need to find a way to lie. After thinking that, she said, Nothing happened. Withdraw at once. His Majesty is only taking a short nap. She cried inwardly, I'm doomed. Please just leave. Clearly, the Duchess did not believe her at all. Please just leave. Stop looking at me like that. Nothing happened. Go at once. His Majesty is only talking in his sleep. It seems she would not leave easily. I cannot let this continue. I have to force her to leave. You dare disobey my order. I told you to leave right now. I apologize. I heard a loud noise, so I thought, but it seems I was mistaken. But Your Majesty, the Duchess said as she approached, I have an urgent matter to report to His Imperial Majesty. I will only deliver the news and withdraw immediately. Angelica panicked inwardly, no, and shouted, How insolent! What do you think you're doing? Yes, it would be stranger if she simply left after hearing the Emperor scream. But then the Duchess knelt beside Rhaenyra. Forgive my discourtesy. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Angelica grew anxious. If there is a wound on Rhaenyra's chest, she will definitely be suspicious. But at that very moment, Rhaenyra's eyes flew open. He hurriedly sat up and held his forehead as he asked, Who are you? The Duchess replied in surprise, Why, Your Majesty, I am the Duchess Nirma. His vision blurred as he asked, Why are you here? The Duchess stammered, I. Then Angelica quickly cut in, Your Majesty. She said she had an urgent matter to report to Your Majesty. Frightened and flustered, the Duchess said, That matter is. I apologize. It turns out it was not urgent. I will take my leave. Please rest, Your Majesty. After saying that, she hurriedly left. Angelica watched her go with an irritated look. At the door, Duchess Nirma glanced back at her suspiciously. Angelica frowned, looking extremely sinister. The room became quiet. Rhaenyra wondered, what on earth happened? Why am I here? He looked at her. Angel, why? Why do you have that expression? Fear, terror, or worry? I do not know whom you are worried for, but I feel that I must comfort you, because you are weak and timid. That way, you will not run away again. But after seeing his gloomy appearance, then looking down at his hand holding hers, she suddenly pulled away and turned around. Just like that, she ran outside as fast as she could, leaving Rhaenyra standing there in a daze. Only when I saw your frightened face did I truly realize that nothing between you and me remained intact anymore. Or perhaps it had been shattered like this from the very beginning. A few days later, at the Falong Count's estate. Bring wine. Something strong. Hurry. Count Falong returned in an irritated mood. Recently, he had been very displeased by the emperor's change. What displeased him most was that small rebellions had recently been occurring frequently along the southern border. The emperor should have personally gone to suppress the rebels, yet he did not take a single step out of the palace. Artis was a theocratic nation. If Emperor Raniero's authority weakened, that meant the power of the god Actala would weaken as well. At that moment, the countess spoke. My husband, His Imperial Majesty, is no longer as he was before. It is all because of the Empress. What? That cannot be. No, now that I think about it, when she was brought back to the palace that time, she was far too unharmed. His Imperial Majesty is no longer in his right mind because of the Empress. He fears the Empress will run away again, so he does not dare leave the Imperial Palace. Her body is weak, so he cannot take her anywhere either. This is troublesome. Then what do you think we should do? What do you mean? We are patriots, are we not? Being patriots means we are also the most faithful believers of the god Actala. If our god is in danger, can we simply stand by and watch? Do you mean we must eliminate the Empress? I knew you would understand. In fact, I have already prepared everything. He exclaimed in shock. What? Why did you not discuss this with me first? Listen to me first. You know Viscount Gongpia, do you not? Do not tell me that greedy man is involved in this too. That is right. His daughter is serving as a maid in the Empress's palace. You must know that already. So what? What exactly does that family intend to do? They have already prepared poison, and it is not ordinary poison. No matter how much is used, it leaves no trace on the body. What? After that, at the Imperial Palace, the servants laid out a lavish meal. You have not been feeling well lately, so we prepared several nourishing dishes. We made them especially with you in mind, so please try them right away. Angelica did not answer and thought to herself, my body has been strangely exhausted lately. No, it is not just exhaustion. It is worse than ever. Duchess Nirma said, you have been leaving food behind lately, so we are worried. If you want to take care of your health. Angelica interrupted her. I know what I need to do. I even called the doctor because I suspected I might be pregnant, but I was not. How strange. I cannot finish food that looks this appetizing. Why? I feel a bit nauseous. She put a spoonful of soup in her mouth, and her face immediately flushed red. I feel so sick. What should I do? Something really is wrong with my body. Is it because of stress? Because right now, there is not a single person on my side around me. That is fine, but unlike Roberta Jacques, what is Duchess Nirma plotting? I kept thinking about the wicked intent hidden deep in her eyes. The unpleasant feeling I had after facing that emotion still remained in my heart like a grudge. And I became even more uneasy because I did not know what the smiles of the servants were hiding. Something is very strange. The Duchess asked again, is the food not to your taste? Should I bring you something else? Angelica immediately replied, no need, then stood up abruptly. The meal ends here. Your Majesty, forgive my impertinence, but Angelica cut her off again. If you know it is impertinent, then do not say it. This is too strange. I need to go to my room and rest for a bit. Why have I been like this since earlier? But as soon as she lifted her foot, she staggered. Duchess Nirma hurriedly supported her. Your Majesty, you should rest for a while. If the food did not suit your taste, perhaps I should bring you some fruit. It is your favorite snack after all. Dried fruit? Angelica grew suspicious. She keeps trying to make me eat something, does she not? Your Imperial Majesty. Your Majesty, where are you going? I'm going to meet His Imperial Majesty. Duchess Nirma and Countess Falong exchanged looks, then answered, please forgive me for saying this, but a state affairs meeting is currently taking place inside. It does not matter. I will wait until it is over. I am worried, Your Majesty. Your health has not been good lately. This will not do. At this rate, I will suffocate and be unable to bear it. I have to ask him to free Shisen and Sylvia. Only then will I be able to breathe a little. Their eyes are as if they are monitoring me 24 hours a day. I would rather they openly provoke me instead. Their expressions are so fake that I am going insane. If only there were one person I could trust. How cornered must I be to think of going to Raniero? Raniero has not come to see me since that incident either. That both reassures me and frightens me. Raniero Actilus has always been a character whose appearance you can never predict. I know Raniero will not easily release them from the dungeon. I will have to make a deal with him anyway. Even a worm will turn. If I make a deal, what conditions will he give? You said you loved me. Was all of that a lie? Or will he demand that I say, I love him again? I'm sick of it too. Why should I expect him to do that? He is someone who could easily try to cut off another person's legs. She stood in front of the door, nervously, calming herself inwardly. Calm down. Then the door opened, and what she saw was a group of nobles. They exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, your Imperial Majesty, why have you come here?" She looked at Rhaenyra sitting inside and answered, "Ah, I only came to see His Majesty for a moment. I did not know whether His Majesty is currently." Rhaenyra had been deep in thought. When he heard her voice, he opened his eyes. Seeing her standing there, he was briefly dazed. She pressed her lips together and stammered, "Your Majesty, it has. It has been a long time since I saw you. It is not anything." Before she could finish speaking, he hurriedly stood up. "Angel, I never thought you would come here." He took her hand. "What is the matter that made you come to me on your own? Let's find a place to sit and talk. Or take a walk in the garden." She cut him off. "Ah, no, E. The thing is, I came because I have something to ask of you." He asked in surprise, "Ask of me? What is it? You want to ask me for something?" She thought to herself, something is wrong. Then she voiced her wish. "I hope you can release Shisin and Sylvia." "Release them? Are you planning to run away with them?" "Please release them, and instead, send more soldiers to the Empress's palace to monitor me. If you do not want to release them, could you let me meet them for a few hours each day? Please." As expected, he does not look like he will agree. He thinks that if those two are by my side, I will run away again. That is really not it. She clutched Rhaenyra's clothes. "Your Majesty, I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe. I think I may die." "Wait, this is not a metaphor. I'm actually dizzy. I really do seem to be unwell." Suddenly, the space changed. She wondered, what is this? Am I falling right now? Come to think of it, I think I fainted. Does that mean I died? Suddenly, even though I do not know why I died, death is not as frightening as I thought. It is like falling asleep. It feels very pleasant and light. This is exactly what I needed. To leave behind the mess of life and go far away. Even if it stayed like this forever, it would not be bad. Then a voice rang out, "Wake up at once." Her eyes widened in shock. Just now, someone had approached. She sensed it inwardly. A sound struck directly into me. In that boundless space, there was a familiar voice and figure from somewhere. It carried a sense of danger, something that must not be touched. Even without being told, she could recognize immediately that it was Tunia, the god of mercy. The deity spoke. So this is the first time, even meeting face to face like this. After a moment of silence, she asked, Am I dead?" "No. Why do you ask that? You used to fear death so much. Does death seem sweet to you now?" "What? You know how hard I have had it, don't you? Who in my position would not want to rest already?" "Yes, I understand everything." She objected inwardly. "What do you understand? Is this the world of the gods?" "That is right. Why did I come here?" "First, because your servants poisoned you. Second, when your soul left your body. I called you here." She shouted angrily. Poisoned? Those people. I knew they hated me, but to the point of poisoning me?" The deity said, "They believe that because of you, they have no authority in Actala. So they believe that if they remove you, everything will return to its proper place." She asked blankly, "How? How do you know everything? Is it because you are a god that you know everything?" "Yes, but even if I know everything, it is useless if my voice cannot reach my believers. I have one question. Am I the holy saint of Tunia?" "Yes, but I tried to kill Rhaenyra several times and failed every time. If I am the holy saint of Tunia and I have the god's weapon, then of course I should have succeeded, should I not?" The deity said, "If you wish to kill a god, you must hold the sword." "What? Eden is the sword plan. Then why has Tunia's sword always failed?" "I did exactly as you told me. Because the one with the right to kill Actala's godchild is not my sword, but my holy saint." "What do you mean by that?" "Good grief, this is so frustrating. Can you not explain it to me in a way I can understand? If you want to play riddles, go play with your sword. That man likes those twisted mind games. The sword is a sacred object. It is not a weapon in itself. He has the role of awakening the holy saint. So that sword has no real effect and is just like a decoration, right? Only for awakening the holy saint? How? To be more precise, last time, my holy saint killed Actala's godchild with a motive, with the determination for revenge. A motive. The sword, bound to the will for vengeance, became the flint. Therefore, if the holy saint wishes to kill Actala's godchild, she must. That is right. She must have a strong will. No, but do you truly think I am suited to the position of holy saint of Tunia? If so, then you are mistaken. I am not that kind of person. A strong will? I do not have anything like that. The god interrupted her. No, Actala is more on edge than ever before. because he has sensed a threat from you, and he intends to kill you before that will awakens. You will witness that day yourself, and then you will understand. Actala and his godchild are in great conflict over you. The fact that he is opposing Actala is unprecedented. Rhaenyra Actalis was born cruel and arrogant by nature, a child who clearly reflects Actala's inner self. Do you know what it means for them to oppose each other? Actala will punish the one who defies him, and in the end, the bond tying Rhaenyra and Actala together will collapse. Do you realize even a little now how great you are? When Seraphina held the role, I added a bit of catalyst, so she could seize Rhaenyra's mind, making him become captivated by Seraphina at first sight. But this time, she is no longer needed. Even without my intervention, Rhaenyra has already come to like the holy saint of Tunia. When you say that, it only makes it harder for me to kill him if he truly has feelings for me. I know the change in your feelings toward him, but if you come to like him even a little more, then all the more, you must kill him. Let me show you. Do you see it? That is Actala. She cried out in shock. What? That inhuman thing? Only by killing Rhaenyra can he be freed. Otherwise, he will forever remain a puppet to that thing's impulses. You will be the one to free him through mercy. For Rhaenyra's human side, she thought to herself, my fear of Rhaenyra, my hatred, and even a little goodwill toward him have all become reasons why I must kill him. Like a game where every possible move leads to a bad ending. If he is Actala's puppet, then I am no different from Tunia's puppet. The god of mercy here was truly strange. It could not be that only Tunia was able to make a covenant with the Lord. He had sacrificed himself to shoulder the responsibility for the other gods. After Tunia yielded every good thing to those who did not care about him at all, he only received the bare necessities from those who loved him. And because of that, Tunia's followers always had to guard against invasions and demonic beasts. They had to live poor and lonely lives in a dangerous environment. Because of Tunia's choice, his followers suffered misfortune. And now, even I, someone who is not even his follower, am caught in it. This is too unreasonable, that the gods decide human lives. Thinking this, she asked, "Do you love me?" He immediately answered, "Of course. If you love someone, you should give them the best. How can you treat me like this? I am sorry. If you wish to use mercy to sacrifice yourself for the happiness of others, then you should bear that misfortune yourself. Why are you dragging me into it too? I am truly sorry. Little one, and yet you call it love? You're grabbing me by the ankle, are you not? Can I not live my life for myself? If this is something I cannot control, then it would have been better if you had told me nothing at all. You said just now that the connection between Rhaenyra and Actala is weakening, and yet it cannot be severed? Can we not kill Actala that way? It is utterly impossible. I am sorry. The drop of blood flowing within him is too powerful. Above all, Rhaenyra was born with a nature far too suited to becoming Actala's apostle, no matter what relationship the other person has with him. Even if they are family, none of it is enough to hold back. His wicked nature that toys with other people's lives. Angelica asked, what if I do not want to fulfill the role of the Holy Saint? In that case, an extremely fierce war will break out. Not immediately, but in the near future. Actala, will he devour the entire world? If the whole world belongs to him, will he stop? Not all. Another massacre will begin. That is right. He will even make his own followers hack and slash indiscriminately. In that way, nothing will remain on this land. Why me? I do not understand. If I still ignore it and reject this fate, will you punish me? No, I will forgive you. What exactly do I want, and what exactly are my feelings toward Rhaenyra? Should I follow fate or stubbornly rebel against it? I'm truly sorry for entrusting this to you. At the Falong Count's estate, Countess Falong had been anxiously uneasy, although the Empress had blocked her path to the prosperity of the Actala's family. That day, after seeing his fury burn far more fiercely than her vague, initial imagination, she remembered it a little too late. It was clear that the Emperor had considered all the court ladies in the Empress's palace accomplices and executed them. Because she had been thinking only of eliminating the Empress, she had not thought of that. And after seeing the Emperor's gaze, Countess Falong desperately needed something to divert the Emperor's attention and hurriedly returned to her husband's palace. She feared she would be discovered as the ringleader and punished. After all, a human's anger would eventually subside. That was not an ordinary poison. The original plan was this. No matter how much was administered, it would leave no trace on the body. I heard it was from Somvinia, a poison she obtained from Viscount Gonpia. It was so precious that even Count Gonpia shed tears of regret over it. How did you know and ask him for it? Who else but that crafty old fox? I mean Duchess Nirma. She knows all sorts of people, and thanks to that, Count Gonpia was very excited at the thought of eliminating the Empress. He has always hoped his daughter would become Empress. That is why I say he will cooperate. Then what I need to do? You only need to spread a bit of information. After we get rid of the Empress, we must make the Nirma ducal family the ringleaders. But in the end, the Empress did not die, though she still had not opened her eyes for several days. Because Samvinia's poison revealed no symptoms, the doctors could not determine the cause of Angelica's collapse either. That only made Raniero angrier. She did not know whether he could be persuaded smoothly. "Madam, I have returned. How'd it go?" His Majesty said he wishes to hear the details tomorrow. Countess Falong thought to herself, the time has come. From now on, it truly begins. From now on, I must construct a story very carefully. The next day, it is truly an honor for our family to be invited to such a meal by you, Your Majesty. I heard the Nirma ducal family was the mastermind behind the attempt to murder the Empress. Is this the truth, without the slightest falsehood? Countess Falong told herself, depending on how I act today, the future will change. Thinking that, she answered, "Yes, Your Majesty. Although I cannot know the true thoughts of the Nirma ducal family, I believe the possibility is very high. I should have taken better care of Her Majesty the Empress. After all, that was my responsibility." "All right, I understand." Raniero's words startled her, but perhaps we should discuss that later. You two have come a long way. Eat a little first. Countess Falong stared blankly at the plate of food before her, then answered with her face turning purple. Yes, Your Majesty." She thought to herself, this dish is definitely. Then do you not like this dish? Why, Your Majesty, this is the dish Angie ate that day. Is there a problem? She remembered. That is right. This is the poisoned soup that was served to the Empress a few days ago. Not only that, but the rotten stench was so terrible it made her nauseous. She spoke up to explain. "Why, Your Majesty, what happened to the Empress was not my doing. Do you not believe us?" "I know. No, I believe you. I understand. I believe you. Eat. Above all, lately I have heard that you have been saying I am no longer like before." He pushed himself up with one hand. "Is this not what you wished of me?" They thought in terror. The Emperor is suddenly showing cruelty. Now, hurry and eat. It is not the dish that made the Empress fall ill last time. All the ingredients were selected from the finest quality. But in this, he repeated her words in a cold voice. But she flinched. "Ah, no, it is nothing." She squeezed her eyes shut and reassured herself. "All right, it is fine." In any case, the poison the Empress ate only took effect when a certain amount was consumed regularly and accumulated in the body. The reason she still had not died was that she had only eaten it for a short time recently, so not enough toxin had accumulated. This amount cannot be fatal, though it will not be pleasant. I could just think of it as eating spoiled food. Fine, one bite will not kill me. She forced a strained smile. Ha, it is delicious, very delicious, Your Majesty. Is that so? What a relief. She told herself, I had to respond cleverly at all costs, but now I do not know what state of mind to speak to him with. He seems to be asking about the collusion between the Nirma ducal family and Viscount Gonpia, but the more I open my mouth, the more disgusting the stench becomes, until I cannot answer. After she forced herself to finish the bowl of soup, it still did not stop there. The servants continued bringing out another dish. The next course is ready. She realized inwardly, this is also the fish dish made for Angelica last time. I feel so sick. I'm focusing only on swallowing the food, rather than becoming used to it. As she kept eating, the more she ate, the more that revolting taste spread through her entire mouth. Raniero said, You look as if you are enjoying it. I'm very pleased. Thank you, Your Majesty. After a long time of chewing and swallowing one bite at a time, a dessert was then placed on the table. Finally, I no longer have to eat spoiled food. She reassured herself that way. But the servants continued bringing food. Today's main dish is meat. She was truly on the verge of vomiting. No, I have no choice. In any case, that poison is not in this. I only need to finish eating this, and everything will still go according to plan. But suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of red blood. The Count cried out in panic. And madam, she cried out, trembling. My tongue feels like it is on fire. Raniero poured water from a pitcher into her mouth until it overflowed. He spoke. Choose. Before he could understand what was happening, Count Falong was grabbed by the hair and forced down onto the table by him. 1. Your wife will die in 5 minutes anyway. I'm telling you her chance of survival in advance. Now, take this knife and skin her from head to toe. 2. If you do not like that, then eat all the food your wife left behind, cleanly and completely. Now, which option will you choose? The next day, a corpse was thrown down along with an announcement. The Empress is dead. Everyone cried out in shock. What is this? This is Her Majesty the Empress? That is right. No one there believed this corpse was the Empress's. The Empress they had seen a few days ago, although it was indeed wearing those clothes. And although the face had been so hideously destroyed that it could not be recognized, the skeleton was definitely different from the Empress's. Rhaenyra spoke and asked, I must ask you, what is this? Yet no one dared speak that truth, because the Emperor desired a different answer. A voice rang out in response. As I said just now, Her Majesty the Empress has passed away, Your Majesty. The very next day, the Empress's funeral was carried out swiftly. Many nobles attended the Empress's funeral, and most of them wore complicated expressions. Of course, none of it was because they mourned the Empress's death at such a young age. The Emperor wore a calm face throughout the entire ceremony, and did not even wear black. The Empress was placed not in a coffin, but in a wooden box without a single flower, just large enough to fit the body. The funeral was so perfunctory that it left them speechless, because everyone implicitly understood that this funeral was only a disguise. People whispered to one another, it must be right. In any case, Her Majesty the Empress. Sure, he will hear you. Not only that, but among the guests were unexpected faces as well. The Emperor had made a strangely lenient decision regarding those who had been imprisoned in the dungeon for helping the Empress escape and deceiving the Emperor. Not only were they allowed to attend the Empress's funeral, they were also released from the dungeon and placed under surveillance in the Empress's palace. At present, in the now empty Empress's palace where Angelica had once lived, Shisen, who had worn a dazed expression throughout the ceremony, burst into sobs when seeing what remained of Angelica in the palace. Shisen knew Angelica could not possibly have died like that, because the Emperor would never have held a funeral for the Empress, whom he treasured so greatly. However, the fact that she had been pushed to the point that she had to fake her death caused Shisen immense sorrow. The next day, an award ceremony was held immediately after the Empress's funeral. The recipient of the medal was Duchess Nirma, because the Falong Count's family had quickly discovered the culprit after the Empress collapsed. But it was truly strange. Why, in the end, officially, the Empress was dead, yet Duchess Nirma, an important figure who had served in the Empress's palace, somehow looked pleased. She should have borne responsibility for poor management, and yet she was being awarded a medal? Her accusation had not prevented the Empress from being poisoned either. Even so, at the awards ceremony, which was as strange as the funeral had been, everyone congratulated her without emotion. As for Duchess Nirma, she felt deeply uneasy about this situation. Before this happened, she had intended to submit a request to leave the capital, using her deep sense of responsibility as the reason. Rather than remain in the capital, she planned to leave and prepare for the future. She intended to go far away for a while and return when everything had settled down. She understood very well what this medal meant. A person who had received a medal could not leave without the Emperor's permission. The Emperor intended to keep the Nirma ducal family firmly in the capital. But at that moment, Rhaenyra said, keep doing your best in the future as well. I am deeply honored, Your Majesty. He whispered into Duchess Nirma's ear, stay by my side. She thought with a shudder, I must flee. Tonight, Duchess Nirma immediately hired a coachman and carriage from the most reputable establishment in the area, and thanks to that, she easily avoided the guard's inspection of travel passes and luggage. Originally, she should have fled sooner. On the day the Empress collapsed, she had been summoned by the Emperor and, thus, could not escape. She even had to attend the funeral and the awards ceremony afterward. She bit her lip hard. If I had made even the slightest mistake, I would have. Just then, her son complained, it is so cramped and uncomfortable in here. Where are we going? We're going to your grandmother's house. When can I change clothes? Why do I still have to wear a servant's clothes? So, she threatened him gloomily. Listen to me. Even if you're hungry, even if you need to pee, you must endure it in silence. Otherwise, this mother of yours will leave you and your father to go on your own. Do you understand? The boy trembled in fear as he answered, yes, mother. The child could understand by instinct that his family was not simply going to his grandmother's house right now. Suddenly, the two soldiers outside struck up a conversation with the coachman. Hey, you've had it rough. Are you traveling until morning again today? Needless to say, you know how hard it is for me. Good merchandise showed up early in the morning, so I had no choice. Right. Keep it up. Inside the carriage, Duchess Nirma covered her son's mouth with her hand. What is this? Why did it suddenly go quiet? We clearly already passed the checkpoint. A voice suddenly rang out. So this is where you were. The soldier's eyes flashed behind his iron mask. Even if we know each other, you still have to honestly submit to inspection. Isn't that right? As for the coachman, he had already been disposed of earlier. Very soon after, the soldier reported, "They have been escorted back, Your Majesty." Raniero said in boredom, "Honestly, it was exactly as expected, so it is not interesting at all. Running away? You people have gone too far. Even though you know I hate this sort of thing." Frightened, she stammered, "Why, Your Majesty?" Raniero slowly stood up. "In any case, fine. It has already happened. Should I hear the reason you ran away first?" Ran away? What do you mean? That is not it. We merely— What were you saying? Are you serious?" His question left her unable to utter a word. "I wondered why you would flee like a rat after receiving the honor of a medal. It turns out you intended to collude with a foreign nation and betray artists." "That is utterly absurd, Your Majesty. We did no such thing." "Oh, is that so? Then what other reason would there be for you to run away? Or was there another reason? Why do you call it running away? How strange. I clearly heard that was the case." "You heard? From whom?" Raniero ordered, "Open it. Bring her in." The soldiers immediately answered, "Yes, sir." Then they immediately brought in a noblewoman. Duchess Nirma could not help being shocked. "Is that Eleanor Gongpia, Viscount Gongpia's daughter? Why is she here at this hour?" Raniero spoke and asked, "Now, Eleanor, tell me, what did your father say to me?" What exactly is going on here? Come now, you must say it exactly as you heard it." Terrified, she burst into tears, then honestly confessed, "Duke Nirma colluded with another country and leaked artists' secrets." Duchess Nirma was stunned by the words she confessed. "What is that girl saying?" Eleanor continued, "He used poison to poison Her Majesty the Empress and disrupted the CCC discipline of the nation." Sobi. Raniero squeezed her shoulder hard and asked, "What else?" But they did not want to be discovered, so they poisoned her. Then they made our Viscount Gongpia family manage it, intending to put the blame on us. Having said that, she burst into tears. "Unbelievable. That is what she says, Viscount Gongpia." Viscount Gongpia? Viscount Gongpia treated me. Without the Nirma ducal family, he would be nothing. He lamented that his daughter no longer had any hope of becoming empress. He only hoped she could at least receive some of the emperor's favor. Then who was the one who inserted Eleanor into the position of the empress's lady-in-waiting? Who was the one who stopped me when I was still planning to poison Angelica and tried to hastily push Eleanor into the emperor's inner circle? Thinking that, Duchess Nirma shouted, "This is a trap, Your Majesty. It was Viscount Gongpia who poisoned the empress." As I said, what should I do? I believe Viscount Gongpia's words, Your Majesty. I also believe your words without a doubt when you said the Falong Count's family was the mastermind. Then what reason is there for me not to believe Viscount Gongpia's words? In short, you do not admit your crimes. Fine, drag them out. Make sure they confess. She said, "Why, you will regret this. Your Majesty, you will regret this. You must kill that woman. Only then can artists awaken. I can see it. I can see what Your Majesty cannot see. Please reconsider. Your Majesty, please think again. Your Majesty." But at that moment, the door had already closed. Only Raniero and the weeping Eleanor remained in the room. Eleanor wondered, how did things end up like this? The words her father had forced her to memorize with a terrifying expression. Even knowing they were lies, she had no choice but to do as she was told. It was too frightening. She spoke, "Why, Your Majesty, then? Sob, from now on, my family is safe." "They're safe, right?" Raniero answered coldly, "Not at all. How could that be? I will not believe any excuse. Then I will make them pay the price." It was terror so great she could not even lift her head. Night came. Raniero walked down the empty corridor. He thought to himself, "I judged wrongly. In a familiar place, together with familiar people, I thought that if I let her return to her daily life, she would get better." What naive thought! What exactly did those familiar faces do to Angelica? I could not leave her in the palace. I should have brought her here from the beginning, so I could control her from head to toe. No matter how much she looks at me with disgust, does she not know it already? That the peaceful life she once had ended long ago. Thinking about it, this is exactly the moment when I can give her what she wants. Peace, safety, rest. This is a place only I can enter and leave, a place where no one can harm her anymore. I am glad, because perhaps I can give her peace, just as she asked on the day she fainted. I release Shisen and Sylvia. When Angel wakes up and becomes somewhat stable, they can accompany me, and I can let them meet her. Truly, everything is perfect now. Here, you're safe. So open your eyes, my angel. The scene suddenly changed. You will personally grant Rhaenyra release. It was Tunia's voice. That was the form of what had taken hold within Artis. Though it was the most unreal dream among the dreams I had dreamed, it weighed down on me with the most real heaviness. How long have I been asleep? Angelica wondered. Here is, as expected, she picked up a lock of her hair. It was not just a dream, but why am I here instead of in the Empress's palace? Ah, I almost died from being poisoned. Yes, you fool. If I had known this would happen, I should have grasped what was going on. I should have. Only then did she feel someone weighing down on her body. Startled, she silently cried out, "Ah, Rhaenyra, why?" She touched his face. Was he by my side the whole time? Yes, that is right. When he sleeps like this, he really does look gentle. None of it was a dream. The god Tunia and Actala, and the fact that I am Tunia's holy saint. At that moment, Rhaenyra opened his eyes and woke. Angel, are you awake? She was still sunk in thought, and the fact that I must kill the Emperor with my own hands. Because of you, Actala and his godchild have fallen into conflict. He sensed danger from you, so he intended to kill you before your will awakened. Actala wants to kill you, and Rhaenyra is determined to stop that, even if he dies. It was a twisted relationship that could explode at any moment. I cannot let these petty feelings sway me. Rhaenyra said with concern, "Lie down. I will bring you some food. Rest while I am gone." Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise when she saw Rhaenyra's trembling hand. His hand is shaking. After that, Rhaenyra brought a bowl of porridge. He fed her attentively. "Come, eat a little." She opened her mouth and accepted it, but inwardly said, "Who asked you to bring this here at this hour?" Then she hesitantly asked, "By the way, how many days was I unconscious?" His answer made her spit the food out of her mouth. 10 days. 10 days? That is why I was so worried. What would I have done if you had not woken up? And yet it felt to me like only an hour or two. Has the poisoning incident been verified? Rhaenyra answered vaguely, "It is all right. You're very safe now." She asked suspiciously, "Your Majesty, did you perhaps kill the masterminds already?" He asked her in return, "What if I did? Is that not allowed?" "Oh no, that is not what I meant. Are you afraid of that? I killed 2 of them. One still remains. Or should I not kill him anymore?" "Ah, no, there is no need to. There were 3 masterminds. So what should I do? Or do you want me to kill him?" She thought to herself, "It is not as if killing him would satisfy me. But I cannot feel sympathy either." Thinking that, she said, "Do as you wish. I do not mind." "Ah, I have allowed Shisen and Sylvia to stay in the Empress's palace. You requested that, did you not?" she asked in surprise. "Truly? I thought that was impossible." "Your Majesty, if so, can I stop by the Empress's palace now? I have many things I need to tell them." Rhaenyra refused. "No, you will not return to the Empress's palace. From now on, you will stay here. If you inevitably need to go outside, I will go with you." She asked in shock, "What do you mean by that?" "Officially, you are dead." "Dead? Me? What is he saying now? Therefore, no one will come looking for you, nor do you have any need to appear as the Empress." She realized in astonishment. "So now Rhaenyra continued, "It is only to protect you. Do you remember what you told me you wanted?" "Me? Peace. You said you wanted peace." "Peace." Thinking back, it seemed she had said that before. Suddenly, Angelica's eyes turned dazed. A bird that had been flying suddenly fell. Rhaenyra spoke. "So, Angel, I will give that to you. So stay here. This is a place where no one can harm or disturb you. Enjoy the peace you have always wanted here forever." A small room with a window and a few furnishings. In an unfamiliar space whose location she did not know, a place where hardly anyone passed by. The only person who came and went was a man as changeable and unreasonable as the weather. Peace inside a small room. A life that depended solely on what he fed her, as if Rhaenyra believed this was the only answer. You want me to live depending only on someone like Rhaenyra? This is absolutely not peace. Returning to the present, she said, "I heard you punished all those who intended to kill me. Then everything is fine now. Is that still not enough?" Rhaenyra said, "Among the people who approach you, there may be someone dangerous." She thought to herself, this man, honestly, so he does not think that he himself is the most dangerous person. Then she said, "Then what if your Majesty is the one who endangers me? Why would I endanger you?" "Because deep within your Majesty's thoughts, there is always someone constantly giving orders. That voice keeps telling you to kill me. Is that not right? How do you know that?" "Just somehow. If you want me to be safe, then your majesty must continuously resist that voice, no matter what price you must pay. I still cannot forget Rhaenyra's agonized scream, which I thought I would never have to hear. If it was that painful, there is no guarantee that just because he endured it this time, he will be able to endure it next time too. You do not need to worry about even that. You will absolutely not face any danger here. I do not even have enough strength to fight him with force. And I do not even know what the thing called sword intent that the god Tunia mentioned is. Rhaenyra said, "You must stay here. Only then can your safety be guaranteed." Angelica stared blankly. Rhaenyra always exhausts me, no matter how much he likes me now or how hard he is trying for my sake. Rhaenyra asked again, "Will you listen to me?" In a certain alley, wearing shabby clothes, a boy was crying miserably by the roadside. The boy did not know why he had to be separated from his parents last night. He could only silently watch as his parents were dragged away before his eyes. Recalling the scene from last night, a soldier ordered, "You must honestly submit to inspection." This is a misunderstanding, sir. Fortunately, the inspection was not that thorough. Thanks to that, he had been hiding behind the pile of luggage and was able to survive alone. Though the boy could not understand the current situation, he sensed one thing. So the good days were already over. His greatest weapon until now had been the title of young duke, a noble, but now that noble name had become useless. Now he was only a child in a servant's clothes, shabby and hungry. In addition, a child standing alone and disheveled in an alley was no different from a toy to the boys and girls of Artis. As the boy was pelted with stones, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Why you people dare? Do you know who I am?" A boy held stones in his hand and hurled them at him one after another. He could only curl up and endure it. But this place was not the Nurma ducal estate. There was no chance they would laugh and obediently let themselves be struck with wooden swords like loyal attendants. Outside the mansion, there was only cold harshness. He kept screaming, "Stop! I said stop! Stop it!" A witness also shouted, "What are you children doing?" Those brats, honestly. When they saw an adult, the children ran away. The man approached and kindly showed concern. "Are you all right? Where's your home? What about your guardian?" Hearing that, the boy burst into loud sobs, making the man freeze in embarrassment. What is wrong? I'm not anyone suspicious." The crying drew the attention of people nearby. He hurriedly reassured him, "I am only." At that moment, the sound of a growling stomach rang out, making both of them stop and look at each other. The boy turned his head away in embarrassment. Understanding, the uncle smiled kindly. "For now, let's go eat something." He led him to a house. "Come on, go in." The boys secretly observed, "This is a house? It is old, cramped, and dirty. What is this? Are these people this uncle's family?" The man laughed loudly. Everyone stopped staring at the child like that. Someone asked, "Whose boy is this?" I originally did not intend to get involved, but it turned out like this. It seems he is lost. I will let the boy eat his fill, then send him on his way at once. "Is this a charity house?" Sitting on the stairs, Eden asked, "Is this a charity house? You could sell it too." A few weeks before the Empress passed away in the Tunia Temple district. At the time, Rhaenyra had taken Angelica away some time earlier. They had thought Rhaenyra would turn the temple into ruins. Though, extremely fortunately, he had only quietly come to take Angelica and then returned. But even if that was the case before then, the Artis army had already swept through this remote backwater and left great damage to the temple. The number of children starving to death had soared compared to every other year. The people were becoming increasingly destitute, and the entire temple district was submerged in grief and loss. One day, at Tunia Temple, which had endured such difficult days, an unexpected visitor arrived. This news threw the entire temple into commotion. Originally, when a visitor came, the holy saint would first receive an omen from Tunia, then inform the archbishop in advance of why that person was visiting. But this time was different. Seraphina knew absolutely nothing about this visitor. Thinking carefully, this was not the first time. It had been the same when Eden came to take Angelica away. Seraphina had received no omen from Tunia. Furthermore, the identity of the person visiting this time was not permitted to be revealed until they entered the temple. Everyone in the temple became tense and split into two opinions. Generously welcome the guest, no matter who they were. The prerequisite opinion based on the doctrine of a merciful God, and the opinion that the current priority had to be restoring the area barely holding its balance. In the end, the doctrinal faction welcomed the guest with their victory. The guest said, "Thank you for opening your doors to me. Truly, thank you. It is not much, but I brought a few things here in case they might be of use. I hope everyone likes them." The gleaming crates of provisions were opened. and everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Huh, this is food? The guest continued. Many more crates will be brought in. At that moment, the archbishop raised his voice and asked, "Excuse me, but who exactly are you? Who are you, that you would help us?" The person slowly pulled back their hood. "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself." A gold coin was brought out. "This is from Sominia, yes. I am the king who has recently ascended the throne of Sominia. I am truly sorry about this past summer. In my heart, I've always felt indebted to you all." That summer, Sominia had tactfully refused a request for reinforcements to Tunia during the monster sweeping campaign. At the time, an epidemic was spreading in one of Sominia's special districts. So they had sent a long letter explaining that because of it, most of the soldiers in that area had to carry out the duty of sealing off the region, making it difficult to provide military support. But it did not stop there. They also advised them to try asking Attalus for help, and said that tribute goods would be brought there. The archbishop asked, "Why did you come without any prior notice and even conceal your identity on the way here?" The king solemnly startled everyone. "I ask your forgiveness for that as well. I had business that required me to travel in absolute secrecy." The archbishop was suspicious. Absolute secrecy? I have a bad feeling. I don't want to go through anything exhausting again. What exactly required you to do that? Why would a king have to come in person? The king's words made the archbishop stiffen. "To overthrow Attalus." What? What did you say? The two of them sat down at the table to talk. "I will get straight to the point. I'm not asking for troops. What I need is information. Rhaenyra Attalus visited the temple district, did he not? Though I have no face to ask, I want to hear in detail what happened then." "So that is why you came to obtain information, and that was why you refused our request for support and suggested that Attalus help us, was it not?" "No. Sominia's situation at the time was truly unstable. If that is how you think of it, then I do not know how else to explain. The words your majesty is saying are not at all reasonable or humane, and yet, after only just going through an epidemic, you attacked Attalus. I can only see that as an excuse." "Very well. As a king, I did not wish to show my country's weakness. However, to speak in detail about Sominia's situation at that time." Just then, someone flung the door open. Eden came in from outside. Seeing this, the archbishop shouted, "Eden, how dare you be so rude?" Eden asked, "Do you know how to kill Rhaenyra Attalus?" The king cried out in surprise, "Gods above, did you not station guards out front?" The archbishop explained, "And normally, even if no guards are stationed there, no one enters or eavesdrops." Saying that at this moment seemed rather unconvincing. "Your Majesty, as long as Attalus' successor has not been decided, Rhaenyra Attalus will not die." The archbishop shouted, "Eden, leave at once." Eden continued speaking, "Because on the battlefield, the more closely he binds himself to Actala, the more he becomes a monster." The archbishop stood up and snapped, "Eden." The king stopped him. "Wait, let him continue." "No, but you say he will not die." "Yes, his wounds heal the moment they appear, and even if he bleeds heavily, he is unharmed. He can still move as though he has not been wounded at all. Even severing this artery here is useless. Come sit here, young man. Your name is Eden, correct? I want to hear more from you. Before that, I also have a question I want to ask you. Go ahead. How do you intend to fight Attalus? You want me to lay out all my tricks at once? Then I will turn over one card at a time. This time, I absolutely will not fail." Eden raised a finger. "One question, one answer. What do you think?" Eden thought to himself, "I will not collapse before the gods toying. I absolutely will not." Rhaenyra likes to make his opponent's spirit crumble with heart-stopping ideas. But if you escape the shock and think with a cool head, his tactics are extremely simple and clear. What are they? Overwhelming force through firepower. Firepower? It is the best option he can choose, because the Attalus army lacks nothing. That is true, but it is only that way that his bond with Actala becomes stronger. To those people, war is a form of true ritual offering. Promised victory delights Actala. The emperor's authority also grows more renowned, and the soldiers' morale rises. A brutal offensive through an all-out war. Judgment, decision, victory. Everything is lightning fast. Overall, there is no place superior to Attalus. However, Sominia has still maintained a tense confrontation with Attalus until now, because they use the terrain and features beyond the mountain range to seize defensible high ground. War, by its nature, favors the one who stops it more than the one who starts it. But no matter how they hold out, that is as far as it goes. Rhaenyra is a young emperor, naturally talented and cruel by nature. Judging from the speed of his growth, devouring Sominia is only a matter of time. The surrounding surrounding countries that support Somnia are nothing worth mentioning. In truth, ending the war requires immense effort and sacrifice, and the decision to act has been delayed for various reasons. I can no longer keep telling my countrymen anxiously waiting in Attalus to wait just a little longer. You mean there is already a Somnian force inside Attalus itself, and the path for you or me to enter Attalus has also been widened? That is correct. Rebellions in the border regions, and then throughout the entire area. We are leading even more of our countrymen into the war. We have even prepared several false identities. In other words, you want to turn Attalus's neighboring countries into routes through which the Somnian army can pass. Will they permit that? We have been cooperating for a long time. If they are discovered, they will be punished by Attalus. They would accept that danger and open their doors to Somnia's army, even though they have no obligation to do so. Even if they have no such obligation, Attalus has already wantonly conquered the surrounding countries and reduced them to chaos. They will be eaten in an instant, and they know it. Rather than that, they will risk danger. Somnia has placed its bet on Attalus's collapse. Somnia, together with distant petty kingdoms, the small countries facing the Attalus border, and everyone in the world, it felt as though they had placed all their hopes on him. His will seemed quite steely, and it was also very difficult. They were facing a demon who never lost on the battlefield. I truly did not know how they intended to resolve it, but that was no reason to show them every card I held. Even subduing him would not be easy. The only way to kill Raniero, the Sword of Tunia, and the story of the Holy Saint. Those cards still had to be kept face down at Tunia Temple. Eden was preparing his luggage when someone called Eden. Serafina pushed open the door and came in. I heard that you were leaving. Eden, you cannot go with the king of Somnia. In any case, Eden cut her off. Holy Saint, if you keep acting like this, I am the only one put in a difficult position. Even so, please listen to me for a moment. Too many things have changed. Last time, Somnia won, but this time they will not. If you go, you will only waste the sword that relies on the divine will. You will definitely fail. Fail? Her words had no head or tail, but I could roughly guess what she was trying to say. Eden's face darkened, and he snapped, "That is enough from you." The intuition that Angelica had begun to display was the revelation that Serafina could no longer hear, and also the words that only I had heard while in a daze. I could have saved you. Why have you still not told me anything? Was it so amusing to watch me struggle again and again? If you had opened your mouth then, that damned emperor would have died, and this world would have found peace after Attalus collapsed. All the hardship I have suffered until now, and the reason I failed, all of it came from you. Hearing these words, Angelica stiffened. I had no ill intent. Even if I had said it, you would not have been able to kill the emperor. The reason is that the Holy Saint had to obtain the will of the sword. Then you should have told me that too. If you had said it, I would never have dreamed up that hasty plan. Maybe I would have done everything I could to escape and buy time. You did not tell me anything either. As soon as the words left her mouth, Serafina hurriedly covered it tightly. I am sorry. I truly do not want you to go. It is for your sake. I will take my leave first. Eden brushed past Serafina. She hurriedly turned and hugged Eden tightly from behind. Tears streamed down her face, and her voice pleaded. Eden, it is dangerous. Eden said coldly, if you have escaped that fate, then do not interfere anymore, and never again curse someone who has resolved to challenge it by saying they will fail. But I know it too, that this matter no longer has anything to do with me. Even this person is no longer the Eden I once knew. And yet why? Why does my heart hurt so much? Serafina collapsed to her knees on the ground. Please do not go. Just like back then, the outcome was far too clear. The Holy Saint would be defeated by Raniero and the Sword of Tunia. He would leave to reclaim it. Eden went outside and said, I will depart immediately. Very well. Eden gritted his teeth and vowed to challenge fate and succeed. The king said, this side is also part of the allied forces, and his spirit lasted for quite a while, until they heard the news that the empress had died. In a carriage, Eden and the king were sitting together. Eden sat in silence and observed on the road to Attalus with King Richard. The thought I had after watching him for these past few months was whether all the mysteries in this world somehow loved him. If he threw dice 10 times, 8 of them would come up 6. Because it was him, inspections throughout the journey were very lax, and in times of difficulty, they happened to meet comrades and receive help. Even negotiations that looked difficult somehow happened to go smoothly. That was Richard's luck. He was extremely optimistic and relaxed, just like a person for whom everything went well, devoted to everyone. With him beside me, surprisingly, even my sensitivity, which had been standing on edge, was eased somewhat. It felt strange. I want to sink forever into this peace that bordered on optimism. But luck also has its limits. On the road into the city of Attalus, we soon heard terrifying, disgusting news from the people. The death of the Empress. Why did she die? Who killed her? Those two questions occupied my mind every minute and every second. Did she die of illness? No, she was not that fragile. Then did the Emperor kill her? That was not the answer either. If he had wanted to kill her, he would have killed her at the temple long ago. As expected, the most likely possibility was still another force. From Attalus's perspective, as a force standing above them, Angelica was a thorn in their eye. Had all my efforts truly turned to foam? If Actila's blood is ready, draw the sword of Tunia. Actila's blood. Only Angelica, the holy saint of Tunia, could prepare Actila's blood. And in this strange and unfamiliar world, the only person who could empathize with me was her. The king noticed Eden's mood and paid attention to him. He thought to himself, the purpose of the allied army under Richard's direction is to bring down Attalus and ease the world's tensions. Someone asked in puzzlement, why does that guy look like a drowned corpse after hearing that the Empress passed away? How would I know? I do not understand why the king is holding on so tightly to someone like that. However, my original goal had only been to return home. If Angelica truly was dead, I had to leave Attalus immediately. I would give up going home and try to keep living here as Eden, but that was easier said than done. The boy at that moment also noticed Eden's mood and whispered to the king, hey, why is he spacing out all by himself? Where did you learn to talk like that, brat? Maybe something bad happened to him. Can you not behave politely? After being scolded repeatedly, he thought in irritation, ridiculous, a lowly thing daring to put on airs. There must be something going on, sir. Ha, if I were here as myself, he would have no choice but to lick my shoes. That man is like that because he is heartbroken over the Empress's death. Huh? The Empress is not dead. Ha ha. Is this how children tease each other? Hey, no. The woman they brought in was a fake Empress. My mother really said that to my father. Is that so? Seeing the king's calm attitude, the boy's expression changed. Does he not believe me? Does everyone think this is just some nonsense story between children? His teeth ground together. Who do they think I am? If they knew who I was, they would not be able to keep smirking. He stood up and shouted, it is true. My mother is Dorothy Nirma, the head lady-in-waiting of the Empress's palace. I swear on the honor of the ducal house. So do not treat me like a child. Do not look down on me. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. At the same time, in the imperial palace of Attalus, Angelica lay sprawled on the bed, murmuring his name. A few hours earlier. I'm going now. Once I am finished, I will return. Wait here. Raniero resolutely refused to let me leave this place. It made sense. He was not someone who said empty words. At first, I even felt relieved when he went out. Thank goodness I was alone, because when I was alone, I did not have to worry that he would want to kill me. It would be better if he simply went like that. I will go and return. But I soon came to my senses. There was no clock here, nor anything for entertainment. A space with no stimulation whatsoever. There was only me here, me alone, in this place. What time is it? Could it be that, without even knowing when it started, instead of fearing him, I began to desperately wait for him to come back? Back on Eden's side, everyone turned to look at the boy. The king asked, what is the meaning of this? First, calm down. The child is too agitated. Someone asked, why are you lying, kid? What, lying? Eden said gravely, the clothes you are wearing are not a noble's. But that name and position are far too realistic to be something a 10-year-old child made up. These are the clothes of a servant in my house. Look closely. They do not fit me. That strange attitude was one meant for treating subordinates. Could it really be? Originally, child servants often wore clothes 2 sizes too large, and if they wore old hand-me-downs, of course they would be loose. You do not believe me. Why would I immediately believe the words of a brat like you? What? Then give me a sword. I will show you refined swordsmanship. Poor children cannot have teachers to teach them the sword. They only know how to throw stones. Eden replied in a low voice, does knowing swordsmanship prove that you are the son of Duke Nirma? That only proves you are not a poor child. It does not mean you are the son of a duke. Could you not simply be some young noble master from a rural village far from the capital? Everyone wondered, Eden, why argue with a child? Looking at the boy's twisted expression, Eden provoked him. What? Does it feel unfair? Fine. Then I will ask just one question. Where is that capable mother of yours now? The boy's entire body froze. His mouth murmured, my mother. Images in his memory surfaced, mingling with everyone's murmurs. Stop it already, Eden. That is enough. That is right. Why be so petty with a little boy? Seeing the boy sobbing so hard he could barely breathe, the king came over to comfort him. It is true. Calm down too, Eden shouted. That boy. Do not let him go, and do not take him anywhere. Judging from his reaction, something must have happened to Duchess Nirma. Do not let him outside. Make absolutely sure of it. Those clothes were clearly put on him by the Duchess. It must have been a disguise for an escape. Then why would they need to flee? Duchess Nirma must have had something to do with the Empress's death. There is no doubt, recalling what had just been said. But the Empress is not dead. The woman brought in was a fake Empress. My mother really said that to my father. Eden analyzed the situation. Angelica might still be alive. When night fell, Angelica sat limply, waiting for Raniero, murmuring to herself, how many hours have passed now? Raniero. He should be back by now, shouldn't he? Just then, the door opened, and Raniero came in from outside carrying food. With a faint smile on his lips, Raniero called, Angelica. Angelica lifted her eyes slightly and said weakly, all right, Raniero. She took slow steps toward him. Had he calculated this beforehand? I never imagined I would welcome him like this. She asked, why? Why have you only come now? Before she could finish, her body swayed, and she collapsed heavily to the floor. The boredom and isolation of being completely cut off from the outside world were unexpectedly overwhelming. He looked at her and said, you must be careful. Ange. Angelica looked up and wondered, why am I such a ridiculous person that I cannot even endure such small suffering? You were gone for half a day. Raniero was surprised by her words. Half a day? Are you hungry? Oh dear, how thoughtless of me. I should have fed you properly by now. She took his hand. Other than that, will you come often? Often? He asked urgently. What do you mean? It is just, I hope you can come here often. Raniero asked back happily, really? Angelica's gaze grew hazy under Raniero's gentle caress. She wondered, why am I so weak? How ridiculous. In just a few hours, how could I change my attitude so completely? Ange, as long as you want it, how often should I visit? Let me see. How often should I come? As often as possible. As often as possible. Then it is decided. As soon as he said that, he sealed her lips with his. It felt as though her dignity had hit rock bottom, but it was all right. Ever since I walked beside him down this ruined road, submissiveness has always been the weapon I used most often. I have a request, but there was one difference from back then. If you're asking to go outside, the answer is no. I'm not hoping for that. It is just as things are now. If only there were a clock in the room and some books to read. He wants to receive even a little goodwill from me. Since he knows my situation, surely he will agree in order to please me. So that is it. When I'm not here, you must be terribly bored and lonely. His voice was sweeter than ever. Yes, that is right. Angelica moaned with each movement of Raniero. I truly am suffering. His attitude made it seem as if he would grant any request she made. In a place like this, with nothing to pass the time, waiting alone for time to go by was truly painful, no different from torture. He is seeing my suffering. Just that alone turned the person most dangerous to my life into. Angelica said through tears, thank you for understanding me, a savior. Hastily, yes, no. Thinking carefully, fear was not the answer. Since I had to keep living like this anyway, I changed my mind. If only he would remain as he is now. If only he would hold me. Perhaps in the end, I could acknowledge him and truly love him. Please turn this confined world into paradise. Someone like me has no jealousy and no pride. If so, perhaps I could live without feeling curious about the outside world. At that moment, Raniero's hand lightly brushed over the flowers. So, you were happy to see me because you were suffering. Like a bolt of lightning, it shattered all of Angelica's hopes. Raniero looked at her coldly and said, waiting becomes more tedious and painful by the day. You must have missed me dearly while waiting. Raniero's next words, however, were not what I had hoped for. There will be no clock. Naturally, no books either. The gentle hand I had hoped would save me pushed me into the depths of despair instead. Those are all wrong answers. Remember this. My visits are your joy and your salvation. The more uncomfortable and lonely you feel, the more my existence will become a brilliant light shining toward you. The correct answers he chose were all wrong answers for me. The story ends here. Thank you for watching the entire series. While waiting for the new series to be released, please watch other series on Nine Sisters Review to pass the time. I wish you all happiness and energy. Goodbye, and see you again.